One dark night, a group of people in dark cloaks stood near the ruined buildings. One of them said to the protagonist that he was so important to the people that someone from the top offered a pretty good reward for his head, so today he will die. Shingi held his sister in his arms, and then he gently placed her on the ground. He said that they killed his sister. He became angry and shouted that they would pay for this with their blood. The man in the white cloak laughed at him and said that for a man who was not in a very good position, he talked too much after that. The protagonist rushed at him with his fists and hit him with all his strength on the cheek. Shingi did a somersault, and all the other clad men were very surprised by his antics. The protagonist landed on his feet and looked at his defeated opponent. The cloaked men shouted that they should all act together. After that, the whole team activated their abilities and ran towards him to fight. Shingi said that they should all go to hell. After that, he activated his ability and everything around him began to collapse and an Expexion thundered. All the cloaked men were defeated and lay in the fragments. The protagonist felt weak, after which he shouted that all this time he used his true chi to strengthen himself. This was an abuse. He felt a lot of pain and shouted that this could end very badly for him. Shingi began to lose consciousness and thought about his sister because he, the most powerful master of ancient martial arts, would end up like this. How sad it was at that moment. His soul went on a journey through space and stars. It arrived on a green planet and flew to the mountains of BWA country. In one of the rooms, Shin Xiao's sister was calling her brother Wang by name. She asked him to tell her something. The protagonist thought that it was his sister from his past life. But then he opened his eyes. Wang jumped out of bed and screamed in panic. Cher panicked, after which she hugged him and screamed that he finally woke up. She was so worried about him because she was told that he was killed in a duel. Wang looked at his sister with confusion and, "Listen," she said that she asked all the doctors. They all told her that he would not live. He thought, who is she and why did she suddenly pounce on him with an embrace? He did not understand at all why his name was different and what kind of fight they told him about. Why are his hands so small? He looked around and thought, what kind of place is this? Just recently, his sister was sick and dying. He screamed, grabbing his current sister by the shoulders. That where could his sister be? She began to calm him down and asked what was wrong with him. He probably did not recognize his sister at all. The protagonist looked at her and asked who he did not recognize. Juan carefully examined her and thought that she was a fairly young girl of about 17 or 18 years old. She looked very similar to his sister. Cher asked if he was okay. Maybe he was in pain. He thought that if he thought about it, he had been absorbed by Truchiso. He should be dead. Now the protagonist started Ed to get out of bed and noticed the mirror nearby, after which he walked up to it and was very surprised by his reflection. Wang thought, is this really him? Now has he become a child? What is going on? He grabbed his head and thought, where did these memories come from? Yu Wang is the child of an impoverished family from Donglin City, Qing, which is at the very bottom of the aristocracy. He lives with his father and sister, and he is also studying at the Wutong Academy due to the interests and intrigues swirling around all the nobility. He was often humiliated by the noble children at the academy. They discussed him and then asked if he was worthy of studying at their academy. He can't even stand up for himself. Will he accept the challenge to a duel from Xianjiang? The other children laughed at him and said that this piece of would never dare to do so. His face is so stupid. Senjan wanted to step on him while his classmates were laughing. Then he asked Wang to die for him. The protagonist thought that this guy named Chen Zhang must be a real scumbag. Could it be that his soul had migrated into this child's body? Cher asked what was going on with him. He shouldn't scare her. The protagonist thought about it and said that he was fine. His wound just hurt a little. He froze and thought, does he have a father now? In his past life, he grew up without parents. If he thinks about it, when his son was killed, his father should have gone to avenge him. Wang asked his sister, where did their father go? She said confusedly, that he went on business. He asked her to be more specific in her stories. Cher asked him to forget about it because it was better for him to think about his health. The future of their family depends on him, so he cannot allow anything else to happen to him. Wang asked her to tell the truth. Did their father go to the city to find the Zhang family? She looked at him with confusion and said that she did not know. Their father just left without saying anything. The protagonist thought that the Zhang family was one of the most important families in Luoyang province, great strength and a long history. The impoverished family was not even fit to hold the candle to them. He looked into her eyes and said that he was not dead until it was too late. They needed to catch up with their father and tell him to come back. Cher looked at him silently and froze. After a while. She ran along the crowded street and shouted exclamations to her father. People looked at Qingle and Shan with fear and asked, "Is this by any chance the head of the Qing family? Why is he holding a weapon in his hands?" Perhaps. Not everyone has heard about what happened yet. Young Master Th was beaten to death by young Master Jiang in a duel. After all, he was the only son of the Qing family. Now he must be going for revenge. Cher ran closer to him and screamed, "Lean!" Shan noticed her and asked worriedly why she was there. Didn't he tell her to stay home? She burst into tears and said that she was so happy that she had finally found him. The one they were crying and worried about had woken up and was alive. He was very surprised by this and ran back. Cher caught her father's weapon and screamed for him to wait for her. After a while, the protagonist stood in front of the mirror. He touched his earring and thought that it seemed like he had really been reborn at this moment. Lin Shan entered the room and turned to his son. The protagonist turned around and thought that his father had appeared in the house. He experienced a strange feeling. He had never felt fatherly love in his past life. Could this really be fatherly love? Lianen walked up to his son and stroked his head. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Was this second son of the Jiang family forced him to fight him? Let him tell his father. He will restore justice for him." The protagonist thought that he remembered how Wang was humiliated very well, but he did not need it. Wang confidently looked at his father and told them that they should leave all this in the past. They should start looking forward. He thought that the prestigious Jiang family did not matter, that Wang was afraid of them. Like fire, now that he had reincarnated into this body, he felt disgusted at the thought of having to deal with these youngsters. The only thing he wanted was to see everything in Lujiang province, and even in the Bei Kingdom. Lin Shan looked at him in surprise and said that they needed to look forward. He thought in confusion that a loner and daredevil like his son had to suffer at the hands of Xin. It would not be surprising for him if he himself wanted to take revenge. But why was his boy so calm? Wang looked at his hands and said to his father that looking forward it would be hard for them to forget all this hatred towards them. However, hatred alone would not be enough to lift the family out of poverty. He grabbed his son by the shoulders and said that he was damn right they needed to look forward from now on. He would stop going to that stupid academy starting tomorrow. He would teach his son the ancient martial arts himself. He clenched his fist and said that he would never believe that the martial techniques they inherited would not be able to help them reach the heights of true martial arts. Their ancestors were powerful and rich, however. Now their family was abandoned by the wayside, but that did not mean that they could just let others destroy them. Cher walked up to them and said, agreeing with her father that if he returned to the academy sooner or later, he would be humiliated again. It would be much better for him to stay in Donlin City. Wang turned to his family and asked them not to rush into a decision. He thought that his home family and sister were things he had not treasured in his previous life until he died, however. Now he would do everything to preserve them. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that if it was a dragon, he would be able to turn the rivers and seas, and if it was a tiger, the forests and mountains would fall silent. He would no longer allow anyone to mock the Qing family. His family was very surprised by his words. He looked at them and thought that of course this was a little scary for them. After all, the real Wang would never say something like that. The protagonist pretended to yawn and said that he was a little tired. Lennon said that then he should go and rest first, and they would discuss the rest when he recovered. After a while, Wang lay in bed and thought as he looked at the ceiling, what kind of malice was gnawing at the Jiang family towards his family? Why is his family in such disorder? One of the reasons is the interest regarding the War of Nations. The family assessment that is held every 4 years. If W. Wang dies, this family will be cut off, which will cause the Q family to lose its place in the family assessment, and therefore its place among the nobility. Without this place, everything that belonged to this family will be distributed among the other families despite the loss in the economy. The worst thing will be the loss of social status. After all, in this world, there is a wide gap between the nobility and the common people. This duel was definitely part of a conspiracy. He will definitely protect his family. About a month later, the news of Wang's resurrection quickly spread throughout the city and reached the ears of the nobility and elders. The protagonist stood on the training ground of his family. He warmed up and said that after a month of recovery, he can finally train. He began his training and said that this body is quite strong and the basic skills are quite solid. The only drawback is that Wang has never practiced powerful techniques. The only thing that saves him is that he practiced first-class techniques in his past life. Runes appeared under his body and books were spinning around him. He said that each of these books was a masterpiece. He would make amends for all the regrets from this in his past lives. The protagonist continued his training with great motivation. At this moment, Cher came up to him from behind and called him by name. She came closer and said that their father asked him to come to the pavilion that Ding Jinbi from the Wutong Academy was waiting for him. Yi Wang asked. With interest, why did he come there? She said that after everything that happened at the academy, he probably came to offer condolences. He thought, what condolences? This is the same fox that was on the battlefield between Wang and Cyan. He watched everything from the side and admired, thereby siding with Cyan Jane. Bei then said in front of Wang, panicking father and sister, that there was a fight in the academy, and in the end, their son died. Very suddenly, he expressed his condolences to this family with an evil smile. The protagonist looked at his sister Wiley and said that they should go and greet their guests. He walked with his sister towards him and thought that he was now Wang and would start rebuilding his family from now on. They entered the building where the four elders were sitting. Jinbei turned to him and asked how his wounds were healing. Wang and Su Er stood in front of everyone. There was a lobbyist, an influential person, Suzy Hai, and a kind-hearted Debi. He repeated his earlier question. The protagonist looked down and thought that this man dared to call himself a good person. He remembered how bad he felt and thought that when Wang was beaten, he ignored it, and now he was trying to act. He wondered why he came there. The protagonist thanked him and said that his wounds had completely recovered. This would probably discourage many people, right? Jinbei frowned and thought, why was this kid acting differently? Did he think that if he was at home, he would dare to stand up to him? Lin Sha looked at the elders and asked people like them would not come there without a reason, so he wondered why they came. Shin smiled and said that he came there to give him some advice. He knew about the family assessment that was held every 4 years, as well as the situation of their family. Right? He asked what the other man was getting at. Shin smiled and said that he should be well aware of what would happen to his family if he lost his position. But does he know what will happen next? He knows how to get out of this situation. However, he is not sure if the Qing leader wants to hear it. The protagonist smiled and asked, why doesn't he tell everyone if the idea is good and will really help their family, they will thank him generously? Xie pointed to his colleague and said that Mr. Ci is the younger brother of the head of the rich Su family. He represents the Su family and can make them one promise if they are willing to cast aside their place among the nobility. In 4 years, the Su family will be able to guarantee the safety of their family. Lianan frowned and asked, judging by what he said, does he think that his family will definitely lose in 4 years? Shin raised a finger and asked, what is the current situation of his poor family? He probably knows more about it than the elders. In the past 20 years, many ruling powers have changed in Lujian province. They will take Mr. Nu, the owner of the herb shop in Donan City, for example. Was he confident that he could maintain his position even though he was more powerful than them and had had many useful connections? Lin Chan got angry and said that this was all being handled by the Jianyu Sacred Land and all other people were appointed by His Majesty the Emperor. No matter how many connections they had, did they really think they could expand it to the Sacred Lands? Shin smiled and asked, was he really so confident that His Majesty the Emperor was so bored that he would bother with such a small province? Besides, in this world, it was the survival of the strongest, so who cared what methods he used? Lin Shan got angry and shouted, so they were only there to block their way. Wasn't that right? He told him that they would leave their position no matter what happened. They would already see to it. Of course, it was still unknown whether the family would be able to last for another 4 years. Lanhan began to clench his fist and said that the Qing bloodline had been in decline for many years, but the family had not fallen so low that others could do whatever they wanted with it if they wanted. They could come and take everything. Let them try too. Rob him or insult him. He would survive. Ci abruptly put his cup down on the table and asked, adjusting his beard, if he understood correctly that he preferred to die with honor rather than live in contempt. He glared at Sii and shouted that his ancestors had made a rule anyone who tried to harm the Riikyu family would be destroyed at any cost. No exceptions. He shouted at his daughter to see the guests off. Shin did not expect this and shouted that this was great because he did not want to do the good thing when his family was thrown out into the street. He should not be angry with him for throwing a stone at him. The protagonist smiled and said that, judging from their tone, they did not come there to throw stones. They came there to show off their strength and diplomatic skills. They were more like a dog barking at people, or even less. Shin got angry and said that, like father, like son, they both sing the same song and do not realize their current situation. Sooner or later, they will regret it. Sei leaned over angrily and said that since the head of the Qing family insisted on his own, he had nothing more to say, and they should leave from there. Jinbi turned to Wang and said that since his wounds were healed, he should come to the academy after all. There was no one among the noble children who would not want to study at the Wutong Academy. He replied that he would certainly return to the academy. He thanked him very much for reminding him of this. Jinbei smiled and said that it was very good because no matter what happened in the academy, he should focus on his studies. The protagonist said that they had a long road ahead of them and no one knew what might happen. He would not see them off, so they should be careful. Lin Shan looked at his son and asked if he was really going to return to this academy. Yuang asked why he shouldn't. He replied that Jinbei was a famous hypocrite in Luang province. He was the one inviting him to the academy, and this did not bode well. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that these three were not as simple as they seemed, so he should return to the academy. It was already a matter of honor for him. When he thought back to the previous duel, he realized that it was a conspiracy not against him specifically, but against their family. His father asked him if he still wanted to return to the academy. Despite all this, he replied that that dog dared to show up at their doorstep. He thought that they were just some scruffy cats that they shouldn't even be afraid of. Lianan agreed with him and said that hundreds of years ago, their family was one of the richest families and was in full swing there. Were only a few people in Luan province who dared to raise their voices in front of their family. The protagonist said that he had been thinking about this lot lately because their family's survival depended on the two of them alone. If he never accepted the challenge and just hid at home, how could he lead their family to greater heights? His father said that he was a wonderful son with great ambitions. He would let him go through with it. But he had to promise him something. When he returned to the academy, he would have to endure all the hardships and not give them a chance to trap him again. The protagonist looked at him and said that he should rest assured that after that incident, he knew very well what he should and should not do. Lanhan took his son by the shoulder and said that he should go ahead and do whatever he thought was right. He would always support him and everything. Yuang thanked him for that after deciding to return to the academy. Wang was not in a hurry to return to Luan province. Instead, he decided to extend his training at home for a whole month. The protagonist trained his abilities and thought that in his past life, martial arts required courage. Therefore, in this life, he will choose the King Kong fist as his main attack technique. In this world, there is a cultivation rule that is very different from his. Back then, there were no qualification boundaries for internal and external cultivation. There, only external strength is trained to reach the limits and heights that the body allows from external to internal. They can create strength within and enter the stage of cultivating internal strength in this world. The external stages are called the power stage of might after they pass the external stages, they enter the stages called all true might. In his past life, he had completely mastered both cultivations and was absolutely invincible. Judging by these stages, his old self would probably be a true might, master of the 9th level or higher, if only he could use all the experience from his past life in this one. About a month later, the protagonist reached the 7th level of power, he said, looking at his hand that he had reached the 7th level of power. If he continues like this, then within 3 months, he will be able to break through the power levels of might and reach the true power levels. He wants to regain about 70 or 80% of his former strength before the family evaluation. Wang hit the tree with his hand to test his ability and said that it was more than enough to clear the test. Of course, ideally, he should reach the peak of the 9th level of true power, but he was still far from that. After that, the tree collapsed to the ground, and he said that as long as his family was there, there was hope. After a while, he came to his house and noticed his sister sitting outside. He walked up to her and asked if something was wrong. Cher stood up and said with a smile that she was doing fine. What did he practice today? The protagonist looked closely at her face and thought that it was written on her face that something was wrong. He turned to her and said that she should tell him what was wrong if she considered him a brother. Then she should not hide anything. Cher sat on the stairs and said, wiping away her tears that Ben from the farmland estate came yesterday and told her something they talked like that for an hour, and this morning his body was found at the front door, he asked. How this could happen? Her eyes widened and she said in a panic that it was all a demon, the demon that had been tormenting her for 6 years. Wang asked what demon Cher said, that when she was 12, the demon said that he liked her. He kept bragging that he would take her away. In 9 years, he also scared her father that he would not let her get married. In other words, in 10 years, he would return to Donan City to destroy her entire family. Their father was afraid that his temper would make him lose his temper, so he never told him about it. The protagonist asked what could be wrong with him. She shook her head and said that she did not know. For 6 years all the guys who talked to her either died or went missing. She became a Death Star. Yuang asked worriedly, he said. 10 years, does that mean there are only 4 years left? Cher looked at him sadly and told him not to worry about her. She is not afraid of him if he leads their family forward. He will not disappoint his father and their ancestors. Then she is ready to make any sacrifice. He said that he will not allow this. Let her live these 4 years and not worry. Cher thanked her brother with a smile on her face. He thought that he could not protect his sister in his past life. So, he must do it in this one. He simply must. After a while, the protagonist stood in front of Wutong Academy. He smiled and said that he was finally there. The moment he stepped onto the academy grounds, there were many students discussing his appearance. They looked at him and asked, "Is it by any chance Wang?" Walking there, they heard he was beaten to death. So how come he is still alive when he got his insignificant life back? He decided not to hide at home but to return to the academy. Although he is not dead, they are afraid that he has become much dumber after being beaten. The protagonist rival Xian was standing. There he turned to Suding and said that this Wang dared to return there. It seems that he does not take them seriously. The protagonist looked at everyone and thought, what a bunch of brats. At this moment, Jean B came out to meet him and said that he finally decided to return to the academy. Wang looked at him and thought that this Jenan Ba was really impatient. He must have an incredible number of plans to ruin his life in the academy. He walked closer to the disciple and asked, "His head injury has already healed, right?" The protagonist looked at him and rudely said it right to his eyes to show what he is worth. Jean smiled and thought that this guy is not that simple. He said that what he did last time had negative consequences. He really hoped that he would be more restrained in the future. Wang thought this old fox is so indifferent to good and evil, yet he dares to call himself kind-hearted Jean. Bai smiled evilly and asked, did he perhaps think that his dean was wrong? The protagonist agreed with him and said that he was right, so he would have to endure all the humiliation when the noble children deigned to mock him again. If they wanted to rob their lands, he would have to give them all the oil. Production and trade as a poor family, they should come to this conclusion, right? Jinbei thought, this Brad has changed. When did he become so sharp-toothed? He said that he knew very well that the moment he decided to return to the academy, he was just trying to cause trouble. He warns him that if he interferes with him, he will be brought before the law. Wang asked, wasn't it he who invited him to return to the academy? He doesn't even know how he wants to deal with him. Jinbei adjusted his glasses and said that he will expel him and kick him out. The protagonist started to leave and said that he now understands his intentions. He will remember his words. After that, he thought, does he want to expel him? Does he really think that he has so much fun messing with these kids? After a while, Wang came to his room in the academy. He opened the door and said that the room was quite spacious. At this moment, his comrade and neighbor Hu Pinyin ran into his room. He screamed in panic. Why did he come back? Wang looked into his eyes. Then he'd walked to his bed and listened to him. Pinan asked, why did he come back to Wutong Academy? Don't you know that he has become the target of Qian and the others? The protagonist said that he is. Well aware of this, he asked if he knew about it. Why was he still there? Sen would pester him. He should be careful. Wang sat on the bed and asked, did he come there to tell him about it? Wasn't he afraid that they would pester him too? Pingying said that they grew up together in Donlin City, so he couldn't help him. But he didn't want to see him being humiliated either. Wang frowned and thought that they were causing him a lot of trouble. This time, it was better for him not to drag others into it. He said that he shouldn't come there unless it was something important. He could handle it on his own. After that, he kicked his friend out of the room and slammed the door. Pinyin scratched his head and asked what happened to him. After a while, the protagonist was sitting on the rooftop at night and meditating. He heard Ting and Lei talking. Ting laughed and asked, "He's not there, where should they hide it?" F said there were only a few ways to do. If they should help him, this time they would help him get it. Ting said he should calm down and hurry after him, after he hid it. They wouldn't succeed if that kid came back. Dubba Wang came down from the rooftop and thought that from what he remembered, Ting was the youngest son of the head of the rich Su family. And he was also famous for his humiliation at Wutong Academy. They looked around and said there was no one around, so they should get out. The protagonist hid and thought that last time Shin accompanied Sei to his house, it looks like that is involved too. He came up to the door where they were standing and asked, opening it, "Tin probably likes to play dirty. Let everything go according to his plan." Then, after some time, screams were heard in the girls' dorm. Everyone was screaming that they had to catch that thief. Panties and bras were missing. Where are all their underwear? They need to catch the thief who is wandering. Around the girls' dorms, they have to do it. Everyone started running and looking for the thief in the rooms. The guys were screaming, scamming. What kind of pervert did this? This is somehow too humiliating. This is called a fetish, isn't it? Tin put his hand to his chin and asked, "Faye, did he see that?" Thief Faye agreed with him and said that he was just going to the toilet, as if for him he suddenly saw someone's silhouette jumping on the walls, and he got a little scared. He asked what the thief looked like. Could he see him? F replied that it was too dark, but he saw him running along the corridors of the bedrooms. Ting turned to everyone and said that there was a thief somewhere over there. From the corridor, the students began to discuss and asked if the thief was among them. That made sense. Everyone should be on guard. Thieves are hard to protect against. They thought that it was really one of the roommates. Sen put his finger forward and said that if he was inside, it would be even easier to find him. They could gather the guys from the area and check the bedrooms one by one. That way, the thief wouldn't have time to run too far, and he wouldn't be able to hide. Ting praised him for such a great idea. Ken suggested that they start with the bedrooms that are empty and the doors are still closed. They are the most suspicious. Ting said that was very good, so they came up with a plan of action. At this moment, the daughter of one of the three great families, Yunin Yen, appeared on the roof. She asked everyone to give her a minute of attention and shouted that they would immediately investigate and report any suspicious movement. She calmly said that there was no need to wait any longer because she wanted to go there personally and check everything. Ting asked worriedly, "Was she probably robbed too?" She jumped off the roof and told him not to dare to come near her. Now they should start investigating without wasting time. He smiled and said that they would do everything to please her. Qing Yin got angry and thought, who dared to steal her underwear? This person must be tired of living already. After a while, the disciple set out to search. Shinan walked silently along the corridor, after which she broke down one of the doors with her foot. Sen entered the room and began to calm the disciple, who was very scared that they were all looking for a criminal. If he is innocent, then let him calm down and continue his business after that. They apologized to that student and went to check further. The dormitory heard the sound of doors being broken down, but they could not find anything. For many rooms, Chinan tried to push another door, but she could not do it. She got angry and asked who lived there. S smiled and said that he seemed to be a child of that family from the eastern city. She said that this guy dared to lock the doors. Sen started knocking on the door and shouted at Wang to come out. He is a bastard. Chingan personally came there and he dared not open the door. Is he hiding something? Chingan became even more angry and said that if he did not open the door, then he should not blame her for being rude the moment her foot hit the door. The protagonist suddenly opened the door and saw her foot in front of his face. He rubbed his eyes and asked what they wanted from him in the middle of the night. Chinan asked with disdain. They had been knocking on his door for quite some time. Hadn't he heard? Then Wang yawned and asked, that was true, but why were they even knocking on his door at this hour? He had almost married the beauty in his sleep, but then they came and ruined everything. Sen screamed that he should stop pretending to be an idiot. There had been a robbery in the women's dormitories, and one of the boys was to blame if he had nothing to hide. Then he should join their investigation and accept their inspection. The main character became worried and asked, room check, why is that? Sen screamed, let him not be an idiot if he refused to be checked. Then he was definitely hiding something. He asked why. Didn't she check them first? Maybe they were hiding something. Checking his room was fine, but how did he know for sure that none of them were just targeting him? If they want to check his room, then let them check the others first. Chan glared at him and asked, he talks too much. They have already checked many rooms before him. Which rooms does he want to check? Wang crossed his arms and said that there is no point in doing so because their owners might just refuse. Ting asked who he is trying to drag into this. He asked in return, why doesn't he set an example he thinks they should start with him? Ting said that if she asks to check his room, he will not object. Sen said that she can do it at any time. The other students took up their initiative and shouted their positive attitudes. Chinan said that he has already seen the attitude of the other students on this, so if he does not get out of the way, then he should not. Blame her for being rude later. The protagonist got angry and said that he will let them check his room, but they should take into account that he is not doing this out of respect. He just wants to know how this whole story will end. After that, Qian went into the room to check and went to the closet. Yuang shouted in a panic to look everywhere but the closet. The disciples shouted that she should open it. There was definitely something hidden there. Qian looked at them and said that she would look at it now. But after she opened the closet, a pile of dirty laundry fell out on her. All the disciples were shocked by what they saw. Chinan grabbed the dirty socks and shouted, "Wen wants to say that he did it unintentionally. Who throws all the socks in a pile anyway?" The protagonist smiled and said that he warned her about it and told her not to open it. They checked his room, which means that the rest can't be left, like that she got angry and shouted that he was talking too much. Let him just follow her. Wang agreed with her and followed her. After a while, they came to the room with the first number. Shinan was nervous and thought that this room, the owner belongs to the power of the country of Lu Zhangdao, a genius of the Da family. Chinan passed this door and went on. The rest of the disciples just followed her while the protagonist walked with a satisfied face. Wan pointed to the door and asked, "They have not checked this room yet. Why did they miss it? Is it possible that their mistress is just checking those who are weaker than her?" He looked at Ting and Sen, after which he asked why they were so quiet. "Maybe something is wrong," Chen shouted that he simply does not deserve such an honor. The protagonist laughed and shouted that they were just scared and they do not even live there if they could see their faces at that moment. After a while, Wan came to the room and asked who lives there. He smelled some kind of fragrance. "Is it possible that this room belongs to one of the girls?" Ting confidently said that this was his room. He was innocent. His words were insulting him. He should be careful because he could sue him for slandering the nobility. Wu Swang smiled and said that whether he was guilty or not, they should still check just in case, or should they not check there. He turned to Chinan and said that it seemed like they had a suspect. Ting got angry and asked what he was trying to achieve with his words. The protagonist turned to Qing'an and said that they were both from famous families. If she did not personally check his room, he was afraid that he would not be able to help. Ting put his hand on his heart and said that if she wanted to check the bedroom, it was at her disposal. He was not afraid of anything at all. Wang smiled and said that he should not get his hopes up too much. He should wait until they checked his mansion. Chinan came crashing into his bedroom and shouted that they should start doing this. She had no reason not to check this room. She silently looked at the closet and stood next to it for a long time thinking. After a while, she opened the closet and women's underwear fell out. All the students were very surprised by what they saw, as was the owner of the room. Shannon looked closely at the underwear and thought that this was her underwear. No one understood what happened except for the protagonist, who called the owner of the room an animal. Wang winked at him and thought that now he should enjoy his torment. Qing'an angrily attacked Ting and he tried to justify himself and screamed in fear. After that, the news that Ting was stealing underwear quickly spread throughout the country. The entire academy leadership was shocked. They had to calm the anger of the girls as well, as restore the good name of Ting and their academy. The girls at the academy despised Ting and said nasty things about him in public. Jin Baiyu walked up to Ting and said that he was afraid to imagine who was behind this terrible incident, who dared to go against his family. He said that for now they should keep quiet and not make much of a fuss. Jin B shouted to the other students that after their thorough investigation, they found that Ting was practicing martial arts with the other students at the same time as the incident, meaning he had a strong alibi. Sen shouted that this was true. He had been with them the whole time, so there was no way he could have done it. Ev shouted that he was from a rich family. He wouldn't dare do such a thing. He really doesn't look like someone who would do such a thing. The other students shouted that this was a setup by someone from a poor family, by the way. Their master likes elephant panties, so there's no way he could have stolen bear panties. Ting got angry and thought that the protagonist would sooner or later answer for such an act. Wang looked at it from the side and thought that it was very convenient to have a high status. You can always get away with it in this world if he is not. strong enough, or does not have the support of influential families. Then he is afraid that he will live like a mangy dog, a world in which a strict hierarchy is built with the clearest boundaries, be it a thing or a person. Everything is part of this hierarchy. Moreover, there the strength of the high is valued and rewarded, and almost all people are proficient in martial arts. All authority is built around how strong he is. Strength is divided into clear boundaries at different levels, different privileges. The only way to enjoy everything at once is to reach the top with your own strength. At this stage, his family is on the very edge of the abyss of the hierarchical ladder. Only because the academy opens its gates to all students, he was able to study calmly. After some time, the main characters reached the 9th level of power. He did not immediately understand it, but when he realized it, he was very happy. Wang clenched his fist and said that he had finally managed to reach the 9th level. He now has so much power. Now he will be able to use his special technique from his past life. So much power. What should he choose? Many books were flying around him. He took one of them and said that this is the easiest technique of all. The secret technique of, in it is better to practice something more aggressive. Mind purification technique to purify the body and mind. Classics of TSM True Kung Fu of the Zero Phase. Absorbing the internal energy of others. A book of ancient Kung Fu of the North. True Hell. Technique. In his past life, he practiced it a lot. Then he should start with what he is most familiar with. Striving is an impulse. This is dominance. Breath of the hot sun, the moon in the river as strong as a VRA, he seeks to dominate himself. VRA is a ritual weapon in Hinduism and Otan Buddhism. Introduction of the true hell technique. If he can reach the 2nd level of this technique, he will be able to deal with any martial artist of the 2nd level of true power at this moment. FGI. Zhang knocked on his door. He called him and shouted that they captured Pin's brother. Wang asked what happened. He thought that he remembered. This kid, after all, he is. Pinyin's cousin Fang Sha said that it was all Ken and the others. The protagonist thought that this Xian was involved again today. He will settle scores with him. He began to leave the room and shouted, "Where did they take Pinyin? He will go there!" Fang Sha shouted in panic. "They are on the hill that is in the bamboo forest." After some time, Pinyin was hanging upside down on a bamboo in that forest. The disciples were discussing it and asked if they thought Wang would dare to show up there after all. He was beaten like a yard dog. Last time he wouldn't have the courage to come. Sen grabbed Pinyin by the hair and said that he shouldn't be offended by them. It's better to blame his friend for only worrying about himself. Sen swung at him and shouted, "He's going to see how strong Pinyin is. Now he wants this so badly, doesn't he?" Suddenly, the main character appeared in the crowd and shouted for everyone to stop. The crowd was discussing it. They said that he really came, isn't he? Afraid of being beaten again. They know that he practiced some secret martial art of being beaten. Everything was said factually. Apparently, this is his favorite technique. How terrible they all are. One of the disciples bet 10 taels of silver that Wang would die this time. Another said that Ken had waited so long to carry out his plans. This Pinyin was so lucky he would be buried alive with Wo Wang. Chen smiled and said to Ting that this little guy had actually come. Wang shouted that he was the one they wanted, so let him go. Ting shouted that, since he had come, he should not be afraid they would not harm him much anymore. After that, he cut the rope with one movement of his hand. Fang Sha ran to his cousin and asked if he was okay. Pinyin tried to come to his senses and answered yes to the question. The protagonist said that they should leave there because they only needed him. Pinyin shouted that he was not going anywhere. He would prove to these runs that they were also worth something, because they were disciples of the Eastern Academy. He was not afraid of them. At this moment, the disciples of the Eastern Academy felt uneasy. Sen smiled and shouted, "Last time he beat him half to death. Maybe he wanted to experience it again. He would teach him a lesson. So let's go." Wang asked if he was sure he wanted to settle old scores. He thought that after everything that happened at the academy, he dared to get in his way. The miserable fool. Many disciples supported Sen with their shouts. He had to teach this disciple a lesson. This time he had to beat him to death. Sen thought that he had been waiting for months for the moment when he could avenge Ting, and now he had a chance to try out his new fighting techniques. Sen turned to Ting and said that he would do them the honor of being Their judge Ting said that he believed that they would fight based on their old grudges, so this time he would be their judge. The protagonist looked at him and said that it was quite funny to be the judge of his servant. Didn't he find something stupid about it? Ting thought that he didn't know how he had survived. Until today. But today he would definitely die after a while. The rivals went their separate ways at this moment. Not far from that place, the disciples began to discuss. One of them said that he heard that Wang and Cyan had a duel in the bamboo forest. Is this their next duel? He had just been beaten half to death. And now he decided to do it again. This guy has ball of steel, they should go and see this after a while. Ting shouted that the duel was starting. Their fight was allowed, the disciples began to support their side and asked to beat the protagonist to death. Panin supported his savior along with his cousin Ken angrily, shouted that he would not get off so easily. This time he would just kill him. Wang smiled and said that he could try it. His opponent screamed at him to bite him. He started to attack first and thought that he couldn't even move because of fear. But after a moment, the protagonist dodged his punch. Sen got angry and thought, did he miss the standing target? He decided to choose the speed tactic and punched enthusiastically. Wang dodged every punch and acted calmly. Sen thought that this was impossible. He was moving too fast. Last time he was quite tough, but his movements were slow after a while. He got tired of trying to get his fist to hit his opponent. He stopped and shouted, "Why is he only dodging? Is he such a coward?" The disciples shouted that this is exactly it. What's the point of dodging? A loser can't even face his opponent's attack. If he's that terrible, then let him give up right now. Let him not disgrace himself. The protagonist smiled and asked what he could do if he was so slow. His opponent got angry and shouted that he would now see how far he could go. Let him try his new techniques on himself. The disciples' eyes widened and shouted that they were just now seeing their master's third level of martial arts strength manifest. He was up to the level of Ting. If his strike hit the target, the protagonist would definitely be dead. Sen used his wind-crushing fist ability and launched an attack at Wang's stomach. A lot of dust appeared on the battlefield, after which Sen rejoiced and shouted that he was not that fast. The disciples shouted in shock that he had hit him and hit him right in the stomach. The disciples who supported the protagonist were extremely panicked by what they saw. Ting smiled and thought that this should be the end of it. The dust on the battlefield began to flutter, after which everyone saw Wang alive. Sen stared at him dumbfounded and couldn't believe it, as did his master Ting. No one could believe it. Sen and Ting looked at the protagonist in disbelief. The dust raised by the blow quickly dissipated and everyone present exclaimed in surprise, "Is he okay?" Didn't even move from his spot. The protagonist thought that he had already reached the first level of true power. Did he really think that he could do anything against him, being only at the third level of martial arts? Frowning, he shouted, "Sen, he is the only one who will fail here." The next moment, he punched his opponent in the cheek with such force that he flew into the rock behind him, causing it to crack and fall apart. The Omirs were shocked, exclaiming, "Cyan is out. He died in one blow. How could such a boy from a common family defeat an elite Fang Sha?" And Pinon happily ran up to Wang while Ting, with his mouth open, thought that it was possible. It had only been a couple of months. How could he reach such a level so quickly? Pinyin, turning to his friend, exclaimed that it was amazing. Fang Sha agreed with him, clenching his fists, and said, "He killed him in just one blow." "What kind of technique is that?" the protagonist replied with a smile that he would definitely teach them this technique someday. For now, he suggested that they leave quickly. Then he turned around and said, "By the way, Mr. Su, thank you very much for being the referee." Ting said his name with his teeth clenched in anger. He told his subordinates to report this too. Ding and the government Wang had killed a member of the Jiang clan in a one-on-one fight at this time. Gifts were flying out of the gates of the Qing family's mansion, and children were running out while covering their heads inside the building. Xiao asked her father what was going on, who came to see them. Linan said that the Neo family who owned the herbal shop dared to send them an offer based on their relationship with the Su family. He told his daughter not to worry, her father would never marry her off to those people. She looked at him and pressed her hand to her chest, saying that she was not afraid of anything as long as she was with Wang. Her father frowned and said, "I wonder how Wang is doing at the academy, at the same time in the academy." The protagonist was sitting on the edge of the bed in a meditative pose. Fan Sha, turning to him, shouted, "We must escape! Return to the eastern city!" Panine shrugged his Shoulders exclaimed, "There is no need, the battle was fair, everyone saw it. If they escape, they can be blamed for starting the fight. That is the whole problem." Wang opened his eyes and looked at them, said that everything is fine, he will watch their further actions, and from now on, they must stay away from him that way. They will not be blamed for anything. Painine looked at him and indignantly shouted that he went through all this just to save him. He will never abandon his hero. His comrades shouted that they are his friends and they must cope with this together. The protagonist smirked and said that in that case they can stay. Jean should just show up any minute after a while. Jean walked forward resolutely, shouting at Wang that he was warning him not to do anything rash. He was arranging one-on-one fights and killing his opponents. All the evidence was against him. "Someone bring him here!" Wang, coming out of the door of the room, asked, "One-on-one fights, the dean doesn't think that everyone around was blind, does he? It was a fair duel, there were many witnesses, and Mr. Su, as the referee, Ting, at this time turning to the dean, said that this was clearly not the case. This was Wang's revenge based on hatred for Cyan. If he didn't believe him, should ask someone from the crowd." Then he frowned and thought, "Let's see if someone could go against his family." The students present looked from side to side in confusion, but they all said that they hadn't seen anything. Jean spread his arms out and said with a smile, "Wang, he heard it all. No one can justify him." At this moment, the protagonist's friends approached him. Painine, putting his hand to his chest, exclaimed that he could confirm it. It was a fair fight. Fang Sha, supporting him, added that he confirmed it. Jean pointed his finger at them and said, "The three of them are from the eastern city. Who knows, maybe they are." Just covering for each other, their words mean nothing. The head of the Jiang family. Ma Jiang approached the scene of the showdown and loudly asked where the killer of his son was. Behind him stood the eldest son Yao Zhang, demanding that the culprit come out and fight him in revenge for his brother. The dean, turning to Mao, awkwardly said that he was here in response. Mao asked why he didn't just arrest him. Ting, clasping his hands behind his back, shouted that the evidence was there and he should file an arrest warrant. Jean, with his arms folded, turned to the protagonist and said that no one could prove his innocence. Then he ordered that he be captured. Wang, with his arms outstretched and smiling, exclaimed, "Wonderful, simply wonderful. There is not a single disciple from Liang who would dare to tell the truth at any time." "Well, did he, Wang, bite through them?" Jean frowned and shouted at him to stop talking nonsense and to quickly capture him at this moment. Yang came to the scene of the showdown and shouted for them to wait. Walking forward, he turned to Ting and said, "Is this how he acts as a judge?" The people present asked in surprise Dashi Yang, "It's getting more and more interesting. Even a member of the Dashi family has come." He is not very pleased with Tink behavior. The dean walked up to Yang and, with his arms folded, asked, "Does he have anything to say?" Yang said that he was a little worried that other countries had a good excuse to laugh at them since there was not a single decent person among them. Lord Bai, he would be his witness. Wang and Cyan had fought a fair fight, and yes, Ting was there as the judge. His words were all the evidence he needed. If anyone wanted to argue with them, let them come forward and discuss it with him. Jean came forward and exclaimed, "Did he really see all this with his own eyes? Ma, young master, his son's death, he was asking him to bring justice to him." Yang turned to them and said, "When had they ever seen anyone from the Dashi family not keep their word?" Pinging shouted excitedly, "Lord Dean, he heard him right." The young master said that it was a fair fight. His comrade confirmed his words and said, "And what to do with those who forged the evidence?" He had to say something. Jean pointed his finger forward and shouted that this matter needed to be thoroughly investigated. However, Wang often caused trouble for others. Even if it was a fair fight, he was still responsible for disrupting the harmony of their academy. He had warned him. The protagonist enveloped himself in energy and asked, he just wanted to throw him out. Right, frowning, he asked. He thought he didn't have enough strength. The protagonist smiled and said, "Is he so sure that he wants to stay in this shitty place he stayed for a few months just to wait for? The right moment, the moment when that miserable idiot Cyan would come for his death?" The dean, indignant at his words, glared at him. At this time, Wang, resolutely heading towards the exit, loudly declared that he did not intend to stay in this academy for a second longer. His comrades, following behind him, announced their departure with no less determination. Jean watched them go, looking forward to the moment when they would take the martial arts exam in 3.5 years. Wang turned around and ironically remarked that even his greed had its limits. He guessed that the SEC land of Jingu would probably Send representatives to administer the exam. After all, the respected Dean was essentially just a servant of the aristocrats. What right did he have to influence the exam process? Ma couldn't bear it any longer and exclaimed that he had killed his son, and now he thought he could get away with it. The protagonist turned around, looked at him calmly, and said that it was a fair fight, and only fate decided who would die. Was Elder Jang planning to kill him in public? He thought that he definitely had a true second strength. He was not yet able to defeat him. In any case, Elder Jang would not be able to openly break the law. Ting clenched his fists and shouted, "Let's see how much his pride can take." The protagonist called them to attention and explained that everything that had happened today was due to their negligence towards his family. The mountains would never meet unlike them. They should wait for him in 3 years, Ma. Watching him go, swore that he would make him pay for everything. Jean, turning to him, warned him to be careful now. The Qing family is under the protection of the dashi, and the family evaluation will be held in 3 years. Then the Qing family will definitely be destroyed the next day. The dashi family elder Daxian folded his arms and said, "This Wang is not that simple looking forward?" he asked curiously. "Is Wang from the Per class? I wonder if he has been patiently waiting for his moment for a long time so that he can finally strike back. It seems that if other families try to rob the Dayuang family, they will only create more trouble for themselves." Yan looked at him and asked in confusion why that incident of Sen's death was only due to a dispute between martial arts disciples. He felt that this would not change the overall situation much. His father chuckled and said, if he had not intervened as a witness, everything would have been much simpler. However, this happened and the situation has changed. Right now, the Su family is somewhat wary of the possibility that the Q family may have close ties with their family. Yang asked if they should prove their innocence by distancing themselves from the Qing family. The elder replied that there was no need for that, and there was no need for them to be nice to aristocrats like the Zhang family. In fact, this Wang was quite a brave and resourceful young man, so he should have a good relationship with his family. After thinking for a while, the son asked if there was any news about his elder brother. H said that his brother would not be able to help him at the moment, but he did not have to worry about him. He was already an adult and would recover soon. Yan looked ahead and said, "Brother." After a while, Fan Sha, sitting on the carriage, turned to the protagonist and asked, "Will they be able to get home safely?" Penine asked Will. They ambushed them halfway. The protagonist waved his hand and replied that everything would be fine and they should not worry. His companion bowed his head and asked why he was so sure of that. Wang looked at him and said that he would only say 3 words: the highly respected Dashi family. The news that Wang had defeated a member of a famous family and left the academy quickly spread through root. Donlin at the Qing family manor, the elder addressed his daughter and said that Wang should be almost here and suggested that they go out and greet him. She agreed with him, and as they left the house, he remarked that this time Wang had managed to take revenge on Xian and win glory for their family. At this moment, the herbalist Nu Da and his eldest son Nguyen approached them. Da said that Madame Xiao had heard that they were here and had come out to greet them. Turning to his son, he suggested that he go and talk to Madame. Xiao folded his arms and agreed with him. Lianen stepped forward and asked indignantly, "Do you have any questions for them?" Finn looked at him and laughed, and his father told him not to worry. It was just that the father and son came here to propose marriage and also to discuss the possibility of cooperation. With them, Lian An frowned and asked in confusion, "Cooperation?" At this moment, the protagonist appeared behind them and asked what cooperation. His family members turned around and happily greeted him. Di said with a smile, "Young Master Qing is back. He heard that he defeated a member of a famous family, asked to accept his congratulations. He thought that this kid definitely did it with someone's help." Wang, turning to him, said that he was too late. Master Su had already retracted his words about destroying his family and protecting him after falling the elder of the Neo family, stretching out his hand to the E. Side asked if he was so sure about this. He is quite close to Master Su. Once Elder Qin gave up his position and accepted the proposal, he would take care of their safety. The protagonist looked at him seriously and told him to go back to where he came from. They would wait for Mr. Su to do something against them. Di shouted indignantly, "Elder Qing is a young man now running his family." Lianan confirmed his words and said that his son's words are his words. It's time for him to leave already. Finn clenched his fist, indignant, and shouted at the protagonist if he doesn't let him marry his sister today. But then he will beg him to marry her, but he must know that he will not accept his proposal. As Yuan walked towards the house, he turned around and said, "Little Nu, if he wants, he can marry their cows." After that, he slammed the door behind him, and the elder of the new family gritted his teeth and shouted indignant, "A family that doesn't distinguish between good and bad. Well, they'll watch them rot." After a while sitting in the backyard, Linan said, "Great, well done." The protagonist looked at him and said that he expected him to be ashamed of him. Father the elders said that defeating a member of a famous family is already worthy of respect. How can father be ashamed of this? Wang said that Ken's death is just the beginning. It will only get worse from here. Father frowned and said, "But these rich people won't let this incident go unnoticed." After that, he coughed and blood gushed out of his mouth. Everyone stood up and shouted anxiously. Father, the protagonist, put his hand on his father's shoulder and thought that this is too complicated. It seems that he is overtrained, his father's ability is not that good, so if he is too hasty with his training, he will die sooner or later because of his internal energy, just like in his previous life. Leon stretched out his hand to his side and said that everything was fine, just a bug got into his mouth. Shh. O pressed her hand to her chest and said excitedly that he coughed up blood and said that everything was fine. She would call a doctor right away. Wang said that there was no need for, that he knew how to help him. They looked at him in surprise and asked, "Does he know?" After a while, the protagonist continued to prick his father's body with needles. Shh, asked her father how he felt. He said that the meridians in his body had become much softer. Wang told him that he had overdone the training, because of which his internal qi energy was not purified in time. Therefore, as a result, it caused the disorder and absorption of his meridians. He used silver needles to draw out the chaotic energy from his body. The elder said that he was good, and then asked, "But where did he learn this?" The protagonist clenched his fist and said with a smile that after so many years of training in the academy, he did not learn much, but he read a lot of literature on medicine. This is what came out in the end. He thought that silver needles were guiding internal energy anyway. They could relieve the symptoms, but not completely cure a person. Therefore, the more he trained, the worse he became. In order to heal, he must read the masterpiece of the Shellen School, the book Changing Tendons. He must cleanse his spinal cord and completely cut off his hair with that. He took out the book he took from the academy. He did not quite understand the contents, so he thought he should take a look at this. Lannan took the book in his hands. In surprise, and after opening it, he exclaimed in shock, "Wang, he really took this from the academy." The protagonist replied that Jean would not have understood the book anyway. He thought that there might be some useful exercises in it. So he took it with him. He was not even sure if they would believe the story. Le said that the Wutong Academy had existed for several centuries, and it was no wonder that such books could be found there. Perhaps without them, the academy would not have become what it is today. Wang looked at the book and asked what was written in this book. The elder replied that it contained a serious collection of techniques. These were exactly the techniques that their family lacked. Wang said that he had read before about the need to break and rise up, cleanse one's spinal cord, and cut one's hair in order to be reborn. It was risky, but all the strongest people who achieved heights in martial arts take risks one way or another. The elder handed him the book and told him to take it. He was sure that it would be useful to him in the future. The main character smiled and replied that this would not happen. Anytime soon. He can't use these techniques now, but he can and should try. Perhaps it will help him heal. Lianan agreed with him and told him to investigate these instructions first. When he reaches a certain level, he will teach him this. Then, turning to his daughter, he said that he will guide her on the path that will lead to true strength of the second rank. Before the family assessment, Yuang smiled and thought that with the book Changing Tendons, he can not only heal his meridians but also transform them. The results of training will become better and better. In 3 years, the father has every chance of reaching the true strength of the 4th level at this time. Mao stood next to the coffin of his son, veins of anger appearing on his face. He shouted, "When?" He wants his entire family to know this grief. See how came up to him from behind and said that he understood his feelings, but they should hold off on revenge. Ma furrowed his brows and thought, after all, the Su family was trying to seize the Qing family's place, and his son was caught up in their squabbles. It was all the Qing family's fault. He then turned around and told him not to worry. He understood everything. He extended a trembling hand. to his face and exclaimed, "Damn the Qing family, so be it, he would let them live a little longer after a while." Wang, standing at the edge of the cliff, took a deep breath of fresh air. He resolutely stepped down from the cliff, landing on the ground with a smile on his face. It flashed through his mind that it had only been a few days since he returned home as expected. The practice on Great Sang Mountain had been much more productive. At this moment, his friends ran up to him, waving their hands and greeting him happily. He noticed that they had been taught a good lesson at home, as he could see his friends covered in bruises and abrasions laughed as they recalled how their father had shouted at them while throwing punches, saying that they dared to drop out of the academy without permission and that they should stop following Wang around so much. Painan clenched his fists and turned to his friend and said that he heard from senior sisters this morning that Wang was planning to climb the Great Tea Mountain. The protagonist sat down on the edge of a rock and confirmed this information. He then asked what their plans were. Panin answered with an awkward smile that for now he could only practice some basic techniques at home. Like, before they had no martial arts books, he hoped that he would survive the exams and be able to see his parents. His companion laughed awkwardly and said that he would rather remain silent, turning to Wang. He asked how he was training in just a few months. He had reached such a level that he could even defeat Cyan. Pinyin happily agreed with him and asked, "Can he teach them?" The protagonist looked at them and thought that these two, although they were born in a poor family, had a strong spirit and courage. Such people were rare. It was amazing that Wang could find such wonderful friends. Then, raising his index finger up, he said that if they wanted to become stronger, he could give them a set of cultivation techniques. If they followed them, they would be able to pass the exam successfully, and the most important thing was perseverance. They clenched their fists happily and agreed with him, promising to be the embodiment of perseverance. Wang spent the next 3 months teaching them basic techniques: push-ups, handstands, meditation, and jogging. One day while they were jogging, Pinyin turned to his friend who was running behind him and shouted that they had almost caught up with Wang today when they finally caught up with the protagonist, breathing heavily and holding on to the trees. They said that they finally didn't lose him today. Panine, holding onto the trees with all his might, asked if they were any closer to his level. As he rested his hands on his knees, he noticed the many weights on the protagonist's legs. They looked at it in surprise and exclaimed, had he really been training with these iron blocks on his legs all this time? Wang smiled and said that starting tomorrow, they would do the same. They looked at him in fear, but he raised his index finger and said, okay, now he's going to teach them some aggressive martial arts techniques. They asked in surprise martial arts. He replied that their personalities were different, so the techniques suited them differently. Painan would learn the 18 delicacies. This technique is powerful, fierce, and for real men. Von Shaw will learn the flexible snake grip, which involve VV's cunning and fighting against tradition. He then told them to repeat after him, and listen carefully. He will not repeat. Then he closed his eyes and began to chant, run like a stream, move like a candle flame. Closing his eyes, his friends began to repeat after him, and an aura began to swirl around their bodies. Fon Sha, looking at his hand, covered in energy, exclaimed in surprise just by reciting the mantra. He can already feel all this power flowing within him. Painan also looked at his hand and could not help but be amazed. Ahmed, he would really give this to them. How much power! Family techniques are not comparable to this. Wang smiled and told them to take it because they are friends, and they looked at their friend with admiration. After that, Pinyin and Fang Sha began training day by day. Their strength slowly but surely increased. However, the head of the family soon became furious. Holding a club in his hand, he shouted, those damn sons ran off to that Wang again yesterday. How could he not kill them? Today he told them to stay away from him. Did they decide to defect to the Qing family? He then turned his attention to his sons, fighting, and wonder when did those two brats become so strong. He then called them over and asked who taught them this. They stopped in confusion, and Fan Sha hesitantly said that it was Wang, the head of the family, shouted in annoyance him again. How many times has he told them that the Q family has offended the rich families? Nothing good can be expected from them. F. Shaw said in a confused voice. But Uncle Hu, they have learned a lot from Brother Wang. The head of the family exclaimed indignantly. So what, they think he is better than a normal teacher? He then said that he will test them today. The two of them will start off together, and he won't even need any inner strength too. defeat them pinning, clenched his fist and looked at him and shouted, "Father, is he serious? He doesn't want to hurt him." He laughed and told him to use all his strength then and show the Hu family what his profound strength is capable of. After that, the boys concentrated their energy on Elder, who looked at them and thought, "Two little brats, they should look at their own. He doesn't even have to try. They should feel the power of a truly strong man." Painan frowned and thought, "Father is a master of true might. He must try hard the next moment." They simultaneously struck their father in the stomach and his mouth opened in pain. Painan excitedly shouted, "Father, is he okay?" He raised his hands and said that such a low level of attacks will not affect him at all. Then he said that they can continue their training with W. Wang. They looked at him in surprise and he turned around and said that he was now going to his room to rest. Fang Sha looked after him and asked, "Is this the power of true and mighty?" How amazing! The elder, having gone around the corner of the building, fell to his knees, blood flowing from his mouth, trying to catch his breath. He thought that this was unexpected. They looked weak, but in fact, they were quite strong, these boys were. Still at the martial arts stage, however, if they continued in the same spirit, they would reach unprecedented heights. It seemed that Wang's victory, or was it still due to his strength and not deception? Painan and Fang Sha followed him. Perhaps these three could lead their families to previously unseen statuses. After a while, the protagonist sitting on a rock watched his friends fight with a smile. Fang Sha, smiling, exclaimed, "Brother Painan, he feels stronger every day." In response, Painan said with a smile, "The techniques he received from Brother Wang are simply incredible." He then clenched his fist and said that it would be great to reach the 5th level of martial arts before the exam. After all, it would be easy to break through to true power, and this in turn could affect their family, and in the future he would not have to worry about being punched by his father at this moment. Fang Sha slapped him in the face, and the protagonist, smiling, thought that true power was a way to build a strong family relationship. Their set of exercises were just basic techniques, but if they continued in the same spirit, they would be able to reach stages they had never dreamed of. He then stood up and turned around, saying that he would go and climb higher. His friends agreed with him, and he jumped onto the rock with a few leaps. Crouching in a meditative pose, he began to concentrate the energy in his hands, and then released a powerful bolt of fire energy. He said that a year had already passed, and he had been able to upgrade his technique to the 6th level, which was 50% of what he had in his previous life. He needed to try harder to restore at least 80% before the family assessment. In 2 years, he must lead the Q family to the top. Everything he has in this life, he must protect. Pin and Fang Sha are already skilled in their martial arts. He is very happy with Lanchan. With the help of the Tendon Change book, he was able to reach the 3rd level of true power, and not only did he master the true Hell technique, but he was also able to practice the Frozen Finger and 9 Sun Strikes. 2 years later, the martial arts exam officially began. The protagonist began preparing for the exam by lighting incense, and soon it was time to register Shio. Looking around, said with a smile that it was lively here. Lennon looked at the documents in his hands, thought about it, and said that after all, this was an event that did not happen often. The protagonist looked at him and thought that with his father's character, he could say that he would not strive for the highest positions, but would simply live with what he had. He then asked his father to let him fill out the registration form. His father agreed and handed over the documents, saying that sooner or later he would have to face it. He and his sister would be waiting outside. Yuang looked at the document and thought, as expected, the aristocrats regulate the prices. The registration fee alone had kept many people out of the exam. The family's ancestors were rich. If he could regain the status of TQ, his father would be overjoyed. The rich class is the highest among the Shu classes. To obtain it, he needs at least 1 warrior in the family at the 4th level of true might with his current strength. If it is not someone above the 8th level of true might, he will be able to defeat him. Wang is at the 8th level of true might. He then walked up to the reception desk and handed him the registration form while addressing the employee. The employee tossed him a token and told him that he should put it there, and then he can go in only with the qualification card after moving to a safe distance. He watched with interest as the employee greeted Mr. Yoon. The protagonist clutched the token in his hand and thought that even greetings can be different for everyone. Then he turned his attention to the people gathered around Mao, turned to Lanchan with a smile and asked, how could the patriarch of a poor family not show courtesy before a test that honored guests would take? Didn't he have any manners? One of the observers called the others and said that the rich were bullying the poor again. A man next to them remarked that it was a beautiful sight. Lennon frowned and thought that Wang would soon begin the martial arts test and it would be awkward for him to argue with them in public. Elder J.N. laughed, and at that moment, Wang came up to them and said, "Oh, hello, could it be Mr. Jiang?" Then he turned to him with a smile and said that he didn't look well. "Did he have nightmares last night?" they exclaimed indignantly. Wang suddenly looked at him and said, "You arrogant child! He asks if I may remind him that one of the most important things in the future is to know when to retreat and when to advance. He should realize this before it is too late." The protagonist, turning to him, said that he understood his words. He promised that he would gladly give up his family's current position to him. He added that a wise man always knows how to deal with circumstances. Linan, his son, is much smarter than him. In this regard, the protagonist turned to the father of the family and said that this is his promise and they will meet later. Honorable S. Mao, turning to SLE, asked if he believed Wang's words. He replied that whether he believed it or not, he was sure that eventually the Qing family would have to pick up someone's piece of meat thrown to the ground even if they did not want to. He had already done his investigation. The Qin family had not had any contact with the Dashi family for the past 3 years. He thinks he understands what it means. Ma smirked and said, "Of course." After a while, Shio said to his brother that even the status of a poor family was hard. One for his father. Does he really want to give up their position? How will he explain this to his ancestors? Lianan looked at him and thought that Wang would not give up their position just like that. Why did he say that, son? His father misunderstands him more and more every day. Wang told them to trust him no matter what. He will not allow the Qing family to stumble. Even more, he thought that if they wanted their poor class so much, then go ahead. He was just going to change it to a rich one. The hour when the Qing family would rise above everyone else was closer than ever. When night fell, the father advised his son to get a good rest and prepare for the exam tomorrow. The son agreed with him, lying on the bed. He thought that if the rules of this world didn't interfere, the rich families would have passed the exam long ago by just paying, no matter he was too lazy to think about those idiots. Then he suddenly raised his head, turning his attention to his door, and the next moment a man rushed in, destroying the door in front of him. Wang suddenly rose from the bed, blocking the opponent's attack, grabbed his arm and struck back, grabbing his neck. The bandit thought that he couldn't move. How could an ordinary boy stop a man with true strength? The protagonist asked him who sent him. The warrior's eyes widened in confusion. He thought that this feeling of tension he would definitely be killed. Wang approached him and squeezed his throat harder, saying that it seemed like he would not say anything. The man shouted in fear. "Lord Mao Jiang, he told him to kill him and then kidnap his sister to have fun with her." The next moment, Wang killed the opponent with one move and repeated, "Mahjong, he didn't intentionally provoke him, but he seemed to dislike it. Mr. JN likes to play. Then he should let him join in. He swears that they will play until he begs him to stop in this exam. The highest level is considered to be the 9th level of martial arts. On average, students reach the 4th or 5th level, and rich children and those from prestigious families can reach the 6th or 7th. Many are still hesitant, but at the moment it is believed that only Yang is at the 9th level of martial arts among the participants. Yuang looked around and said, "There are so many fighters here." The elder of the Yun family, turning to his daughter, said that they must give it their all today. She clenched her fist and assured her father that she would do everything at the highest level when Ting approached. The girls looked at him with admiration, praising his talent. He smirked and thought that he would definitely pass the exam this year. Then he noticed that the girls had turned their attention to Yang, looking at him with undisguised adoration, gritting his teeth. He thought irritably that it seemed like his only rival would be Yang. This time, Painan waved his hand and called out to Wang with a smile. He walked up to them and put his hand on his hip and said that he saw that they were full of confidence today. Fang Sha clenched his fist and replied with complete confidence. Panine laughed awkwardly and said that after so many years of training, he wouldn't be able to look him in the eye if he didn't get a single grade D. Turned to Lanan and asked if his son had come to watch the show. D's second son. Yodo folded his arms with a smirk and asked, "Wang, is he here to compete with first-level martial arts students?" Panine exclaimed, "What did he just say?" Do replied that the two of them could only follow Wang around all day long. Why shouldn't they follow him? Panin roared that no one gave him the right to slander Wang. The protagonist put his hand out and said that what Brother Du said was true. They were such trash after the exam he would beg and stand by his side. He then placed his hand on Do's shoulder and told him to take care of himself during the exam. After that, he patted his shoulder, releasing some of his energy. The new family then turned their attention to Yang, who had passed by them. D folded his hands and followed him, saying that he was from Donan City and would support poor families. Please, Yan looked at him arrogantly and told him to leave him alone. D scratched his head awkwardly and then turned to Melly. Marley ignored him and told him to get out of the way. Painan and Fang Sha watched the scene and laughed and said, "How shameless he was at this moment!" Lianan turned to his son and urged him not to let him down. The protagonist told him not to worry and he would do his best. Then turning to his friends, he urged them to show their best. They readily agreed and stepped forward with determination. Soon the host winked and said good morning. Fighters, she introduced herself as Inwan and announced the rules of the competition: a 3-hour run around the Lujiang area, a distance of 100 miles, the score would be, based on the arrival time of each participant. Along the way, they would encounter a jungle cliffs, the Wayne River, and a temple and a tower would guide the way. But the most important thing was that they could not cheat. Everyone would be watched. The host raised her index finger and said so. Babes, go without wasting a second. The participants rushed forward. Ting turned around and looked at Wang and said with disdain, the scum of the poor family should just swallow the dust behind them. But the next moment, the protagonist got ahead of him and turned around and said, "Young Master Su, then enjoy your meal." He then kicked off the ground and rushed forward, kicking off the rock and continued running. Ting gritted his teeth in irritation and thought, "How is this possible?" Yang, surprised, thought, "How strong has he become?" And Qin Yen, surprised, looked ahead and thought, "So fast, is this really that Wang?" Meanwhile, the competition workers were talking among themselves, wondering who will come first this year. One of them put his hands on his hips and asked, "Who will come first?" His colleague replied, "Does he doubt the son of the Dashi family?" The next moment, a participant ran past them and the papers lying on the table. Scattered, the workers looked back in surprise. The current status of the test was Wang in first, then Yang Ting and the others. Meanwhile, Do was sitting by the tree with his pants down and saying what the hell he got. Diarrhea right at the beginning of the test. At this moment, Yang ran past the workers and one of them asked, "Is this, by any chance, Dashi?" His comrade replied that it was. They exclaimed in surprise. Then who ran in front of him? Meanwhile, the protagonist had significantly outpaced everyone. He thought that after running around the Great Tongue Mountain for 3 years, this test was a piece of cake for him. He ran forward at a rapid pace past stone statues, small buildings, monuments ran on water, and then crossed the finish line. The worker, who was distracted by lunch, looked at him in surprise, then handed him a report card and told him to take the score sheet and go to the next test site, then whining the noodles on his fork. He looked after the protagonists and thought, unbelievable, he ran 100 miles in just an hour. He is afraid that no one from the Byway Kingdom can compare to him. Meanwhile, one of the workers for the next test, with his hands on his hips, said that the difficulty of the exam has increased this year, though. Iron balls have become twice as heavy as before. His colleague agreed with him and said that if they do not have anyone capable from the Bui Kingdom, then their conversation was interrupted by Wang asking for forgiveness. He held the balls above his head and asked, should he hold it like this? The work opened their mouths in surprise and exclaimed 2 at a time, and the heaviest ones at that, 1,500 kilojoules. Then the worker handed him an assessment sheet with another absolute score and asked, is he really 18? The protagonist smiled and said that lying about age, he thought it was a privilege of the rich. Where did they see that children from poor families had such opportunities? Then he headed for the stairs and began to climb up. One of the workers looking after him noted with surprise that it turns out that there are real geniuses in Luang province. Meanwhile, the examiners of the next test, tired, sat in their chairs. One of them asked his colleague to get some sleep since this run would not be over soon. At this moment, the protagonist approached them and asked if he could go to the arena. The worker getting up from his chair asked what test he was taking here? The protagonist answered, a dexterity test, not believing his ears. The worker clarified, had he already passed the strength test? Well, good, the dexterity test had 3 difficulty levels, easy, medium, and hard. The The protagonist chose the most difficult one, the worker asked. Was he sure the highest level involved dodging 30 flying knives? Many fighters tried to pass this test, but ended up dying in agony. However, the protagonist confidently stood in the center of the arena and said, "Come on, already!" The next moment, many knives rained down on him. The examiner exclaimed in surprise. "Why is this guy just standing there?" He should move, his colleague added that it was too late. But at the same time, the protagonist easily dodged all the knives and even caught one of them. He asked, "Is that all?" The workers exclaimed in confusion. How is this possible? A knife thrown by a master of the power of might was caught by an ordinary guy. One of the workers took the evaluation sheet and said, "Martial arts." Student Liu Wang, I am sure he will get the highest score in this exam. He then handed the sheet to the protagonist and asked if he would mind having lunch with him after the exam. Wang took the report card with a smile and respectfully replied that he dared not refuse the invitation of the elder, the worker. Pointed his finger forward and said, "Okay, he needs to go to the next area for the test." After some time, the protagonist, looking at the dolls covered in a powerful aura, thought the last test is a test that checks the level of combat ability. The highest difficulty is a fight with 4 dolls at once. One of the workers in this test noted that even with excellent grades, choosing this level of difficulty is pure suicide. His colleague, folding his arms on his chest, added, "Of course, it's a pity for the boy. They should call someone to clean up the corpse later." However, Yuan easily dodged the attacks and delivered his blows too. The dolls, he understood that this test requires him to show everything he is capable of and even more, even with perfect mastery of basic techniques. If he does not have sophisticated ones in his arsenal, he will find himself in an unpleasant situation. According to the rules, he had to stand for 10 minutes. But no one said that they can't be destroyed. Then he began to destroy the dolls one by one, the workers with their mouths open. In surprise, exclaimed, They are not sleeping." The protagonist continued to destroy the dolls, and then standing on a mountain of destroyed dolls apologized. He asked if he needed to stand on the platform for 10 minutes to pass the test. The worker replied that this was not necessary, he should just come up. Then the protagonist headed for the exit, having received another absolute score. After some time, the worker of the last test ran to June, opening the room. "He!" exclaimed the main examiner. June turned to him and asked what happened. He should have remembered that he was sent here by the royal family, so he was prepared for any surprises. The worker handed him the evaluation sheet and shouted, "Absolute scores! The martial arts student got absolute scores!" June holding the book in his hands asked in bewilderment, "So what, every year they have at least a couple of students with perfect school scores?" However, the worker who was listening carefully objected. "Of course that's true, but what about the student who was able to destroy all the dolls?" June was shocked what he saw it himself. Worker confirmed his words, and then June said that first of all, he must keep his results a secret. Once the exam is over, he will be promoted to the 7th level. The worker agreed and promised to pass on his words and keep the results a secret at this time, at the exit of the tests. One of the people present, turning to his friend, said, "Look, someone is already leaving." His friend, folding his arms across his chest, objected. That was impossible. Only a little over an hour had passed. The Qing family also left, and Shio, waving her hand, called her brother. The guy, turning to his friend, said, "It's that kid from a poor family. It looks like he was disqualified and sent home." Exio asked how the exam went. Wang replied that it was quite good, sister. He needed to talk to her. Dee laughed behind the protagonist, telling him not to be upset. How was his dough? The best, right? The protagonist turned around, punched his own hand, and said with admiration in his eyes, "Oh, brother, Do should have finished by now at this time." Do himself was lying on the ground, stretching out his hand, desperately asking for help. Dee looked at the protagonist in surprise, watching them. Samly noticed that Zhang seemed to not quite understand what he said. Mouse smiled awkwardly and said, "This kid." Then he frowned and clenched his teeth, wondering what the hell happened to that damned killer. Nothing has changed, and he still hasn't shown up. Suli looked at the butterfly that landed on his finger and said that this is not all. Even if a person was at the peak of true might and participated in this exam, he would not come out in less than 2 hours. If the son cannot complete the exam, he will only put a waste of money and effort. Then he threw back his head and said that the Qing family that existed in Lujiang province for more than 400 years has come to an end. After a while in the Lananin, he exclaimed in surprise. Did he pass everything he says, that he destroyed all the dolls in the battle test? The protagonist replied that everything is correct. The rules do not say anything about this, and besides, the examiner was not very worried, he just gave him the highest score. Shio, turning to her father, asked, "Is something wrong?" He lowered his gaze and said that these dolls were created based on the strength level of the peak of true might. In other words, he looked at his son and said that he had always believed him even when he was a child, but could he promise that all of this was not a lie? Even if he was disqualified, it was okay, they would just become ordinary citizens. Wang realized that convincing his father would not be easy. Therefore, he needed to demonstrate some of his strength. Concentrating his energy around himself, he began to carry out his plan among the tens of thousands of participants. 9-10 were doomed to eternal destruction, the rest received. Rankings and assessments of their martial arts levels, most people reached the 3rd or 4th level, which is considered average. Only a few were able to reach the 5th level, which is already considered an advanced level. If they put in effort, they can advance to the 6th level of true power. The 7th level of martial arts is the current pinnacle from there. One can easily rise to the 6th level of true power. The minimum requirement for a family is to have a master at level 6. As for level 8, it seems that it is only available to royal families on the day of the results announcement. Even the students of level 1 martial arts were there. Do looked at the results and was indignant and shouted, "Level 1. One of the students looked at the result and laughed loudly, and his comrade added that this was probably a new record for the BWE Kingdom, after which they both laughed near the results. The students carefully looked at the writing. One of them noted that at the top of the list was a member of the Dashi family who had reached level 8. However, what caught their attention was the mention of a level 7 in a poor family who is this. No one has ever heard of such a thing. The protagonist looked at the results and thought level as it seems that he is underestimated. Yang is a name meaning power and glory. It seems that he is really strong. He took his side last time, which shows his integrity. Then his friends ran up to him. Fang Sha clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Wang is amazing! He actually managed to reach the 7th. Level." Panine added with a smile that he was sure that Wang would be able to reach the 6th level of true power in the future. The protagonist looked at them and said that they were also quite good. Both having reached the 6th level, one of the students looking after them asked, "Is this the bum on the 7th level?" His comrade replied that he looked like an ordinary guy, but he was on the same level as the children of rich families. The Qing family came out to meet them. Lanan called his son, and he, seeing them, said, "Father, sister." The elder asked, "Has he seen his results yet?" Panin exclaimed, with a smile, "Uncle Qing, Wang is at the 7th level of martial arts." Fang Sha proudly put his hands on his hips and added that he was the only one from a poor family who could get there. The elder remembered his son saying that he wanted to show off his true strength. A powerful energy enveloped the protagonist's body, shocking his family. Shou exclaimed in surprise, "This is internal energy." Lanshan thought that when he saw this, he was sure that Wang would be able to reach the peak of true might, even with the limits for the exams. This is at least the 9th level of martial arts. Then they noticed a man stretching the crowd and shouting, "Get out of the way! The elder of the Su family has come to see the results." "Get out of the way!" one of the students exclaimed. "Oh, this is the Su family. They really deserve to be called a rich family, young." Master Su is one of the 3 students at the 7th level. His companion, without hiding his surprise, added, "This is always like this with these big families. They always have young talents who show off their talent in the exams." The protagonist, watching what was happening, thought that this was a world of the strongest. Here people bully and destroy each other, but they do not respond in kind, but only admire and envy. Mao, turning to Sul, said that young Master Ting had reached the 7th level of martial arts, which is lower than Yan Sunli, replied, "Very good, the future of their family is in the hands of Ting." Mao added, "However, Wu Wang is also at the 7th level." Sunli, looking at him, asked, "Is he sure?" He gritted his teeth and confidently answered, "Absolutely." Somai continued, "Even if Wang is at the 7th level, he is still a poor boy and clearly not a match for their Tedding. If they can promote him to the 4th level of true power by the age of 24, he will become the chosen one in this pitiful world. He will do everything possible to achieve this, even if he has to sacrifice his family later. Of course, he will not forget about all the families and aristocrats who will help him along the way." The next moment, a warrior rushed into the square. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and he asked, which of them was Wang? One of the students exclaimed the symbol on his chest. "This is a master of true power from the Holy Land." The student added that he heard that even the lowest level master there has the 7th level of true power. Suli walked up to the writer and, folding his hands, greeted him. He introduced himself as the head of the magnificent Su family. The master did not even look at him and told him to get lost. The people present began to mock him, and he looked at the warrior with irritation. Then the protagonist approached the master and, after introducing himself, said that His Excellency seemed to be looking for him. The master handed him a paper and said that the chief examiner of this test was holding a banquet at Finn's house here. Is his invitation? The students, with their mouths open, exclaimed in surprise. What is he here just to deliver a message? A true master personally invites the Poer family to a banquet, this 7th level. Artist from the POA family is really something. He just saw his results and was immediately invited to a banquet. The student said that he was afraid that he was only ranked 7th because he was from a poor family. Ma asked in confusion. How could this be? Was this master really from the sacred land? Sunli replied. Indignantly that no one would dare to pretend to be from the sacred land, Ma asked. Was this Wang really at the 7th level of martial arts? Sunli replied that he might be even higher, and added that some people at the 7th level were never able to achieve anything higher. Does he understand what he is talking about? Ma said in confusion. But Mr. Su the assassin, he sent that time has not returned yet. He is afraid that the Dashi family is guarding the Qing family. Samlei turned to him and reminded him that in the BIW kingdom during a duel, even if the opponents killed each other, either the Dashi family nor the master from the sacred land would be able to say anything. Ma thought that S expected him to fight for his interests again. He then said that he would say it outright if he could deal with the Qing family, he would get 30% of their holdings. Ma knew that the Qing family had once been rich, owning 4,000 tangs. Acres of fertile land, a huge oil mill pastures, lakes rich in seafood, and a dozen shops. If you had all this up, the rich families of today would seem insignificant in comparison. Ma chuckled and said, 30%, what did he want from him? Slay replied that he had to make sure that this was all over. It was time for his Yao to show off his best. Sometime later in the VIP room of F's house, Jun folded his hands in front of him and congratulated Elder Qing on raising a fine young man. Lennon, embarrassed, replied that he was very kind and it was all due to his hard training and self-improvement. Jun, looking at the protagonist, said that of all the students in Luang province, he was the most resilient. Every day he trained on Mount Sang with a determined face, and even if he had no talent, his efforts did not go unnoticed by their god. Pulling the drink towards himself, he said that there was not much in the Badabi kingdom that the masters from the sacred land did not know about. Wang, clinking his drink with him, remarked, no doubt those old fools even lost their breath when they saw someone from the Holy Land. The examiner laughed and said that in any country, a master of absolute martial arts means the highest strength and power. Wang, has he ever heard of the spirit world? Lianan stood up abruptly and slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming, the spirit world, does it really exist? Wang looked at him in surprise, asking, what is this, father? Linan replied that he had heard rumors. Legends say that the spirit world is beyond their world. In this world, there are countless powerful fighters who are true masters of the entire universe. According to rumors, everyone who managed to reach the 4th level of true power before the age of 24 are called gifted. Even the inhabitants of the spirit world will definitely pay attention to such people. From time to time, they come to their world to take one of the talented ones to their own cultivation world. In their world, such a connection is called spiritual. The protagonist's father sipped from the cup and said that such an opportunity only occurs once every 10 years. Jun said, turning to Lianan, that he really got excited when talking about the spirit world. Lin Shan slammed his cup down and said that when he was young, being chosen was his greatest dream at that time. He never thought that he would have to fight for even a per place. Jun said with a smile to Linan that he had a very capable son. He was sure that the day would come when their Qing family would restore its former glory. They should believe his words because he believed that Wang was chosen. After a while they went outside. Shio said to her father that the examiner spoke so highly of Wang. Why did they only award her brother a 7th level? Lian and said that for poor families, the 7th level was considered the highest. The protagonist smiled and said to his sister that she did not have to worry about it. They was shocked by his results, so in order to save society from the same mental trauma, they had to lower the scores at this time. The examiner's subordinate asked Jun why Wang did not get the highest level. June said that if the jade is not sharpened, it will not become a weapon. So is their young jade. He must understand that this is not enough for the sacred land of Jingu. It is still unknown whether he will be able to serve the Badlui kingdom or not. He must remember that. Information about him must not fall into the wrong hands. After a while, a restaurant employee shouted that they were not passing by today. Everyone in their restaurant gets a 20% discount. The protagonist noticed how his sister was looking at the restaurant. Yuang asked Shio, "Is she hungry? Does she want to eat?" Shio laughed awkwardly. Lianen said to his son that he should go with his sister to the restaurant and he would return to the hotel. He did not have much time left to prepare for the family evaluation. The protagonist went to a restaurant with his sister, and he thought that it was fortunate that he did not tell his father that he had already registered their family as a rich person. It would be a pleasant surprise for him. The restaurant staff smiled and asked them as if they were honored guests. What would they like? Wang said that they would like to have a snack. They also wanted to try the best dish in the restaurant staff put her hand on the protagonist's shoulder and she said that their best offer was the most tender, spicy crab. One dish would cost about 200 yuan. The protagonist pointed his index finger at her and said that they should bring 8 of these dishes for them, then the pao. Staff then LED them to a table and said that she asked them to sit there while she passed their order to the kitchen. Afterwards, the protagonist was sitting at the table with his sister, and he said to Shio that the spicy crab here was rumored to be delicious. She should definitely try this delicious dish. Shio nodded happily, taking her chopsticks in her hand. At this time, the restaurant employee greeted Swan and Janya. The protagonist noticed them and thought that they were definitely not here for nothing, Jan Yao said, pointing his index finger at the table where the protagonist was sitting that they heard about today's promotion and wanted to buy all the spicy crabs as well as occupy this particular table. The restaurant employee became nervous and said that their restaurant couldn't do such a thing. They couldn't kick out their guests, even if their guests were from the poor class, they couldn't do. This to them Swan, one of the young masters of Lujiang province, looked at the restaurant employee arrogantly. Yao said, introducing Nian as a young master from the rich class, whose side would she take? She should think carefully about the consequences before she gave them an answer. The restaurant employee thought that although they were from the poor class, she couldn't just humiliate people like that. She really hoped that someone would come to her aid. Then she walked over to the table where the protagonist was sitting. Wang said that she didn't have to say anything. He wouldn't leave until he and his sister had eaten the spicy crab. Shio became worried and asked her brother, shouldn't they leave if they wanted to eat the dish so much? Then let's just give it to them. The protagonist's expression changed, and he said to his sister that if they gave him their dish today, they would want more tomorrow, and so on every day until they demanded not food but their Qing family territory. Yao said to the protagonist that Yuan wanted to eat the spicy crab from him. It was his responsibility. Did he understand that? Couldn't he tell right from wrong? Shio thought that the laws of the Bui kingdom stated that the upper-class families had privileges in such faces. Then she got angry and shouted that although they were of a lower rank, they were also aristocrats. They had no right to ask them to give them anything. Yao laughed and said, smirking and looking at her with an unkind gaze, that she was very brave and looked very cute. She was not married yet. Was she waiting for Yuan to want to marry her? Shio indignantly said that it sounded very impudent of him. Yao smiled and said that she was embarrassed, so she was really still unmarried. Then he said to Yan that it was quite difficult to meet such people. Could it be that he was interested in her? The protagonist looked at Yao furiously and thought, does he really want to taste death? Suddenly, Ming gave Yao a hard punch in the face, sending him flying back and landing at the entrance of the restaurant. Ming said that this scumbag was being too brazen. Yuan stared at the Dashi family member in shock. Yao became angry and asked how dare he hit him? Then he looked at him in fear, seeing that it was Ming from the Dashi family. Ming asked Yan, is he really worthy of the title of the 7 young masters? Yuan became nervous and said that it was just a misunderstanding. Ming said that he heard and saw everything they said to them. Yuan said that the Q family had absolutely no manners, so Yao just wanted to teach them some manners so that in the future they will not bring shame to their Luoyang province. The protagonist laughed loudly and said that he was as brazen as Ting Yuan's expression changed, and he said angrily that he was talking too much. They could leave here and he would teach him a lesson in politeness. Ming said with a disliked expression, addressing Yuan, that he was too impudent. How could one of the 7 young masters dare to fight a student? He seemed to have completely forgotten what honor was. Then the first of the 7 young masters said that today he would make a promise to them if anyone dared to bully innocent people, they would have to fight him first. Yuan became nervous and thought as he looked at Ming that luck was not on his side to meet him here. He then turned around and said to the protagonist that today was his lucky day. They were leaving here! Yao shouted in anger, addressing Wang that he should not overestimate himself. One day he would kill him and offer him up as a sacrifice to his brother in heaven. Wang asked, why was he waiting? He personally wasn't afraid of the Dashi family, so why were they so scared? Yuan chuckled and said to Ming that he had heard him himself. This guy was asking for it. He wouldn't shame him for it. Now Ming looked at the protagonists and wondered what was he thinking. He didn't expect someone from the Qing family to turn them against him? Wan looked at Ming with a serious expression and said that he thanked him for standing up for him. However, those two had wanted to take over the Qing family's property for quite some time now, so he wanted to resolve this conflict with them here and now. The protagonist said to Ming that he wanted to ask him to be the referee for their duel. He would duel those two. Ming looked at the protagonist's sister and asked Wang if he was too young to make such a decision. Alone would his sister agree with this decision? Xiao thought that their father had already said that her brother's strength had surpassed their father, so fighting a duel should not be a problem for her brother. She then said, speaking politely to Ming, that if it was a one-on-one duel, then she would agree with her brother's decision. Ming thought that the younger brother and older sister from the Qing family clearly did not know what they were getting into in the first place. What was so special about this guy? He then looked at Yao and thought that Yuan had already mastered the first level of true power, and he was not confident in Wang's strength, so he would choose an easier opponent for him. Ming asked Yao if he would agree to a duel. Yao chuckled and said that he had no objections. Sometime later on the streets of the city, Ming said that in this duel, fate will decide the outcome of this battle. People gathered nearby and asked, "Isn't that Wang? He is a martial arts student from a poor family, and the other one is Yao, a member of a rich family who has almost reached the level of true power, and the student from a poor family is only at the 7th level, and he is already daring such a master. He definitely does not understand what he is getting into." Xiao said to her brother that he must be careful. The protagonist smiled and said, turning to his sister, that she should not worry about him. He will just teach this idiot a lesson. The people were surprised, said that this was such a harsh provocation. Apparently, he really believes that he will not die immediately after the duel began. They feel very sorry for this kind person. He showed great promise. They believe that in 2 years he could have reached the level of true power. Yao took out his weapon and said with a malicious smile to the protagonist that he would use this knife to cut him in half. However, he need not worry, he would take care of his sister later. Yuan concentrated energy in his hand to strike and said that since these were his last words, they could begin the duel. Ming thought, looking at Wang, that this guy had gone crazy. If anything happened, he would be forced to intervene in this fight, and then he shouted, waving his hand to start the duel, that they could begin fighting. Yao rushed to attack and thought that he would definitely avenge his brother. The protagonist did not take his eyes off the opponent. His gaze was cold and calm. He was waiting for the right moment to come for the decisive blow. Yuan watched with an evil grin as the protagonist froze in place. The protagonist's sister screamed his name in fear. Ming thought that if he did not have time to dodge, it would be too late. The protagonist shouted, reflecting the blow with his hand and destroying the opponent's sword, that his sword was too dull to wake him up. Yao looked at the protagonist in amazement while the pieces of his sword were flying everywhere. Suddenly, the protagonist used his powers to kill his enemy by stabbing him in the face with his finger. This event shocked everyone who was watching. The duel, Duoang said with a disgusted expression that he was ready for the next duel. Is Yuan ready for the duel? The people asked in Seoul. Surprise! How did this happen? Did they dream it? Yuan looked at Yao's body in fear and thought, was he killed with just one finger? Even he can't defeat him in one move. What should he do? This guy's strength scares him. Ming looked at the protagonist in surprise and thought, is he really just a student? Then he asked Yan if he was willing to accept the fight. Wang asked, did he want to live or save face? He should hurry up and decide. Yuan got angry and said to the protagonist that he was very strong. Then he turned around and said that they were leaving here. Wang looked at Yao and asked why he wasn't moving. Was he dead? Xiao happily ran up to her brother. Ming said to Wang that he had done well in this duel, he was able to impress him. The protagonist said that this Yuan was more evasive than Ya, and his brother Ming said that he had escaped from here very quickly. Therefore, he would hardly be able to fight him in the future, the protagonist asked. Why that was so? Would his father really beat him? Ming said that he didn't mean that he had disgraced the title of Prince of the Seven. Wang said to Ming that he was the most important among them. The Prince of the Seven, did he feel ashamed of Yuan? Ming said that this title was not his choice, but that was what others called him. However, he remained himself. The protagonist said that he thought he was worthy of his title, but people like Yuan should think twice before calling themselves that. Ming extended his hand and said that he had a great opinion about it. He was quite surprised, so he could come to the Dashi family's house when he had time. He would personally greet him as an honored guest. Wang shook Ming's hand and said that he would definitely come to visit him. Xiao Shil said to Ming that she thanked him for everything. Ming happily looked at the protagonist's sister, and then he said, calling over a restaurant employee with a basket of spicy crabs, that this was his gift to her. She should definitely accept it. Xiao surprisedly said that it was very kind of him. She took the basket of spicy crabs from the restaurant employee and said to Ming that she thanked him very much for this gift. Ming then shouted while pointing his thumb at himself that they should listen to him. Today's duel was fair and undeniable. He personally witnessed it. If they have any doubts in the future, he asked them to come to the Dashi family. He will provide the necessary evidence. After a while, in the Jiang family's house, the servant of the Zhang family ran in and shouted that they had a disaster. Then the head of the Zhang family looked at the servant of his family in horror. After a while, in the Su family residence, Su Sami, the head of the Su family, shouted, hitting his son with a whip, "How could he disgrace his family like this? He is not worthy of being his son." The servant of the Su family said in dismay, turning to the head of the family, asking him to stop. Yuan is already unconscious. Samli irritably said that they should tell him when his son wakes up. His punishment is not over yet. Suddenly his expression changed and he said that he really underestimated the Qing family at this time. The protagonist thought that the main arena of Lujiang province holds an assessment of families every 20 years in the evaluation of families. There is a struggle for the family status, which is based on the rise and fall of a hopeless struggle for ordinary people. There is only one way to rise. If a poor family wins against a rich family, their statuses will change. The leading nobility consists of only one class. Then there are the 3 rich classes, the 8 authoritative classes, and the 26 per classes. The Dashi family holds the highest status, and no one from other families dares to stand against them. The 3 rich classes are the Suyun and Qian families before today's competition. No one from Lujiang province could challenge them. After a while, in the main arena of Luojiang province, the head of the Yun family said as he greeted the head of the Su family, "It has been a long time since they met. He believes that there will be no worthy opponents this time," Slay asked irritably. Turning to the head of the Yun family, "Does he want to declare war on the Su family?" The head of the Yun family thought that this old man does not understand jokes at all. The Chen family leader is a rich class, and he said that they shouldn't pick a fight here at this time, Yuang thought as he took his seat. In the arena that the established classes usually undergo several changes. As for the per classes, usually 3 or 4 families will lose their place among the aristocrats. At the same time, 3 or 4 families of ordinary people will be able to become aristocrats. A member of the Su family said to the Su family leader that he doesn't have to worry about anything. Slay scratched his ear and said that since his cousins are already here, then he will leave the Qing family to them. One of the renowned warriors shouted that they met again after 20 years in this arena. He missed them very much. The people of the Beiwu Kingdom honor the old traditions of martial arts. And this is wonderful. One of these traditions is the assessment of families. This is the best opportunity for all families to show off their strength. Now he announces a competition for the places of 2 families of the poor. Class 1 of them belongs to the Li family of Judas City, and the other belongs to the Qing family of Donlin City. There are 5 families in total that will be fighting for these positions, namely the Gu family and the WN family of Lujiang province, the Lan family and the Li family of Judas City, and the Neo family of Lujiang province, the spectators said as they laughed. "This is ridiculous! Are the Qing family of Donlin City really that weak? The others were taken into the competition and they weren't even given the chance to defend their position. They are a family with a history of thousands of years. It's quite pitiful that they are being destroyed generation after generation." How will the descendants of this Qing family be able to look their ancestors in the eye after they die? Weren't there rumors that the Q family was supported by the Dashi family? It seems like they were just rumors. One of the famous warriors shouted out that the reputable families are next, and there will only be one battle between the SE family and the X family. The spectators shouted out that the Z family is the strongest among the lower class families, and these two families are always at odds with each other. The SE family is in danger, they already know. The outcome of this year, who would even be interested in such a competition? One of the famous warriors shouted that they should calm down. He had some exciting news for them today. They would also see a battle for a place in the rich class. They wanted to know who would be fighting. The spectators shouted in, "Surprise, a battle for a place in the rich." Class, he was not joking, was he? Is there really someone in Lujiang province who can match the strength of the three rich families? The rich families have held their positions for hundreds of years. He should tell them who this family is. The head of the Yun family smiled and said with a smirk, "Finally, someone has challenged them. He should look at this prestigious family." One of the famous warriors shouted that the Su family from Lujiang province was being challenged to a fight, and those who challenged them were Theqiu family from Donlin City Qian. Looked at Theqiu family in surprise and thought, did they really want to challenge a rich family? The spectators shouted in confusion. Did they hear something wrong? A poor family wanted to challenge a rich family. Are they crazy? Who is behind this? Qing family? The head of the Yun family said with a laugh, "This is already interesting." They dared to go against a family of the rich class. Quite an ambitious family. Qing Yan said to her father that she agreed with him. They should even applaud their courage, Chen's father said with a smile. That this is the basic aspiration of all fighters. One of the famous warriors shouted, "May the strongest win." They should celebrate this event. All the families he named were asked to come to the arena to sign the agreement. The protagonist thought that the agreement was actually a life and death waiver. 5 families would fight for the places in the poor. Class among them, only the Leaf family was noble, and this family would act as the protector. The other 4 would fight against them and each other. The Gu W and Neo families would fight for the place of the Qing family, while his Qing family would fight for the place in the rich class. After a while, Sammy said that since his S family had proven their strength, anyone who opposed them would cease to exist. Someone was eager to die, and he would grant their wish for it. He was ready to fight in the arena. The protagonist standing in the main arena said that he would tell them a story. There was an old man who was from a rich family. He was so greedy that he wanted to take everything. From another family, he threatened in every way possible so that the family would surrender on their own, and he would be able to take everything for himself. Self without any difficulty. Therefore, he wants to ask everyone, each and every one of them who lives in this martial arts world, is it possible to surrender without a fight? Then he shouted furiously that if anyone did that, they would be tainted with shame for life. And today, he would take that old man's place for himself. Slay thought that only people from the family could participate in the family assessment, even if the Q family was patronized by the Dashi family. It would not help them. One of the famous warriors said to the head of the Su family that there was one rule that specifically applied to the Su family. If the Q family won, they would be demoted to the poor class, however, because the Qing family was giving up their place, they would be demoted to ordinary citizens. If they lost in the family assessment suite, in the authoritative class and 5 battles to determine the place in the rich family, as far as he knows, there are only 2 people in the Qing family who can fight at the moment. Yuang smiled and said that the rules also said that one person can fight all the battles alone. The protagonist's father and sister looked at him. In surprise, one of the renowned warriors said that he was definitely right. However, the number of his opponents would increase with each battle. The protagonist said that since the rules said so, they would follow them. Sam Lei looked at Wang with annoyance and thought that even without the help of the Dashi family, he would see what this guy was capable of. One of the renowned warriors shouted that, without further ado, the family evaluation began. Today, the competition would be held among the poor families. The competition for the rich class would last 10 days. The first to speak were the Gu family from Lu Jiang province and the Neo family from Donlin City. These 2 families would be fighting for a place in the poor. Class D felt nervous and thought the Gu family was related to the Su family, right? He should just give up. At this time, the spectators were betting on who would win this battle. Lin Shan thought that as the head of his generation, He knew that the Qing family had already been called out by so many people that the ancestors should be ashamed. The protagonist said to his father that he didn't have to worry about this. This time he would definitely return the Qiu family's status and dignity. Lianin said to Wang that he had trained hard since he was young. However, no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to achieve true power at this age. He should tell the truth. Did something unusual happen to him? Wang thought as he looked at his father. If being reborn in another world after dying with his father and sister could be considered unusual. Then he said to his father that he had good intuition. Something strange had indeed happened to him. However, he still would not believe it if he heard this story. The protagonist said that he could only promise that his future actions would not defame the gods or their ancestors. Lianan said that he was glad to hear this from his son. From now on, he would not bother him about this matter anymore. From today on, he would support him in all his actions with the Qing family sometime later at the Su family's home. Sun Li said to his family that he was confident that their blood was boiling like never before. Hundreds of years had passed since the Su family became a wealthy class. They had already passed 6 family assessments and still maintained their status, however. Today, someone decided to attack their family, no matter who their opponent is. The Su family's motto is, "They must fight like lions. They will not rest until their enemy is destroyed." She said to the head of the Sai family that they understood the importance of this, so they would put their lives on the line no matter what. They must break the Qing family so that no one would dare to cross them again. Suli said that he agreed with him. The honor and prestige of their family was at stake. Anyone who took part in the battle must be determined to kill their opponent. Su Gang shouted as he slammed his weapon on the ground that he wanted to fight the Qing family for the first time. Sun Li said that this was a great idea. He must crush their hopes. No matter how his opponent must die. Their boat was almost back from Yanyang Prefecture sometime later at the Dashi family's home. Dashir, the elder of the Dashi family, said that he had recently heard that the Su family was not doing too well right now. H said that the Su family was arrogant and self-sufficient. They would have to face trouble sooner or later. Only this time something unexpected came their way. Shi laughed and said that he found it very funny in this family assessment for the first time in the history of Lujiang province. Someone decided to call out a class that was 2 levels higher than them, H said. That if we talk about this guy from the Qing family, he was no ordinary warrior. Ming said a few days ago that an ordinary 7th level student managed to kill a warrior who had almost reached the level of true power in a few seconds. Cher asked in surprise. Are you sure he was not making fun of him? Hung said that Ming was not the type of person to deceive his family. Shh. Said that Ming was a poor child. Did he dare to return to his family? Hung said that he failed and returned. He should have realized by now that he had to face this. The head of the Dashi family said that he had just heard that Ming, like the daughter of the Qing family, it seemed that he was plotting something again. Cher said that he should keep a close eye on him. He doesn't have anything on his mind without a reason. Hung smiled and said that he was talking nonsense. And then he said with a laugh that he lost again sometime later in the Qing family's house. The protagonist tried to combine different energies, but it didn't work. Yuang said that he still couldn't combine the true Inferno technique, and the 9 sun strikes. The time for cultivation here is very short. There are only a few days left until the first battle. He shouldn't be afraid, but he must be ruthless in battle. Lin Shan walked into the protagonist room and said that he thinks they should give up in this competition. The Su family is very experienced in making plans. Rumors are circulating among the people that they have already expanded their territory to the southern Heaven City, serving the local authorities. Given the current situation in trade, he has no idea what tricks the Su family has up their sleeve. He is still young. Even if something unusual happens to him, it may not be enough. So why don't they wait another 20 years? Wei Wang asked his father. Even if these people are so strong and great, will they be able to resist the sacred land of Jingwu in this kingdom? As long as the sacred land has not ordered the Qing family to be destroyed, they still have a chance to win. The protagonist smiled and said that he must believe in his son. This time he will restore the Qiu family to their former glory in Lujiang province. Suddenly, a joyful Xiao ran in and turned to her father. Lin Shan asked his daughter, "Why is she so happy?" Xiao said with a smile, handing over a piece of paper that Ming had sent them, an invitation to a birthday party for a member of the Dashi family. The protagonist smiled and thought, looking at his sister, so he sent The invitation to her, Shio happily asked his father, "Can they go?" Linan looked at the invitation and said that this was great news. Such a poor family could receive an invitation from the Dashi family. They simply cannot refuse such an invitation. Wang said with a smile. Then they should go there after some time at the Su family's house, Suao. The son of the head of the Su family said to his father that this was the heir of the Shimin family. SLE said, introducing himself, that he was glad to meet him. Shimon Chen, the son of the head of the Shimon family, sat proudly on his horse, examining the energy around his body. Shiming smiled and said that he apologized for having to meet them in person. The Su family said that this Chen was too arrogant. He was personally received by the Su family leader, and he didn't even deign to get off his horse. Does he really think that his power is greater than the Su family leader, SEI? Threatened that they should shut up if they value their lives. He is the #1 among the warriors of the younger generation of the Shiman family. This man is a powerful warrior of the 6th level of true power. After a while, Qin said to the Su family leader that he heard rumors that Ming was getting along well with a woman from a poor family. Could this be true? Somli thought that the Dashi family would not be able to help their family this time, and then he said that these rumors were true. Jian became angry and asked how this trash dared to do this to his family. The Shimon family values Ming highly, and so they made a marriage contract with the Shimon family leader, daughter, and Ming Sami smiled and said that he had heard that in the family evaluation, a poor family dared to challenge the Su family. The Shimon family never does business with losers. They will be able to win right after. Sometime in the city, Shio said to her brother that Ming invited them to a birthday party for one of the Dashi family's relatives. This means that they must choose the best gift for her. The women were dissatisfied that they had been walking around here for half an hour and could not buy anything they had. Met all sorts of people, but the members of the poor family were the worst. Wang said that, according to rumors, the Eternal Blossom jewelry store is the most famous jewelry store in Luoyang province. But is such a great jewelry store really only selling this? The saleswoman crossed her arms and said that their store provides good goods. However, this kind of thing is only for the richer aristocrats. They must not think that she is trying to humiliate them with this. However, they simply cannot afford it. Shio said that they wanted to buy a gift. She could show them something better. The saleswoman sneered and said that she apologized to her, but high-quality goods were only for the aristocrats above the poor class. The male lead got angry and said to his sister and activated the energy around his body that they were leaving here. This tasteless store would not offer them anything valuable. The saleswoman asked fearfully, "Why was he clenching his fists?" Chinan asked, turning to Wang, "Does he only pick on girls?" Chen's sister asked, turning to her, "Is this the guy from a poor family she was talking about?" Chinan said with her arms crossed. "That's right, he is a rude, cunning, and scheming person." Then she asked, turning to Wang, "Did he cheat on the exam and that theft in the academy?" She was sure it had something to do with him, the protagonist asked with a smile. "What does this have to do with him?" Chen thought with a frown. For years ago, he was just a weak loser who could be beaten half to death. How did he become so arrogant he dared to challenge the rich class even? Her father admired his action. Then she charged at him and thought she wanted to see how strong he really was. The protagonist dodged her attack. Qian thought, how could he dodge? Wang deftly dodged her powerful attacks. Afterwards, Chinan said to the protagonist that if he had any manliness, he should not dodge. The protagonist asked, should she pay attention to how much trouble the jewelry store was causing? She should take a closer look at what she had done. Shinan looked at the ruins of the jewelry store in bewilderment. Wang said to his sister that it was time for them to leave here already. Chinan got angry and shouted at Wang. Why is he acting like this? He should fight her. Chan's sister said that she should calm down already. The protagonist turned around and said with a smile that she should think about compensation first. Sometime later at the Dashi family's house, Ming greeted his father. Hung asked, did he invite the Qing family as he ordered? Ming said that he had already sent an invitation to the Qing family. Hung frowned and said to Ming that Chen was already here. The future of their family may depend on him. What to do? He must decide for himself. Chen, one of the 4 Scarlet Warriors, he has an exceptional talent, thanks to which he was able to advise King Redwood on how to deal with a 100 Zozan barbarians from the north. He became the first in the young generation and was already able to lead his family, not to mention that even the emperor himself had met him and his sister Ya, was forcing him to marry her. Ming said to his father that he would not give in to them. He would be with the one he loved, even if they had to go to war with the Shimon family. Hung said that the banquet was about to start. It was time for them to welcome the guests. After a while, Chainan's sister asked Ming how he was doing. Ming ignored her words and stared at the entrance to the banquet hall. Zhou said to Ming that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Ming stared ahead silently. Zhou became angry and thought that he was an impudent idiot. Their family was at least stronger than others. How dare he ignore such important guests? The protagonist walked into the banquet hall with a smile. Along with his sister Ming, said to the protagonist and his sister that he had been expecting them to appear. The invited guests asked with displeasure, "Who are they?" Ming even came out to greet them. Personally, wasn't this the Qing family? This was the first time they had seen a rich aristocrat invite a poor family to a party. Could the rumors about Ming getting close to a girl from the poor family not long ago be true? Zhou looked at the protagonist with annoyance and asked Yan if he was the one who killed Yao in a few seconds. Yuan said, "That was right. He had seen it himself." Chinen walked up to the protagonist, shouting his name. "Wang?" asked Chinen in surprise. Did she really want to fight him again? Chinen looked away in embarrassment and said that she wasn't here for that. She asked the people in the jewelry store and realized that she was wrong about him, so she wanted to apologize to him. The protagonist turned away from her and said that she didn't seem to regret her actions at all. However, he was a magnanimous person, so he forgave her. Chen got angry and shouted, "Has he completely lost his mind?" she shouted while the Maale lead covered his ears with his fingers. Why did he cover his ears? Is her voice so terrible he should be grateful to her that he is even standing next to her? Then Da Shu, the daughter of the head of the Dashi family, appeared in the hall and said that she thanks everyone for coming to her party. She hopes that they have fun at this party. The guest said that she is finally here. She looks so good. Ming said to his sister that he is asking her to come over to him. You asked to the Maale lead, is this the one her brother told her so much about? She can't believe her eyes. That he is so young. Wang said that she is very kind to him, Qin said with a fan. Covering part of his face that this party is quite lively, Ming turned around and thought as he looked at Chen. Where did he come from? He definitely wasn't invited to this party. Zhou thought with a smirk that the Shaiman family was the only big aristocratic family in the Southern Heaven country he wanted to see. How the Shaiman family dealt with the Dashi family when they weren't invited here. Chen smiled and said that judging by their reaction, they weren't very happy to see him here. Ming shielded the protagonist's sister with his body and said to Chen that he had noticed correctly. Chen said that he had heard rumors that he had gotten close to some girl from a poor family. Was that really who he was shielding now? He then said to the protagonist's sister that she looked charming. Now he understood why Ming was crazy about her. They should let him try too. The protagonist stood in front of Chen and said that he shouldn't approach. Chen used his ability and released the colossal amount of energy that enveloped the surrounding area. Chen closed one eye and thought what a powerful blow he had. Why wasn't Wang hit at all? Ming shouted at Chen. How dare he do such a thing on the territory of the Dashi family? Chen said, looking at the protagonist. It didn't matter to him anymore. The only thing he wanted was to kill him. Wang used his ability and thought he was serious. The head of the Dashi family suddenly appeared and stopped the two of them. With one move, Chen thought that this old man had appeared at the wrong time. Said, hiding the trembling in his hands and turning to Qin that he was causing inconvenience to his family. Qin smiled and asked, "Why are they so worried? It was just a warm-up." Then he chuckled and said to him, he had already agreed to the marriage contract, and he must remind you that the consequences of refusing will be extremely serious. Hung said that his family will act according to the rules. When the wedding hour came, they would make sure that everything went smoothly. Chen said that this was all fine and good, but this affair between a powerful noble and a poor girl was already well known. It was unacceptable to the Shaiman family. They would not let it go so easily. Hung asked what they wanted. Chen said with a smile that either the Dashi family or the Qing family should disappear. The guests at the party cried out in surprise, just disappear altogether. How could it come to this? One of the renowned warriors from the sacred land, Jiangu asked with a smile as he walked in. So should they disappear? Surprised said that this could not be. One of the renowned warriors said, turning to Chen and flexing his fist, that he was asking him to elaborate on this matter. How could a family disappear in? Became nervous and said that Chen was just joking. They should not take his words seriously, one of the renowned warriors said, tightly gripping his weapon that he could sense this arrogant attitude. It didn't look like he was joking about it. Chen hid his smile behind his fan and said that they would only find out later whether it was a joke or not. The protagonist said to Chen that he should thank the head of the Dashi family. After all, he saved his worthless life. Chen gritted his teeth and said to Wang that he would pay for what happened here today. Wang smiled and said that he would look forward to it. Jun said to the protagonist that this time he was able to strike up a not very pleasant relationship with the Shiman family. The protagonist poked Jun with his elbow and said, calling him uncle, that he thanked him for coming just in time, otherwise this banquet would have ended very badly. Hung looked at his hand, which had stopped the protagonist's punch. One of the renowned warriors said to Jun that this student must have earned his sympathy. If someone calls him uncle, he must be killed immediately. Jun asked with a smile. Then why is he still alive? One of the famous warriors smiled and said that he obtained information about the Q family. Their ancestors came here from other countries hundreds of years ago. A large number of the younger generation of elites suddenly disappeared, causing them to lose in the family evaluation. After that, the Qing family fell apart. If they hadn't lost all the precious techniques back then, their family probably wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. However, this guy is very promising. This is becoming more and more interesting to him. Everyone in Lujiang province sees the Qing family's battle against the Su family as just some kind of prank, but he wanted to know his opinion. What are the chances of the Q family winning? Jun said. That if the Su family doesn't have any hidden geniuses, the Q family will be able to achieve a crushing victory in this battle, one of the famous warriors asked in surprise. Can they achieve a crushing victory after some time passed on the night streets of the city? The protagonist asked, turning to his sister. What's the matter? She thought with a sad face that she found out that Ming had already signed the marriage contract. Wang looked at his sister and thought, is she really thinking about what happened today? This marriage contract was forced on me. His sister finally fell in love with someone. This means that she will definitely get him. The protagonist said, turning to his sister, that she can go forward without him. He still has some things to do, Denning said, standing on the roof and watching the protagonist's sister. That guy left. He smiled and said that this means it's her turn. Yu Wang appeared and sat down next to him on the roof and asked his sister, is very beautiful, isn't she? In jumped back abruptly and thought as he assumed a fighting stance. When did he appear here? The protagonist asked. Was it Chen who sent him here? In activated his ability and thought that this guy was able to approach him silently. Wang stood up and asked, does that mean he doesn't want to talk? Then they should end this in thought as he charged at the protagonist. It seemed like this guy was much stronger than Shen thought he had to get rid of him here and now to avoid future problems for their family. The protagonist quickly grabbed his opponent's head with his hand and pressed him hard against the roof, pinning him to the surface, and looked at him with fear in his eyes and thought, how is this possible? He was stunned with just one move. He was at the 6th level of true power. Wang tightly held the enemy's head with his hand and, threateningly, said that he should look at his sister. If he has business, he should ask him first. Sometime later at the Su family's house, Chen asked what kind of surprises does this Qing family have in store for them to challenge the Su family. Have they thoroughly investigated the Qing family? Su asked. Could they possibly have hidden powers that could destroy their family? They could only have the family's secret martial arts techniques. Chen asked what about Wang's talent. Sule said that this guy just trained hard. There's nothing special about him. For years ago, he was able to defeat the youngest son of the Jiang family of nobles. And a few days ago, he was able to kill the second son of the Jiang family. It's absolutely impossible for an ordinary student to defeat someone at level 9. Moreover, the Dashi family was involved in both cases, so he thinks that this is secret help from the Dashi family. Chen said that this is a strange matter. Even if the Q family is supported, it won't help in the family assessment battle. How dare the Q family challenge the rich? Su family then, he sneered and said that they should ask Xiao about it. Suddenly, the protagonist shouted as he threw Ying's body out the window next to on that he was bringing his lackey back. It would be hard for his family to survive now, lest hundreds of years of cultivation be destroyed in an instant. Sly looked at Ying's body in fear and asked, turning to Chen, should they pursue him? Chen asked irritably, did he seriously want to pursue this guy with his strength? Was he so eager to leave after the old man was at the 6th level of true might? He had superiority in stealth killing. There was only one wound on his body. This meant that he was killed in one move. This man must be at the 8th level of true might. He thought about it and said that the father and son of the Q family could not have such strength as Ming Qian asked, turning to Sule, who is the best warrior in Luang province. Sule said that the strongest was Hun, but he was only at the 7th level of true power. Chen said that this old man from the Dashi family was already annoying him. Then 10 days passed in an instant during. This time, the battles between the poor and the respected families ended with some losing in and some winning in the end. The Guo family won the Qing family's place without much effort for the 2nd place in the per class. There was a fierce battle between two enemies from Judah City. Finally, the Law family won against the Li family, and they got a place in the poor class in the battle for the respected class. The Z family, which was known as the strongest of the poor families, defeated the S family, which had held the status of respected class for many centuries. Soon, many spectators gathered in the arena, waiting for the Atel for the rich class place to finally begin. The head of the Yun family said to his daughter, "She must pay close attention to this battle." The servant of the Jiang family asked, turning to the head of the Jiang family, did he also come to watch this battle? Was he already finished with the funeral? The head of the Jiang family said that he should leave him alone. Panin said next to the protagonist's sister. Wang actually decided to call the rich class. He still can't believe it. Fanga said to Panin that he should look over there. There is Ming standing next to Wang's sister. The spectators shouted in displeasure when, "Will the battle begin already? They should already announce the start of the battle. One of the famous warriors from the sacred land." Jiang Wu shouted with a smile that he could tell from the looks of the spectators how annoying he was. The most anticipated battle is about to begin. They should welcome the Su family of the rich class. The spectators said that the Su family looked quite imposing. It probably took more than one generation for their families to become like them. One of the famous warriors shouted that they should welcome the Qing family from the poor class. The spectators laughed and said that this family only had 2 members. They should be ashamed to be in such a position. After all, their family has been around for hundreds of years. Was Lin Shan going to fight alone this time? One of the famous warriors shouted that before the battle began, he should remind everyone that in the evaluation of families, it was a life and death battle. Unless one side conceded defeat in advance, the battle would continue until one of the opponents died. Their lives were in the hands of the god. Wug Gang chuckled and asked, "Who from the family wants to die first? His blade is thirsty for blood." The audience was surprised and said the famous warrior from the Su family who is called the Human Butcher. They are in for an action-packed first battle. It seems that the Su family wants to crush the family in the first battle. This warrior acts like a cruel beast who loves to torture his opponents. One of the famous warriors asked, "Who from the chief family will go first?" The protagonist smiled and raised his hand. Suddenly Lin Shan stepped forward and said that he will participate in the first round. The protagonist's father thought that he had brought his family to this situation and insulted his own son, letting his daughter tremble in fear. Those arrogant people from the rich class with their humiliation and even ordinary citizens who dare to oppose them. He is the one who bears full responsibility for all of this. He must regain the lost dignity and status of his family then. One of the famous warriors shouted with a smile that both sides are ready to fight the battle for a place in the rich class. The first round begins. Wu Gang gritted his teeth and said, activating his ability and turning to Linan, that his pathetic soul will follow the others who challenge the blade he holds. Linan furiously charged. Wu Gang blocked Lian Shan's spear with his weapon, and their energies collided, giving rise to a spherical counteraction formed between their forces. Wang smiled and said that today he will learn what happens to those who challenge the Su family. Lin Shan thought as he dodged the strike that he had a very fierce technique. It seems that the fight will not be easy for him. Wu Gang laughed and shouted that it was right. Let him dodge the strikes like a coward, he then said while his opponent dodged the strikes. No matter where he dodged, he would still catch up with him. The spectators shouted indignantly. Why is he selling out to dodge? He should fight. Every single one of the family is a coward. Why is this disgrace happening? The battle for the rich class is not a training ground for them to practice defensive techniques. Why doesn't he fight back? Although in the end, they are a poor family, they can't play fair. If he can't beat him, then just give up already and don't waste their precious time. Chen asked, turning to her father. How are they going to defeat the Su family if they do nothing but dodge? The head of the Yun family crossed his arms and said with a smile to his daughter that she was wrong in her judgment. He had already fought Wugang, and his fighting techniques were not only powerful but also very fast. Although Lin Shan had difficulty dodging it, meant that he had the strength to fight against him. Guan sneered and shouted as he slashed with his weapon. He wants to escape! He then shouted as he jumped up and raised his weapon above his head. He won't be going anywhere now. Guan launched a powerful strike from above, which Lin Shan blocked with his spear. Guan shouted in annoyance. How is this possible? How could such a pathetic true might level 1? Warrior, stop his strike. Sun Split Lin Sham thought that his opponent was undoubtedly reckless by nature, which meant that he must have absorbed a lot of furious energy, making his attack power weaker. He should be able to fend off his strikes. Now the protagonist's father blocked Gu and strike. The audience shouted in. Surprise, is he actually fighting? This Lin Shan has actually started to act. Lin Shan thought that after more than 3 years of training with the Tendon Alteration book, not only his physical abilities had been strength, but also his internal energy. Therefore, he had changed a lot during this time. Then he furiously charged at his opponent using the Q family martial art Moon Judgment. Guan gritted his teeth and shouted that this was simply impossible. Lin Shan used a technique and slashed with his spear. Guan thought, what's going on? His power suddenly increased. Unexpectedly, he could barely dodge his strikes. He then blocked his opponents. Strike with his weapon, Guan shouted to Lin Shan that he had indeed underestimated him, but in the face of his furious strength, his weak spear would not be able to pierce his huge blade. Lin Chan used his ability and destroyed his opponent's blade. Guan said that he could not lose, then his body fell to the ground. The spectator stared in amazement at the outcome of the battle. The protagonist looked at his father and remembered the past. He then said to his father that he must believe in him. This time he would return their family to their former status. The Shan said that he trusted his son. He would also fight with him after some time in the arena. Lin Shan looked at the S family and asked who would be his next opponent. One of the famous warriors shouted that, in the battle for the rich class, the winner of the first round was the Qing family. The spectators shouted in surprise. They weren't dreaming, were they? Lin was really able to win. Is he really that strong, or was it the S family that had become weaker? Sewell asked Display, looking at the protagonist father. Was he really able to reach the 3rd level of true power in 4 years? Is this the Q family's trump card? Lin Shan furiously shouted. Who would be next? SEI said that he wanted to go and fight him. Sam said that he was counting on him. Also, Joe would go with him. The spectators asked with astonishment on their faces SEI would participate in the 2nd round. Apparently, the Su family was very angry. This is like a battle between elders. His strength is comparable to Sun Li, who is the elder of the Su family. They heard rumors that when the Su family was competing for the position of elder SEI and soundly fought to the death, but in the end, SEI just missed. And the 2nd participant is Joe. He is in 3rd place among the 7 young masters. At such a young age, he is already at the 3rd level of true power. This time, Lin Shan will definitely not survive. The opponents met in the arena, and the host holding a microphone in front of him announced that, according to the rules, if the same fighter wants to continue the fight in the next round, the number of his opponents will double. He smiled and added that Lianen is not retreating, which means the fight will be 1-on-2 in the battle for a place in the rich class. The 2nd round has already begun. CI turned to Eldering and said that he couldn't believe that 4 years ago he, a worthless person, could defeat Wug Gam. Now he thought that his strength was at most the 3rd level of true power and asked if the move he used was his signature move. Linan frowned and looked at him carefully. And then SEI turned to EXO and asked him to step aside as this round would end very quickly. EXO folded his arms and agreed. Then the Su family representative stepped forward. His eyes lit up and a powerful aura formed around him. Lanshan thought that his aura was incredibly strong. Was this the 5th level of true power? His eyes widened in surprise when CI appeared next to him with incredible speed and told him not to stand there like a pillar. Linan swung his spear and used Moon Judgment, but his opponent thrust his hand forward easily, parrying the blow. He thought too fast, he can't follow it. Blood gushed out of his mouth and he moved to the side. CI asked if he understood the difference in their strength. Now Linan swung his spear in response and tried to use Holy Mystic. strike, but his opponent again parried the blow with his hand and shouted that it wouldn't work again. He then released a powerful energy from his hand, knocking his opponent back. She watched this with horror on her face. Lanshan put his hands on the ground, blood flowing out of his mouth again. Looking at his opponent, he thought that he was strong. His strength was incomparable to Wu Gang. If he was just a lousy dog, then SII was a tiger SEI. Then said that he wanted to say that Lanan was quite a tough fighter. Elder Qing leapt into the air, swung his spear again, and thought no matter if it was a dog or a tiger, he wouldn't back down. Furrowing his brows, he released energy forward and used the Qing family martial art. 8 pointed lunges, several powerful strikes rained down on the ground around SEI. He closed his eyes and said that it seemed like he still didn't understand the difference between the two. After that, he twirled the spear in the air and declared that he had changed his mind and would not kill him. He would continue to strike until he admitted defeat. He then struck his opponent with his hand covered in energy, sending him flying to the side, trying to cover himself with his spear, but SEI followed up with several more powerful strikes too. His stomach sending Linan flying into the ground watching this, said that he was an idiot. This is what happens to those who challenge them. The cries of those watching could be heard from the stands saying that this was clearly not the level he should just give up. He really is crazy to challenge the Sioux. Family, why can't he just live with his family? Why does he have to get into trouble at this time? Linan was trying to get up from the ground with shaking hands. Then he covered himself with energy and swung his weapon again, saying that even if he was destined to die, he would fight until his last breath. SEI, looking at this, said that he was just reminding him that if he gave up, he would be able to live in peace, although if he wanted to die, he would not dissuade him. First, he would kill him, and then his entire family. Then he concentrated energy into his hands. SLE looked at him in surprise and said this. Posture, the final form of the shadow palm, when he at this moment Saipai rushed forward using the technique shadow palm rainbow reaching the sun, like a glittering sword ready to strike the target. Lenin in turn activated the martial arts of the Qing family, creating spring thunderstorm. The powerful energies collided, illuminating the battlefield with a bright light, and the opponents continued to advance, showing no signs of retreat. The onlookers were shocked by what was happening. Frozen in amazement, did Lanan block the attack? Could he really be on par with SI, the father of the UN family? With his arms folded and his brows furrowed, voiced his concerns, fearing that this was not the case. Suddenly, Lin Chan's spear began to crumble under the enemy's powerful attack. With horror in his eyes, he realized that it had broken the silver spear that had served him for hundreds of years. Could this be the end? It was impossible given the difference in their strength. In his mind, he began to apologize to his wife. He longingly thought about the house she had given him and how he and the children stood by her bed. Now he knew that he would not be able to protect this house from all dangers. Shio, watching this desperately, exclaimed, "Dad." The young family elder folded his arms and said, "It's over." The battle continued and Shio kept calling out, "Daddy." One of the spectators, his mouth open in surprise, noted that Lianen had held on for a long time, but the difference in their strength was too great. The Yun family elder leaned forward, looked at the field carefully, and exclaimed, "It's this!" The clouds of dust and smoke began to clear, and Lanan, looking forward, was surprised to see his son stop the enemy's attack with one punch. Pinyin exclaimed in surprise, saying, "Isn't it Brother Wang?" The protagonist turned to his father and said that he could rest for a while. He then turned to his opponent with fury and demanded that his father leave this to him, after which he loudly announced that they admitted defeat. The spectators were amazed at how Wang stopped Shi's punch. Su frowned in indignation and said, "How is this possible? This move is the strongest among the Su family's techniques. Impossible. This is impossible. Someone is secretly helping. Who is it? Is it someone from Dashi?" He looked at the crowd and said that this is impossible since Ming is not capable of such a thing. Someone from the Jiangwu sacred land. No chance, the sacred land never interferes with the evaluation of families. Who is it at this time? The host said that Wu Shuang was simply incomparable. June, passing by him, called out to him and asked him to come down and continue the competition. The next moment, he jumped down and announced, "So the winner of the second round is the Su family." The observers began to talk among themselves. They were sure that although SII won, he did not look too happy. A move of the 5th level of true power was stopped by an ordinary student who would remain indifferent in his place. Judging from Linan, he no longer had the strength to continue the fight. He was unable to win 2 rounds in a row at this point. SEI turned to the host and asked, "But are others allowed to break into the fight?" The host looked at him in surprise and said that the rules did not say anything about it. Then he smiled and added that he was also just a student watching this. Wang said it seems that Mr. CI is not too satisfied since he is on the field. He should not go far. They will immediately start the next round. They can attack together. Father looked at him silently, and Chinjin, watching from the stands, exclaimed that one has gone crazy. Obviously, one-on-one combat is better. There is a higher chance of winning. Then turning to her father, she said that this referee is clearly on the side of the Qing family. Did he fool him? The girl's father said that this is not the case. This young man was actually able to stop his move. Yuang must be at the same level or even higher to be able to block a level 5. True might attack. At this moment, EXO angrily shouted at the protagonist to stop being so arrogant. How dare he talk to them like that? She was ready to beat the crap out of him. The post announced that both sides were ready to fight for the rich class and the third round had already begun. SEI stepped forward and told the protagonist that he should have died 4 years ago. He shouldn't think that he could win, just because he was able to stop one of his moves. Then Jiang Shen should have beaten him to death and buried him there. The protagonist replied with a smile. That's an idea. He thanked him for kindly giving him this opportunity and asked if he could try it out for himself. The opponent said that he simply couldn't wait to see what kind of demon this man was to be able to escape death. He shouldn't think that his move was the strongest. Otherwise, he might not be so lucky in the future. Wang enveloped himself in energy and announced that, as thanks, he would give him a head start of 3 attacks against him. How could he do that? X ran forward and shouted that he would die. He punched forward, but the protagonist appeared behind him and said that he didn't say that he would give him a head start too. He then attacked his opponent's back with a powerful punch, sending him flying forward. Kriya in clouds of dust. His head hit the carpet on the floor and he thought, "What happened? He can't move." SLE desperately tried to call him out and the onlookers were astonished, exclaiming that Joe, who had a level 3 true power, was knocked out with 1 blow. Could this youth really be that strong? Yuang then turned to CI and said that it was his turn. His opponent furrowed his brows and thought that Joe was at a level 3. True power? How could he be knocked out in just 1 strike? Could it be that Wu Swang really had the power of the 5th level of true might? He then swung his arm and enveloped himself in energy as he ran forward, shouting that the sage would never believe it. He used the shadow palm technique, purity like a peach forest. The onlookers were surprised that C's attacks didn't work at all. The protagonist's face was slightly tilted back from the strike, and he looked at his opponent and said that the move was indeed cool, but it lacked strength. Ste was at a loss. How was this possible? Could he really block this move as well? The protagonist slammed his hand forward, apologizing with an arrogant expression and asking if he had accidentally gotten hurt. SEIAA flared. With rage, the floor beneath his feet cracked and he exclaimed, "Arrogant child! He doesn't need his pity!" He then extended his hands forward, concentrating his energy. SLE furrowed his brows and said that all his energy was concentrated in his palm. This was the move he used when he fought against him. Was he really in such a state at this moment? The Su family representative resolutely ran forward, directing all his energy at his opponent. He couldn't believe that his move wouldn't work. However, his eyes widened in surprise and horror when his trembling hand collided with Wang's face, calmly looking at him. Bai Wang stopped his hand with his fingers and said that he had already launched 3 attacks. Now it was his turn. Then he covered his fist in fire and swung it back, using the true Inferno technique. A powerful energy burst forth and Hai, trying to defend himself, covered himself with his hands, exclaiming, "This is bad!" Wang used the ominous End Sun's burning technique. An explosion occurred in the arena. A cloud of smoke and dust rose up, and the onlookers asked in surprise what was going on. When the smoke cleared, the people present saw Sei's charred face and SLE shouted his name in horror. The people watching the battle were astonished. SEI. A person of the 5th level of true might couldn't handle an ordinary student. This kid's strength is amazing. The rumor that he was able to kill a fighter of the 4th level of true might turn out to be true. Unbelievable. They saw this for the first time. Ma desperately shouted, "Xian Yao, so." It was their father who killed them. Su is to blame for everything. The host, confused, announced that the winner of the 3rd round for the rich class was the Q family. Penin raised his hand in delight and shouted that Brother Wang had won Zhong without holding back his emotions. supported him, saying that he was incredibly strong. Ming, watching this, thought that he had previously thought that Wang was not higher than the 6th level of true power. But it seems he was wrong. His strength far exceeded all expectations. The host announced with a smile that it was already noon and they would take a break. Before the 4th round, which would start soon, the spectators in the stands were discussing that the Soup family was in a difficult situation. This time they couldn't believe that they would actually continue this fight, even though their future depended on the family assessment, and they were supported by the Shimin family. At this time, Chen clenched the fan in his hands and said with annoyance, Wang. He then turned to his subordinates and said that they had to act sometime later at the Su family's manor. SLE, turning to Mr. Qian, said that they had already lost 2 rounds in a row and did not know what to do. Next, C's nervous system was damaged and Zhou was also seriously injured. No one could harm their families since they entered the rich class, and during the next battle he would ask young Master Shiman for help. Xin took a sip of his drink and advised him not to panic. He suggested that they wait for good news. At this time in the inn, Wang, turning to his father, told him to sit down and he would treat him with acupuncture. Linan readily agreed and took a seat on the sofa. The protagonist, having begun the treatment, thought that from his past life, he knew that the transfer of energy through acupuncture could heal a person. With protection in a matter of minutes, then he looked at Ming and thanked him for taking care of them. Ming replied that there was no need for thanks because he could not do otherwise. Lianan, watching them, thought that their children had grown up so quickly. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of their room and a voice came from outside shouting that the father and son of the Qing family were asking them to come out and talk. Wang, turning to his father, told him to stay here and he would go. Ming, turning to him, said that he would go with him. The protagonist refused him and said that he did not know what purpose these people had come for, but he hoped that if anything happened, he could protect his family. Ming agreed with him and said that he could rely on him. The protagonist then walked outside and looked at the unexpected guests and said that the Shiman clan was full of talents and could even summon a true Power Level 8 Master. The chief of the master said that knowing their strength and background, they could not be kind. In the next battle for the rich class, the Qing family must admit defeat. The protagonist frowned and looked at him and asked what if. Not he replied that it was up to him. The next moment, 2 masters jumped down preparing to attack Wang. They unleashed a powerful energy on the protagonist, causing him to fall to the ground. The masters then jumped onto the roof. To their leader, he turned around and said that they were returning and should report everything to the Lord. It seems that the youth was at most level 6 in true might, and he was overestimated, Yuan said at this moment. They seriously just came and knocked someone down. The master, surprised, turned around and asked, could he still be standing? Then, turning to his colleagues, he asked, did they decide to spare him? The young master ordered them to get rid of the Qing family, one of the masters said in confusion. Well, about that, the other confirmed his words, saying that this youth was just a martial arts student and could not be stronger than them. His colleague, however, thought, how is this possible? They hit with almost full force. How come nothing happened to him? They were already at level 7 in true might. Meanwhile, Wang stood up and, concentrating energy in his hands, said that he was looking forward to how they deal with him. He thought that these 2 who were on the 7th level were no threat to him. The only one to be wary of was their leader. In the next moment, the masters rushed forward and their leader said it seemed like he still hadn't realized what kind of situation he was in. Are they all attacking him together? The protagonist enveloped himself in fire. His eyes lit up and he shouted, Shiman, he Wang declares here and now. The powerful shout sent the masters flying back, and their leader exclaimed, that was the lion's roar. Those inside the end looked towards the street in surprise, and Lianan anxiously exclaimed that was his son's voice, and the protagonist continued to shout, Su family, if the masters of Shiman are standing behind them, death is already near. Those nearby looked towards the source of the sound in surprise and asked what kind of sound was that? Did someone use the lion's roar? Yuang continued, need to shout that he would wipe their pathetic family off the face of the earth. Well, the people of Shiman, since they decided to stick their noses into this squabble, he will now pursue each and every one of them, even if it was someone from the sacred land. The residents were in disarray when they came out onto the streets, saying that the Shiman family was in danger. Could it be that a battle between low-ranking aristocrats could attract the attention of the upper class? The head of the master thought that he was probably afraid that his internal energy might be stronger than his at such a young age. Could it be that he already had the 8th level of true power at this moment? The host landed on a nearby roof and said, what a voice pursuit of the Family evaluation participants. It seems that they greatly underestimated the Xingwu sacred land, the members of the Shiman family. The masters looked up in surprise and the leader asked, "Where did they come from?" Then they went downstairs and the host said with a smile, "Okay, that's enough for today. We need to go." The leader thought that even this young man's strength couldn't defeat them all. It seemed that the sacred land of Jinggu was also interested in choosing sides, and it would be better for him not to get in their way. "The Su family is not that important," he said to his subordinates that they should go Wang. Then asked Jun why they came. He hadn't finished the battle yet. Jun replied that they were passing by and heard some sounds, so they decided to check just in case the Shaman family is becoming more and more powerful. "It seems that they have achieved significant success over the years," the protagonist asked in. "Surprise, what is the strength of the Shiman feudal lords?" Jun replied that among all the feudal lords in the kingdom, they rank 5th. They are the strongest lords of the southern heavenly country and rule over 8 provinces at once. 3 of the family are at the 8th level, and there are about 10 or more people at the 7th level. Their elder has already reached the 9th level of true power. In other words, all the aristocrats of the southern heavenly country cannot compare to the Shiman family. Wang thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and said, "A clan that only needs 8th level true power, which has 3 people plus 1 at the 9th level. No wonder they are so arrogant." He thought that the 9th level of true power was the same level as the peak of his strength in his past life. Jun stroked his beard and said that there was almost no time left until the next battle, the battle for the rich class. Will he give up or continue the fight? He asked why he suddenly brought this up. He replied with a smile that meeting such a strong family could not help but be frightening. The protagonist smirked and said that he would not hesitate. He would wipe the Su family off the face of the earth, at this time in the Su family. Manner the masters approached Chen and suggested that he return to his family. He agreed to them, but at this moment Es approached him and said in despair that the time for the next battle was approaching. So what should they do? Chen asked who the strongest warriors in their family were. Now Es replied that 3 had already sacrificed themselves for the family, and now the strongest were he and his uncle Yuqian said that he would work together with Lord Yu. Then would he be able to fight against Dashi? SLE replied that they were both at the 5th level of true power and Hung had already reached the 7th. He was afraid that it would not be easy to defeat him. Chen turned around, looked at him, and said that this was important. This was very important. And now they only had 2 options. "Surrender and accept defeat or fight to the death," Sul exclaimed indignantly. "Fight to the death? How could that be? Is Wang really that strong? Doesn't someone from the outside help him?" Chen said that his 8th level true power warrior had just escaped from Wang. He only said one thing: "The strength is not inferior to him," Samli said desperately. "True power." Chen continued walking in the opposite direction and said that he had already said everything. Now it was up to him to choose after a while in the Lujiang province arena. The spectators asked, in surprise, why had the Su family not come yet? Did the morning battles frighten them? Are they avoiding the fight? A wise man knows when to retreat, and this student is actually a reincarnation of a spiritual child. Ordinary mortals cannot compare to him. How did the Su family think they could handle him now? Even the Shaman feudal lords are begging for forgiveness from the Qing. The Shaman is the strongest family in the southern heavenly country. Why would the poor Qing family even need them? The Su family is the most treacherous of all the aristocrats. The elder of the Chen family said that that time was almost up. It seems that Samnai doesn't really want to fight. What does he think, Elder Yoon? He folded his arms and said, "This old man." The spectators shouted indignantly, "This is a disgrace." The strongest family was beaten, and they still refused. Such families should not exist in their province. At this moment, SLE jumped into the arena, breaking the carpet beneath him, and shouted at everyone to shut up. A powerful energy emanated from him, and with a frown, he thought that their family's mod was to fight like lions in the name of Xia until their brother was destroyed. What could these Qings do that would make his family leave Wang? He wants to see what kind of demon he really is. The protagonist glanced at him and said, "Hello, he finally came." Suddenly addressed the judge and said that he had already fought 2 opponents in the previous round, which meant that he would have to fight 4 at once. The spectators were confused. Did this old man really want an ordinary boy to fight for? At once 1 against 4. Wang had no chance of winning. The elder of the Yun family expressed his dissatisfaction. "This old man must be crazy. How will Wang respond to this? The host reminded him that according to the rules, if a participant enters a fight for the second time in a row, he must fight. The protagonist confidently declared that he would accept this challenge without any problem. Shinan, indignant, exclaimed, "Who? Does this boy think he is 3? Elders of the Su family entered the arena. One of them said that it had been a long time since he entered a fight in this event. Some brat dared to threaten him." His brother asked, "Was SEI killed by this brat?" The third elder replied, "SI is one of his best disciples. He will definitely avenge him." The elder of the Chen family who was watching this exclaimed in surprise, "This trinity!" The head of the Yun family guessed that S must be completely desperate to bring out these 3 old men who have not appeared in society for more than 10 years, although their strength is only at the 5th level of true power. When they combine their strength, they can match the former elder of the Dashi clan, Ha, who has reached the 7th level. This is why the Su clan has begun to spread its influence throughout Lujiang province. Suddenly confident in his strength, thought that with the help of the 3 elders and his trump cards he will never believe that he cannot win. The host announced the 4th round for a place in the rich. Class 1 against 4 begin. The Su elders used water spell, filthy earth Thor's wood fire she, almighty gold on the 5-element thunder. The next moment a magic cube fell on the Su. Protagonist, the elder of the Yun family, said anxiously, "It's over! They had the opportunity to end the flow of the thunder array. Now one has no chance of winning, however." The protagonist waved his finger, put his hand on his chin, and asked, "Is this their finishing move? Quite powerful. No wonder feudal lords like Shimin love them so much," one of the old men said with a grin. "Child, they know about his combat skills. That's why they are standing here. However, he is too careless. No one can escape from the flow of the 5-element thunder array, no matter how strong he is, as long as he remains locked up, they have nothing to fear." Wang only smirked in response. He began to concentrate his energy, saying that in this world, everything has its cause and effect. It doesn't matter what kind of technique it is, it's more important to understand where his power comes from. He then said loudly, "Old man, your tricks won't work on him." The next moment, the space around him began to crack. The old man cried out in despair, "This is impossible!" He then gave the order to intensify the attack of the strongest array using spells. He activated the 3 paths of drought, 6 fractures bold, tremor bull covering, and central devastation, creating an extermination array. He cried out that he never thought he would have to use this to defeat a child. "The extermination array won't last long. We must use the shifting technique to kill him in one blow." SLE, concentrating energy in his hand, joined in the attack. The Su family representatives also joined forces, shouting insults at the protagonist. A powerful energy began to rise up, and the protagonist closed his eyes, saying how tired he was of them. Then in the arena, a powerful pillar of magical energy slammed into the ground, causing a powerful explosion. Jan, closing his eyes, said, "What a powerful move are these old men, really?" "That's strong," Pinging exclaimed. "This is powerful, Brother Wang. What's going on?" "They can't see anything," Lanin desperately called out to his son, and the next moment his brows furrowed. When the smoke began to clear, he saw that his son was holding the old men's bodies by their hair. Everyone present opened their mouths in surprise, exclaiming, "Are all these old men dead?" Suddenly drenched in blood, wondered in bewilderment, how is this possible? The array of 3 old men was capable of holding back a warrior of the 8th level of true power, but this Wang simply destroyed him. He looked at his opponent in horror, and the protagonist continued to concentrate his energy, saying that it was his turn to act. Somli brought the pill to his lips and was surprised to realize that even with the help of the 3 elders, they would not be able to defeat him. He did not want to admit defeat, but he still took it for the sake of his family. He was here and did not intend to retreat. Suddenly, he remembered how Chen handed him the capsule, explaining that it was a serum that could increase his strength to the maximum. However, he had to take into account that the effect would only last for a short period of time. He only had to decide whether to use it or not. Su's body underwent a change, and the protagonist looked at him. In surprise, the Su family representative, overcome by madness, laughed and exclaimed, "Strength! He can feel it running through his veins." Yuan, seeing this, exclaimed in amazement, "Is this really his father? How did he become so powerful?" His brother said that he looked incredibly strong. The powerful warrior of the Shiman family turned to the young master and asked, "Isn't this the capsule they borrowed from the royal family? How did he convince Elder Su to accept it?" Chen waved his fan and replied that this capsule could boost his strength for a short period of time, but it also had wonderful side effects that he didn't know about. He suggested that he just let him experience it. SLE, enveloped in powerful energy, shouted out for the sake of the Su clan survival. Wang, he must die. His true power level rose to the 8th level, and he extended his hands forward, spewing out powerful energy. Wang also raised his arms to attack and exclaimed, "Is this the Su clan that dared to mess with the Qing family?" His true power also reached the 8th level, and he released his energy towards them, causing their powerful attacks to meet, causing another explosion. The protagonist's shocked thought, "What did this?" Suddenly, his strength increased dramatically. Suddenly, with a mad laugh, turned to Wayne, proclaiming that he was incredibly strong for an ordinary student. Even the 3 elders could not defeat him. But now his techniques are powerless against him. Watching this, June, with his hands behind his back, remarked that Su must have eaten something truly amazing. The host, who was standing next to him, leaned on his staff, sighed, and said that he did not like these strange things. After a person ate this capsule, his energy center was destroyed, but in return, the internal beast essence was stimulated, which greatly increased his strength for a short period of time. Judging by Sul, he had reached the strength of the 8th level of true power. June warned that such drugs cannot pass. Without a trace, once their time expired, Sul's body would undergo changes. Where did he get this God-forsaken medicine? Meanwhile, Sammy was preparing to attack with a smirk. He thought that the medicine's effect would only last for 5 minutes, so he had to act quickly. He then shouted at his opponent that he would destroy him with his strongest move. Dare he accept it? His body was enveloped in powerful energy that was bursting out, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack in response. The protagonist swung his fist, engulfed in flames, and said that he must admit that he had exceeded his expectations, and so he would also use his strongest move with shouts. They ran towards each other. SLE used a technique called Jade Labyrinth. Wolf Shadows and WBUN used a technique called Power of the Sun. 9 suns, a powerful explosion thundered in the center of the arena, and the audience was covered by waves of this explosion. The elder of the Chen family exclaimed in surprise how powerful the head of the Yun family opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "Is this really the battle for a place in the rich class?" In the arena, SLE shouted at his opponent not to even try. He couldn't withstand this move. The protagonist replied that his daily training was not something he could easily win, their powerful energy. Closed. And once again, and solemnly, anxiously shouted that it was impossible. Wang exclaimed that his fate would be decided here and now. A blow for him to the bullies. The next blow was for humiliating his father. And the third blow was for forever persecuting his sister. And so with these words, he struck the opponent in the chest, causing him to fly far forward. The sons anxiously called out for their father, and Sul himself, having gathered his last strength, raised himself on his hand and said, "In surprise, has the effect of the drug worn out? Has his strength left him? His shadow armor?" At this time, the protagonist, shrouded in smoke, confidently walked forward and said defiantly, "Elder Su, it's time to set off." His opponent, lying on the ground and sweating profusely, thought that he couldn't die. He was an elder of the rich. Sulan, he couldn't just leave like that. Then he turned around and, overcome with anxiety, shouted at him to wait. He was admitting defeat. Wang looked down at him and asked what he was muttering. He couldn't hear him. Suddenly desperately shouted that he gave up the S. Family had lost. He thought that if he left here alive, he would be able to take revenge on them in the future. He had to, but before he could finish his thought, the protagonist kicked his opponent in the back with all his might, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth. He then apologized and said that he would pretend that he hadn't heard him. The host announced with a smile, in the name of the Jianu sacred land, he declared that, in the assessment of the families of Lujiang province, the winner for the place in the rich class is the Qing family. Xiao clenched her fists in joy and exclaimed in admiration, "Victory, father! Her brother has won!" Tears gathered in the corners of Lan Chan's eyes. He said, "Wang, he did it!" Mei, trembling all over, asked his son, "Is he not sleeping? Is this really the same WWM?" Qinjin, with her mouth open, in surprise, said he actually managed to win. Her father said, "What an amazing young man." The protagonist's friends joyfully chanted his surname. calling him their savior. The whole world will celebrate the fall of the Su. The spectators shouted that the Su family got what they deserved over the years. The Su have done many terrible things, and now justice has finally returned. Meanwhile, the defeated family was leaving the battlefield, the sons supporting their wounded father by the arms, Chen covering his face with a fan said that this drooping face indicates that the side effect has worked. Now Sammy would most likely drop to around the third level of true power. This was the end of them. The family, he then turned to his subordinate and said that they could leave. The Su family was now useless. The Qing family then entered the arena, and the host happily congratulated them on returning to the rich class. Now it was the turn of the rich class token. He asked Eldarin to come over to receive his token. Linen picked up the reward and looked at it and said that so many years had passed, he never thought that his family would ever be able to see this token again. He then looked at his son and said, "All thanks to him." After that, the host offered to praise the rich Jing family, and the audience was filled with thunderous applause. The warrior exclaimed that this was simply unbelievable and they should take an example from the Qing family. The man agreed with him, adding that before this assessment they seemed so weak and everyone thought they were finished. The old man standing next to them with his hands behind his back asked, "Over there, is that the daughter of the Qing family? She is really charming, hung watching." This said, you need to keep your distance in order to strike a decisive blow at the right moment and secure a place in the rich class. The Qin family is growing like an approaching storm. It seems that Luoyang province has a bright future now. Many will want to cooperate with this family. The host smiled inside, saying that the old man really did not expect to see this. He thought that he should stop rumors about this family assessment from spreading. June said that he would take care of it and he would report everything to Lord Woang. The host thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and said, "Warrior of the 8th level of the Truth of Might at the Qing family's victory banquet sometime later, Pinan happily congratulated the protagonist on his promotion to the rich class. Joan, filled with emotion, clenched his fists and exclaimed, "There are so many people here! The Su family finally got what they deserved!" Pinan added with a smile on his face that now these former peasants will not dare to act as arrogant as before. The protagonist, taking a sip of his drink, remarked that the Su family business is still strong and this should not be underestimated. Even now at this moment, Shannan came over and clasping her hand with hers called out to the protagonist. He turned around and asked, "Surprise, Miss Yoon, what does she want? Has she come to pester him again?" Qin Yan indignantly closed her eyes and said that no one is pestering him. She came here to congratulate him, and although he is young, his strength is worthy of her respect. He replied that it would be better if she stopped pestering him. Clenching her fist, she indignantly exclaimed, "Enough already." Soon Lianen walked to the center of the room, picked up a drink and addressed the guests. He said that he wanted to personally thank everyone who had come here to celebrate this momentous occasion. The elder of the Chen family walked up to him with a smile and said that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, and he really admired their family. Lianen replied with a smile that he was very kind. The guests began to approach the elder of the winning family and raise a toast to him, congratulating him on his victory. Lanchin smiled and said that all the elders were so polite. He thought, of course, if a person has status and strength, then people will show more respect the next moment. The elder of the Chen family put his hand forward, blocking the path of several masters, and told them not to interfere, he said with a smile. Brother Lanan, his son, showed everyone in this assessment of families in general. He has a daughter, and she is almost 14 years old, and her beauty and other aspects are worthy of attention. The one standing next to him looked forward with embarrassment and said, "Hello." The elder of the Yun family put his hand on his shoulder and said that she was still young and did not even know their peerless Wang. Then he smiled and said that his daughter was a perfect match. They studied in the same academy, so they had known each other since childhood. The representative of the Chen family asked with a smirk, what was he talking about, but he had heard that it was his daughter who decided to barge into Wang's place to accuse him of something he had not done? The elder of the Yun family clenched his fist and indignantly shouted that these were just rumors. Then he folded his arms and said, everyone knew that Ting was the one who had problems with Wang. His daughter had simply gotten caught up in their squabble, and he had even had a serious fight with the dean of the academy. The head of the Chen family indignantly told Lianan not to believe him. Then they started saying that their daughters were more suitable for his son. At this time, the two masters were talking among themselves, and one of them said with a smile that these two old men were actually trying to sell their daughters, and in front of everyone, How ironic at this time in the Su family estate, Slay walked forward and asked Aleru if he had done what he asked. In response, the old man folded his hands and said that everything was ready. They were just waiting for him. He turned around and said, "Okay, they must remember that today they will do everything possible for their family, for their survival. If they do not leave the province, then half a year they will be exterminated. They must go to the lands of Wu, to the city of Donglan. There they will set up ambushes and do everything to destroy that family. If no family members are left, then they will not be able to be reborn for a long time, and sooner or later they will become a laughingstock in Lujiang province." The old man addressed him and declared that they would destroy all of the Qing at any cost. Although the journey would be long and difficult, traversing the 1,000 miles of the Great Tang Mountain, passing through hundreds of prefectures and provinces, it no longer mattered. The BW kingdom had abandoned them, so it was imperative that they find refuge in the lands of Woe. In the past, they had many enemies, but they had dealt with them thanks to their status as a wealthy class. Now that they had been reduced to ordinary citizens, their end was certain. The same Qing. Then he pointed his finger to the side and said, "Enough talk, let's go." They would split into two teams. The first group would go to the Qing residence and burn everything there to the ground, destroy their ancestral home, and destroy their faith in a bright future. Addressing the soldiers, he ordered them to destroy the fields and set fire to the O factory. After they had dealt with that, they were to head to the southeast, where the second group would be waiting. They will regroup on the border of Cloud Country in the royal lands of Redwood. At this time at the banquet, Tong Yao called the protagonist, and he looked at her in surprise. She asked if she could talk to him in person. She had important information looking at her. Wang thought, "Isn't this one of the UN sisters?" After a while, they went outside and he told her to speak. She asked if he knew about the invisible danger that was waiting for his family. She said that she wouldn't beat around the bush. If young Master Qing promised her something, he could rest assured that she would tell him everything right away. He closed his eyes and said that he was not interested in making deals with strangers, nor was he interested in promising to do anything for them. She indignantly shouted, "Hey!" He replied that if she really had secret information only for him, she should speak frankly. As for the promise, was she sure that she could trust the promise of someone she had never met? She shouted yes. If it was his promise, then she would believe it. She then fell silent in embarrassment, but after a few moments she said, "Okay, let's get to the point." According to her sources, the S family was planning to do something that would target his family. Although she didn't know the details of their plan, she thought that they would show up soon, and she was sure that it would be tonight. He had to trust her after all. She sincerely didn't want him to be harmed. The protagonist thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and asked. Su still had the nerve to oppose them. He thought of murder after the defeat. Their entire family should have realized that they couldn't send him to the next world. Besides, they must have already been warned by the Shimen feudal lords. Really, the next moment he turned around and ran towards the manor. On the way, he shouted his thanks for the information. He shouted that he would definitely repay her for helping him someday. As she watched him go, she shouted, "Hey, if he wanted to repay her, he would have to find her at the Redwood Martial Arts Academy." She then put her hand on her chest in embarrassment and said that he hadn't even asked her name. So how would he find her at this time? Wang ran up to his father and whispered the information into his ear. At the same time, Lianan asked for the guest's attention. He said that there was an urgent problem that needed to be addressed. He would definitely hold a banquet at his house later. He hoped to see them all. There, everyone agreed that they would definitely come. Ming ran up to the protagonist and asked what was going on. He replied, "Sister, brother, Dashi, it seemed that the Su were going to take action against them to finish off the Qing family. Once and for all, he thought that those people were already on their way to Donlin City. He felt that nothing good could be expected from them. There were only a few people guarding their house, and he was afraid that they would not be able to protect him," Ming said angrily. "Those damned Su," he would call his boys, "and they would go straight after them." Wang asked him to take care of his sister while he and his father urgently went to Donan City. Ming agreed and said that he would prepare horses for them at this time in the Qing family residence. Qing Lin Chuan, the guard of the Qing family, asked why one of those huge lanterns was higher than the other. A worker standing on a ladder adjusting a lantern asked, "Uncle Chuan, is this okay?" Chuan replied that the left lantern needs to be raised a little higher. "Yes, like this." Then turning to Shiai, he told him to bring the ladder here, but be careful not to hit the lanterns. Shiai smiled and said that he knew. Xuan then turned to his subordinate and said that tomorrow he should go out and buy fireworks enough that the brightness would blind your eyes and the sound would be deafening. When the elder and his family returned, they would have to greet them properly. The worker smiled, put his hand on his heart, and said, "Okay, they are servants of the rich class." Chuan hit him on the head and told him that he was acting like an idiot. The worker laughed and said he couldn't be blamed, the world was cruel. Chan, picking his nose, confirmed his words and said he liked her for a while, but her mother didn't like him and thought he had no future. "So, what did something happen to her?" he said with a sincere smile. Moreover, this afternoon, Lei came to say that her mother no longer objected to them dating. The guard said, "Well, he is a lucky man, but he must consider that he will have to suffer from such a mother-in-law." The servant folded his arms and said, "Lally is not like her mother. Yes, he won't spend all day with his mother-in-law." "Will he?" the guard replied. "Okay, he needs to take care of his own tasks first. There's no time to delay congratulating their lords." The servant laughed and said that he knew. At this time, Elder Yu, turning to the elder, said that it looks like the Qing have already received good news. They are hanging lanterns everywhere. Apparently deciding to celebrate early S, said that they will wipe the grins off their faces. At this time, the protagonist and his father were racing forward on horseback. Linan, turning to his son, excitedly exclaimed that they should hurry as he had a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, in the Qing residence, the buildings were engulfed in flames. The guard, turning to the workers, shouted, "Hurry! Everyone must run to the ancestral home." The subordinate, holding a weapon in his hand, anxiously asked, "Who is outside?" The guard furrowed his brows and replied, "The Su family. It seems they have come to take revenge on them." A member of the Su family, addressing the elder, loudly declared that they are hiding inside. Suddenly standing in front of the closed gate, furrowed his brows and shouted that this was outrageous, cutting it with his sword, allowing their family to enter. Chan, seeing them, exclaimed, "Everyone, get ready!" The other workers supported him. He gritted his teeth and looked at the opponents and thought that the elder and his son had just won the battle for the rich class, and now was the time for a celebration. He would not allow chaos to be here. He then loudly proclaimed that the house served as a resting place for their elder's ancestors, and although they were not part of the Qing family, the elder thought otherwise. They would not allow anyone to destroy this sacred place altogether. After saying this, all the workers rushed towards the enemy. SLE also ordered his family members to run and kill them in response. The Qing family worker, facing the enemy, shouted, "Idiots, don't underestimate them, XA." Attacked him with his sword and declared that all the blows Wang dealt him will be reflected back at them. Worms, Chuang swung his weapon and shouted, "Six!" Zhou punched him in the face and exclaimed, "Does he think that now is the best time to be distracted by others?" He then punched him in the stomach and said, with a mad smile, "Wang, it doesn't matter how strong he is. If he can't protect his charges, then he's just trash." Blood flowed out of the guard's mouth. At this time, the protagonist continued on his way, thinking that the horses were starting to get tired. There was no way they would get there in no time. He then shouted to his father that he would go ahead. The next moment, he kicked off the ground and jumped far ahead. Lianin, frowning, said that he would not lag behind. Meanwhile, in the residence, the son of the Su family was shouting at his subordinates to burn everything down. The manor was increasingly engulfed in flames, with the workers lying lifeless on the ground. The remaining ones continued to attack the enemy, shouting that if they could defeat one of the strongest warriors, it would help a lot. They surrounded Alaru and he frowned, and in the next moment struck several blows with his sword. Samuel also injured many workers of the Qing family. At this moment, he then shouted that the Su family would not be able to rest in peace if they remained alive. After a while, their family stood surrounded by corpses. Chan's entire body was trembling, stretching out his hand forward and desperately said, "Ancestral." One of the workers stood up with the last of his strength. With trembling hands, he grabbed his weapon and shouted that as long as he was here, no one would get in. Somli walked up to him and shouted at him to get out of the way, and then perhaps he would spare him, but the worker gritted his teeth and cried out. If Elder Qing hadn't found him and helped him when he was a child, he would most likely be dead. Now he wouldn't pass. But the next moment his hand was cut off, and Somli shouted that he could then watch him destroy their house. He then pinned the boy to the ground with all his might and laughed madly. He declared that he would kill them all after he destroyed the house. He wished that Wang would never dare to come near him again. But what a terrible house, he offered to decorate it. Then he turned around in surprise, seeing the worker grabbing his clothes, gritting his teeth. He desperately shouted that he wouldn't pass. But Slay turned around and kicked the worker in the stomach again. He said that he wouldn't let him pass. He would defend the house to the end. Sonli swung his sword and said that if that happened, he would die. The worker gritted his teeth and mentally apologized to Lin Yang. It seemed like he would never be able to marry her in this life. The next moment, a powerful pillar of energy crashed onto the battlefield. The people present were carried away by the waves of the explosion, and everyone looked in surprise at the protagonist who was standing in the center of the spreading fire, one of the workers in the Qing. Family grabbed his hand with a smile and exclaimed, "It's the master! The young master has returned!" Chan, clutching his stomach, added, "The young master has returned! They are saved!" Sunli, gritting his teeth, cried out, "How did he know about their plan?" Then he gave the order to his kinsmen to retreat, and they turned towards the exit and ran, trying to retreat as quickly as possible while concentrating the energy in his hands. Said these guys like to play with fire, don't they? Then he sent powerful energy forward, which, having transformed into fire spheres, began to fall from the sky. SLE, surprised, raised his head and asked, "Where did these fireballs come from? What kind of technique is this?" The protagonist used a technique called Fire Limit Burning Lotus. The Su family members, engulfed in flames, desperately called out to the elder. They were begging for salvation. Sammy turned to his sons, cries, and saw Wang holding Yuan by the throat. Yuan, not wanting to die, desperately begged his father for help. The protagonist asked Su Yuan, right, how dare he call himself one of the 7 young masters last time he let Zan Yao die for him. "Who's next today?" SLE desperately screamed, begging for mercy in response. The protagonist slammed his opponent to the ground and looked at the elder, saying that his son was the same person as his servants. They were raised by someone too. They were also important to someone. If they decided to come to his house to kill, they should be prepared to accept death. Sammy clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "Yan Wan wouldn't dare." Then he rose into the air, swinging his sword. But the next moment, the protagonist grabbed his arm and turned to his subordinate and asked, "Is this the idiot who cut off his arm?" The subordinate confirmed his words, and then whoosh. W turned to Elder Su and said, "Accept it!" SLE nervously asked, "What does he want to do?" Then he struck him a few times with his sword and told him not to worry. He was only going to cut his tendons. He had to watch attentively as his pretty sons died right before his eyes. His sons' hands shook with fear, desperately calling for their father. They did not know what to do. Shuang, watching this, opened his mouth in surprise. He said that the situation had instantly turned upside down. How could their young man master, who had been bullied for 4 years in a row at the academy, become so strong the next moment? Sammy surrounded himself with energy and shouted at XO and Ting to leave. As quickly as possible, they must preserve their family's blood. He would try to delay him for at least a little while. But the next moment, Wang rushed forward, causing a powerful explosion of energy. XO, turning to Ting, shouted at him not to turn around and to run. They looked ahead in horror. Wang had beaten them to it. He stopped and threw them off the roof. Sun lay on the ground, trembling all over, desperately calling for his sons. The Chen family worker noticed with surprise that these people who seemed cruel and all-powerful fell prostrate in front of their master, trying to escape, if only to save their lives. The strength of the young master was simply incomparable. Schwam walked to the center of the courtyard and ordered the workers to clear the area and tie up the survivors. One of them put his foot on S's back, pressing him down harder, and shouted that the tendons of his legs and arms had been cut, but he was still resisting. At this moment, Linan ran up to the residence, calling for his son. The workers turned around in surprise at the sound of the voice and exclaimed joyfully that the elder had returned. Chuan walked up to him and apologized, saying that he was unable to protect the family. They almost lost the ancestral home. He put his hand on his chest and said that fortunately the young master arrived in time. The elder frowned and replied that they were indeed his family to meet an enemy stronger than them face to face, without fear in their eyes. They are simply great. Then the sound of he's was heard from outside the residence, and a worker clenched his teeth and shouted in irritation. "Is someone from Su heading here again?" Lianan said. That it was not so. Looking at the gate, the Hu clan chief pointed his hand to the side and told his clansmen to quickly take all the fire and dry it out and bandage the wounded as quickly as possible. The Qing family worker exclaimed happily. Neighbors Chuang asked in surprise, and the people of the H clan. The worker replied that their Qing family and the Hu family had always been at odds with each other. Why did they come here? The protagonist thought that it was all his fault for the past 4 years he had only thought about his cultivation, so he had completely forgotten about the people around him. If he had taught them martial arts from the beginning, they would have been able to fight back today relying on the right time, place, and people. He would remain complacent. Wu Xing, how he annoyed him did his past life teach him nothing. His thoughts were interrupted by Xin, who desperately begged for forgiveness and said that he had very important information. Painan, with his hands on his hips, looked up at the roof. Looking at the protagonist, he said, "That this idiot keeps shouting about his important information." What should they do with him? The protagonist looked at him and thought, where did he come from? After that incident, the Qin family was working hard to rebuild their house with the Hu family. Several workers were working hard, and one of them, holding a hammer in his hands, leaned his back against the wall and said with a sigh, "Yes, this Jing family is really exciting." His neighbor, who was hammering a nail into the wall, said that if Wang had not intervened in time, the consequences could have been dire. The man clutched the hammer in his hands and frowned, saying that he did not expect the Su family to be so crazy as to not only attack all the members of the noble family, but also carry out a change of power. Fortunately, Shim came and told them about their plans. He didn't expect that they would split into two groups, one of which would seek to destroy everything belonging to the Qing. His colleague added that Wang had shown incredible ferocity in battle. He had entered the fray and had dispatched the entire Su family in less than a quarter of an hour. Although the Qing family had suffered heavy losses, fortunately no one had died. It was amazing to turn the tide in his favor. He had never seen such a powerful fighter. This young man had become the hope of the entire Donlin city. No, the entire Baoyue kingdom. Now their city would never be the same again. At this time, in an underground room with rooms closed by bars, the protagonist showed Go Xin a dagger coated with poison. He said that even a minor wound would cause his entire body to shake, foam at the mouth, and convulse endlessly for 3 days and 3 nights, followed by death. Would he like to try it? Xin sweated his body, shaking with fear. The next moment he began to bow at his feet and shout, "Young master," he begs for forgiveness for his mistakes he could not distinguish. Gold from jade. His pitiful eyes looked down on him. His mouth was full of lies. Confused, he said that he knew that he would not be killed because he would still be needed. He asked that he be free to dispose of him, and he would do anything for him, even sacrifice his life. Wang sat down at the table and looked at the blade of the dagger and asked, "Is he saying that the Su escaped at night to move to the great land of Wo and seize the Baoyue kingdom? Is he lying, or is it all true?" Shim replied that it was true all the way to the end. The protagonist turned his gaze to him and said that the Su were originally just a small family from the rich class. They couldn't just take over the kingdom and escape to the Great Wool Land. Could there be someone behind them? Gang scratched his bald head and asked thoughtfully, who was behind this? He was scared, not having a clear idea of what was happening at this moment. The protagonist, surrounded by a powerful energy, approached him and said, "He doesn't know." Then he added that there was probably no point in leaving him alive since he was no longer valuable. Gang, desperately repeating, young Master Qing asked for time to think. Wang, looking down at him, said that he didn't have much time to think. Ging scratched his beard and remembered that during the family evaluation, the shaman feudal lord stayed in the Su residence, but he didn't know what plans they were making there. The protagonist asked, "He doesn't know what were they doing there, is he?" "Sure about that?" Goen, cowering in fear, hesitantly said that his sources said that it was the shaman feudal lords who suggested that the S family flee to the great land of Wu. The protagonist said that the shaman family was one of the 12 great feudal lords who were firmly holding their position. Why did they decide to make such an offer to the Su family? Did they have some ulterior motive? Gusing was at a loss for words. He thought that Wang wanted him to betray the shaman family. His life depended on it. Now he was afraid that he would die if he said no to his request. Quest to hell with it. It was time to end this conversation. He then said that the shaman feudal lords had also decided to betray the Baoyue kingdom and had begun to carry out their plan through Su. The great lands of Wu were no different from the Baoyue kingdom. Both were at the middle level of subordination of countries. As time passed, these 12 would be mired in conflicts like fire and water. The shaman feudal lords must have secretly agreed with the royal family in the great land of Wo to act domestically. As well, the protagonist asked, was there anything else? He added that if they succeeded, the great lands of Wu would be able to expand their territory. increase their natural resources, and achieve a high level of subordination of the country. And the shaman feudal lords would be crowned as a foreign royal family. They would take over the entire Redwood royal lands. Then he closed his eyes and thought, "That's it, now he's going to die." Yuan looked at him and thought, "Oh, this king, no wonder he's lived so long." So many things came out of his mouth, but quite useful. Then he closed his eyes and said, "Okay, since he's been so good, he'll spare his miserable life at the moment. His family doesn't lack human contact. The only thing missing is a lousy dog," he asked, goosing, to think about whether he would work for them. If he did, he promised that his life would be more luxurious and people would praise him if he decided to betray the Qing. He would only need his little finger to destroy him and his entire family. He didn't rush him, giving him time to think after. After that, he left the room, and Gang, watching him go, said that he had never seen a child with such an approach and character who cares what the Shiman family is doing. If this is the case, this man is a man of high aspirations. Jing honestly became a dog. Although he could not bite, he still had fighting ability. The news that the Su family had betrayed the Babui kingdom immediately spread to all possible places. The officials of Luoyang province immediately sent their men to the Qing house to catch the criminals. Some 32 people went to attack the queue, of which more than 20 died. In addition, letters written by one of the feudal lords from the great land of Wu were found in the Su family's possession. An escape plan was also found, which was irrefutable evidence of betrayal, the siege of the Qing house, the deliberate attack on the nobles of the BW kingdom. All of their men were caught and put in shackles with numerous witnesses and solid evidence. The outcome of the matter was obvious and predetermined. Soon the news reached the emperor. Common crimes could be solved by civil servants, but not treason. The emperor was furious. All the crimes were obvious, so he gave the order to the executioner to execute them. Without delay, the emperor also sent investigators to the Redwood royal lands. He demanded a strict investigation from all the families that had close ties to the Sioux overall. Not a single innocent person was harmed. True, no one went unpunished. Sometime later at the Qing family's training ground, she looked at his hand with joy and exclaimed, "Uncle!" Chanahi must see his hand is completely fine. Unbelievable, severed hands can be restored, yes, and it seems to be stronger than before. Chuan clenched his fist and said that the young master has been doing acupuncture and moxibustion these days. Not only did it heal the wound, but it also added strength. One of the people present said, "I wonder why the young master gathered them all." The next moment, the protagonist came out to the crowd standing on the platform in front of them. He thought that the ordinary Sioux were enough to endanger the existence of the house. After all, the QQ family needed more elite warriors when he was treating them. He noticed that their physical abilities were sufficient, but their martial arts were lacking. He then shouted to be heard, "They were guardians! What was their duty?" They shouted in unison, "To protect the family with their lives." Wang exclaimed that this was wrong. Their duty as guardians was, firstly, to be able to protect themselves. If they couldn't even protect themselves, then how were they going to protect their house? Chuang thought that he was right. In the face of so many elite warriors, it was quite difficult to protect even themselves, let alone defend the house. The protagonist then shouted that they were all children of the Qing family. He would never doubt their loyalty and would even ask them to sacrifice themselves but to defeat the enemy. Courage, loyalty, and fortitude alone were not enough on the battlefield. Their strength and strategy are much more important and effective, and starting tomorrow, he will conduct special training for them for 3 months. Chai, looking at Chan, asked, "Special training?" Chan replied that the young master's strength is great, and if he trains them, they will become much stronger. The protagonist warned that the training will be difficult, and not everyone will be able to endure it. He suggested that those who want to leave should do so right now. The guards unanimously replied that they will never leave or give up. Wang said that this is good and they must remember, the results of these 3 months will definitely change their fate at this moment. Gone came to him and said that he had fulfilled his request. The news cheered him up faster than the wind. Everything was done with the most care, and he promises that no one will ever know about his request. Wang replied that this is excellent, and Goan did a good job. Then he turned his gaze to Goan and said that all he had to do was obey him. He needs people who can solve problems, not just talk. He opened his mouth in surprise and thought people he was allowed to become again. Then he clenched his fist and said, Young master, since there is evidence that the shaman feudal lords were in league with the Sioux. Family during the family appraisal. Why not take this opportunity to stir up more trouble for them? Yuang asked. Does he think his word alone is enough to knock Shiman down? Goen guessed that the young master does not want to get involved with the shaman feudal lords. If that is the case, then why did he want him to spread rumors? It does not bring them much harm. Can they do anything against human at all? The protagonist lied, nothing. So for now, they are just waiting. The rumors will help to protect the feudal lords from further action against them. If not for them, they would most likely have been attacked by. Naogang said that this was a brilliant idea. At this moment, Shio looked up and called Wang. He looked down and said, "Sister." Then he saw her smile and said, "Wait a minute, that expression was someone coming to propose to them again." He thought that recently suitors were pestering them about 3 or 4 times. A day about a dozen of them came. Ish told him to hurry up and come down. There was a girl here who wanted to see him, he asked. In Surprise Girl, on the Tonen continent, the countries are divided into 12 classes. The first class is the Great Empire, which is divided into the upper, middle, and lower levels. The second class is the free countries, also divided into 3 levels. The third class is the subordinate countries. Also having 3 levels at the very bottom are the slave countries, and various tribes, also divided into 3 levels. There are 4 classes and 12 levels in total. The BWA kingdom located at the very bottom of this hierarchy is only a subordinate party of the middle level. After a while, the protagonist went outside, and when he saw his guest, he exclaimed, "It's that girl, he almost forgot about her." She looked at him with a smile and said, "Young Master Ching." She thought that he would have ordered her to be driven away, since he achieved what he wanted. Smiling, he said that he understood her joke, and it was funny thanks to her information. His Ching family was able to avoid an evil fate. A favor for a favor. He will repay her kindness if it is in his power. She looked ahead and said, "Okay, then they will not hesitate. They are moving to where he is. Few people know about this. It is all kept secret. She hopes that he will keep this secret in 3 months. The 4 heads of the BW Kingdom will act as judges for the National Student Martial Arts exam." The protagonist folded his arms and looked at her in surprise and asked, "Huh?" She placed her hand on her chest and warned him not to underestimate this exam, as it would be much more difficult than the usual tests. However, this was a special opportunity. In the past, such exams were held in the territory of the BWE Kingdom, and those who passed them were sent to study in the sacred land of Jingu. Such students would instantly reach the top. This time, the location of the exam would be much further away from the kingdom, in the mother country of Baduai. The mother country is a mid-level great empire ranked 2nd in tier of grades with a large number of noble families. The BW Kingdom is only responsible for selecting and sending talents to the examinations. If the participants show good results and their numbers are sufficient, the kingdom will be able to receive a corresponding promotion. These are the privileges of the kingdom. As for the students, they have an incredible future if they can pass the selection rounds. Of course, in that case, they will at least be able to study in the sacred land of Jinu, and these chosen ones will have a chance to enter the spirit world. Wang, hearing about the spirit world, was surprised. The spirit world, he had heard of it before. What kind of place is this? The peak of martial arts in his past life, but limited to the cultivation of the earthly world. That is to say, roughly speaking, the spirit world here is the same as the other higher-level martial arts in his world. Tong Yao turned to look at him, looked into his eyes, and said that a member of her family, her sister, was going to participate in the exam. She would like him to help her during the exam. The main thing was to pass the preliminaries. He thoughtfully rested his chin and said that if this was a normal martial arts exam, then he could probably help. However, her sister's abilities had not yet reached the proper level, and he wondered if this would cause problems for him in the future. She replied with a smile that there was no need to worry because the spirit world needed not only talented people but also those who showed promise. And if he was willing to help, then his presence at the exam would be very useful, he agreed, and said that if it was, as she said, then he was willing to help. She closed her eyes and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. He put his hands on his hips and replied, "You're welcome. A favor for a favor, by the way." He never asked her name. She smiled again and said that her name was Tel Dlan City is located next to the Great Sang Mountain, which belongs only to Mother Nature, but this does not stop young warriors from using it in their training. Wang taught everyone cultivation, and 3 months of training turned ordinary fighters into an iron army. They trained their spirit internal energy and mental power during training. The protagonist did not sit idle. He trained the power of the sun, striving to reach the ideal level. Enveloping himself in energy, he stood in front of a small pond and looking at his hand said he was finally able to cultivate the power of the sun to the ideal level and pumping. Here is much more pleasant than in his past life. The path of the power of the sun is to concentrate all the energy of qi inside yourself. It is like many rings of raging waves that gather into one huge hydrogen. Once the whirlpool is completely collected, the power of the sun reaches the ideal level. And if the Woi technique is at the ideal level, then the result of the strike of the power of the sun will not take long to come. Then he concentrated the energy in his hands and sent a powerful stream of fire energy forward using holy destruction. He said that the last style of this technique was much stronger than the previous ones. The peak of his power in his previous life was already near. This was a familiar and pleasant feeling. Even if Elder Shiman himself showed up, he thought he could win the highest level of martial arts that he could not reach in his previous life. Here he comes. Guang is the 8th level of true power. June 6th is a significant day. Good for a walk. The Qing family was standing in the courtyard, and Lennon, turning to his son, said that this time he would have to go to Redwood. It seemed that he would have to stop at the cloud limit, which belonged entirely to the Shiman feudal lords, so he must be careful. Wang looked at him with a smile and told him not to worry. They would not dare to come to him, even if they did. He would be able to deal with him. Then he looked at his sister and said that the issue of the relationship between his sister and brother Dashi had already been resolved. Father said that he should show his class in this exam. He believed that with his abilities it would not be difficult to pass. The most important thing is that he would have the opportunity to enter the spirit world. Many of the Qing tried to enter there, but no one succeeded. The protagonist said that, since it was so serious, he would try. Then he saddled his horse and heading for the exit shouted, "Let's go in, Lujiang province." There were only 4 fighters under 20 years old. Dashang Yunnan, Suing and Q Wangsu, accordingly is excluded from the list. In other words, only 3 people from Lijiang province were eligible to participate in the exam. After some time, the guys arrived at their destination, walking along the street and looking around. Chainan put her hand on her side and said that this city is truly beautiful. The prosperity and size are much greater than Lujiang province. Dashi Yan looked ahead and suggested heading to the center where he assumed all the participants were gathered. The high-class martial arts students from the 8 provinces of the cloud side were divided into their own groups. Suddenly Yu Hong, a martial arts student of the 8th level of true might, rode on horseback and began to push through the crowd. She shouted, "Make way! Get out of the way!" The participants ran away from her indignant. "What kind of nonsense is this? Who does she think she is?" The girl looked at her with fear and said her name. Hong hit her with a whip and exclaimed, "What kind of fool dared to stop her?" Horse Chainan, watching this, folded her hands on her hips and exclaimed indignantly, "Who is she? Rude and reckless." One of the participants said that he knew her. She was the mistress of the Inu family. They get along well with the Simon feudal lords. The member next to him remarked, "No wonder she was allowed to gallop around the city like this with such a family." Supporting her suddenly, Chun stepped forward and exclaimed, "This was wrong. She had brutally hit an ordinary passerby. How disgusting, no manners." Hong glared at her and told her to shut up, otherwise she would have to answer for her words. Shunyun shouted that she was talking about her. But so what? They were all from the Cloud Country, so they should be united and help each other. They were high-class fighters who came here to represent the Cloud Country in this exam. Why was she picking on them? She was fighting with everyone here, but if others heard about it, she thought they would think it was all just a joke, or... Was she wrong? The protagonist watched this silently. He didn't expect her to seek justice. The members who were watching this awkwardly looked away. Hong smirked and said that the others had no opinion on the matter, so it was better to stop embarrassing themselves. She thought that her family had been friends. With the Shiman feudal lords for many generations, no one would dare to oppose them. Qian looked at her with embarrassment, and then Wang stepped forward and said that he saw that his mouth was also not shutting up should he help her. Yam also stepped forward and asked if she was willing to play by the rules and fight for the country above the clouds. "When did she forget this?" she asked indignantly. "Where did these scum from the provinces come from? How dare they oppose her?" the protagonist asked her. She was just a flea that he could kill with just a touch, didn't she think it was? Time to To stop frowning, she indignantly shouted that he would pay for his words. Then she swung her whip again, but he easily grabbed her weapon and threw her to the ground. The people present watched in horror. They were perplexed, shouting, "Does he want to die? Who is he?" She sat on the ground, her eyes blazing with anger. She exclaimed indignantly, "How dare he? She will make him regret this!" Chenin laughed and asked with a smirk, "What disgraced herself?" And still saying something, one of the lookers clenched his fist with a smirk, thinking that this was amazing. They did what he had long dreamed of. These country bumpkins came to someone else's territory, but they dared to oppose the local nobility. Hong, standing up, got angry and turning to the martial arts students, ordered them to line up. Everyone present took up arms and Shingon exclaimed, "What are they doing deciding to mock them?" In broad daylight, Hong confirmed this and asked, "So what will she do to her?" Some foreigners dare to contradict her. Here, right in the city above, "Well, she'll have to teach them a lesson or two about not being such idiots." The protagonist thought that the locals only listen to the strongest in order to humiliate anyone who gets in their way. How familiar this was, but the next moment the students suddenly shouted at Hong not to bully them. She should be ashamed of herself for using her friends to bully others. That's right, if she objects, they can go one-on-one. In her opinion, the martial arts students in the city above are weakling. If she wants to bully everyone who's not from here, she won't be able to. Isn't this a group competition today? All the martial arts students from the 8 provinces will test their strength against them. But the protagonist smiled and thought that this world was entirely dependent on martial arts. Then there was an awkward silence which was broken by Shiman Xing, who came over. He asked what was going on here. What were they up to? Everyone turned to look at him and the students exclaimed it was futile. "Lord Shiman, young master is here." H walked up to him and folded her arms and said, "Young Master Shiman, he has finally arrived. Just one more minute and these strangers would have rebelled here." A bunch of country bumpkins dared to threaten their city in the clouds. She was beside herself with rage. Xing smiled and said that everyone had come from different places. He thought that they were a little tense since they were far from home. However, there was no need to make trouble here because of this. Wang closed his eyes and said, "Hey, they are wraths and snakes. Stop being hypocritical." The feudal lord smiled and said that it seems like their friend has some kind of grievance. "I wonder who he is," the protagonist replied Eljang. "Province, the rich class." Wang Xing's eyes widened in surprise. A drop of sweat trickled down his face and their gazes met. Hong continued to shout indignantly that this man was being impudent. How dare a member of the rich class oppose them? She demanded that he allow her to punish him in response. Xing slapped her in the face and said that it seemed like she was the only one here who was acting stupid. The people present were completely astonished. She gritted her teeth and looked at the feudal lord and asked why. He replied that as far as he knew, she had been riding around the city on horseback, hurting innocent people and knocking down passers-by today. Top-level martial arts students from all over the provinces have gathered, and she is causing trouble instead of giving a proper welcome. This blow is a reminder to her in the future. If she leaves this country and dares to disgrace them again, he will kill her immediately. Hong clutched her face in surprise, tears streaming down her eyes. She thought, when did young Master Xing become so fair? After all, being rude to everyone and causing trouble is his style. Xing then asked for attention and said that he dare not disturb their gathering anymore. On the contrary, he proposes that they unite. They all represent the same transcendental country. The better they show themselves, the more glory they will earn for their homeland and the higher the rank they will achieve in the Redwood lands. They are all comrades in misfortune. If someone were to threaten their alliance, Xing will not forgive them. So, what do they think? The martial arts students awkwardly agreed with him while the feudal lord turned to the protagonist and asked, "Isn't he right?" He folded his arms and answered in the affirmative. He said that it was especially when everything depended on what he said with his mouth, although his friends were acting quite tyrannical. Xing smiled and said that since this was her first strike, she would only have to deal with one if she continued to cause trouble. He would personally deal with her brother Qing. It was already late. Why didn't he join them at their residence to spend some time and get rid of this summer heat? Wang looked at him seriously and said that if he wanted to invite him, he should ask his father, Lord Shimon, to do so. One of the students asked, "In Surprise! What was wrong with this kid daring to reject the invitation of the shaman feudal lords after a while in the Shim residence Lord Shimu A? Level 9. True Power was lying on his chair, resting his head on his hand, and said a pathetic person from the rich class wants him to personally invite him. This Brad is too arrogant. Then Qian turned to Xing and said, did he understand that today in the central square this brat deliberately started? Showing off, he replied that he did not know if he did it deliberately, but in any case, he was very fast shyman. A level 3 True Power became angry and said that she only wanted to know one thing. Did this daughter from the rich class actually get close to Ming Chen? Asked with a smirk. Weren't they close to begin? With they constantly spend time together and completely ignore their family. She clenched her fists in anger, and then turning to her father, she exclaimed, he personally arranged the wedding with Dashi, and now it seems like they want to break the agreement. What would he say to that? He looked at her and advised her. Not to worry, although this child was still young, she was quite interesting. Do they think he should meet him? One of the venerable elders of the Shiman feudal lord? Said the Shiman feudal lord has decided to go see a family from the rich class. If such rumors spread, there would be trouble. Another elder pointed out that he was just a ragged man from the new rich class. Even though he had been lucky in the past, it did not mean that he was allowed to meet the elder. The young master had already personally invited him, but he himself refused the first great protector of the cold-blooded. 13 Hawks, stroking his beard, said that, although he had not met the son of the Qing family, but judging from his brother's report, he was quite worthy of meeting the elder. You stood up from his seat and said, okay, he will meet him and at the same time see what these demons of Lujiang province are capable of. Xen, hiding behind his fan, grinned and told his father to teach him a few lessons he must understand. Who is in charge here? He thought Wang once his father makes his move, nothing will save him, not even his 8th level of true power. After some time on the territory of the inn, you landed on the ground and smiling said that now we need to find Wang without disturbing the others. At this moment, the protagonist was already standing behind him and folding his arms across his chest. Asked Elder Shiman. He opened his eyes in surprise and, turning around, thought that he had not even noticed his breath had the Qing family really reached such a level perfectly merged with the surroundings, the technique of nothingness. Then he asked, Bubby Wham, did he know that he would come? The protagonist closed his eyes and suggested that they chat elsewhere. Elder of the Shiman feud, the Lords Shiman Yu. He covered himself in glory while still a teenager. Later, he joined the army and became famous in the military field. During the family evaluation, he defeated many talented heroes and earned the right to be an elder. Since he became an elder 24 years ago, his Shaimon family has achieved a lot. So much so that they became one of the 12 great feudal lords in their country, and you became a symbol of terror. After a while, they stood opposite each other, covering themselves with a powerful aura. And you said the son of the Qing family about the Su family betraying their country. And, according to his data, they dispersed from a clan in Donlin City. Yuang said that if his body is strong, then there is no need to fear. A single shadow. If the shaman feudal lords are an unshakable tree, then how can the gentle breeze and waves affect them? If they are innocent, then what difference does it make to them to hear these rumors? You gritted his teeth in anger and said that their family is not afraid of rumors. However, they do not intend to tolerate such antics. Ming should marry his daughter. Has he heard of this? In response, he asked, so what if he did? Ming loves his sister. He has no feelings for his daughter. He suggests that he break the agreement that way. No one will get hurt. Elder Shiman clenched his fists and shouted that this was absurd. He thinks that the Shiman can't destroy Qing and Dashi, or maybe he still doesn't understand who the Shiman are. Even if he was Lui in the past, he is only at the 8th level of true power. Frowning, he shouted that he will make him understand the difference between them. Wang said that the old men should give in and suggested that he go first. Yu smirked as he prepared to attack and ran forward exclaiming, well then they will play with death. He then charged straight towards the protagonist, thrusting his fist forward and attacking the enemy, causing him to fly back, clenching his fists. Yu shouted that, despite his 8th level of true might, he should not underestimate the 9th level. His speed is unmatched, and this punch will be enough to crush the protagonist's bones and muscles, and all his cultivation will collapse into the abyss. Wang, who stopped, concentrated his energy. Laughed, he exclaimed, yes, the fist. of the ninth level of true might is really strong, but he is too overconfident. Is this all he can do? His opponent created a powerful aura in the shape of a ball around himself and replied that this is just the beginning. He then jumped up and swung his fist forward, but suddenly flew past the protagonist, who turned around and hit him in the face, causing him to fly forward. You smirked and exclaimed that this attack was easy to dodge and he had enough time to counterattack, but the protagonist managed to anger him, and he would be the first to see his true strength after these words. A magical beast mark appeared on Yu's chest. Wang looked at it and thought, what a powerful aura, even the atmosphere around him had changed. Then he said that he would also try his best. Then the disciples in the city were watching the scene and asking what was going on. 2 waves of power. Such an incredible aura of power there. Must be a battle between great warriors there. It must be a battle between warriors of the 7th level of true power. At this time, Elder Shiman raised his hand to attack, using a technique called the Bolt of Hatred, crushing the gods. The protagonist responded by using a technique called the Power of the Sun. 9 suns crushing the earthly world. 2 powerful energies collided together, causing a bright pillar of fire to rise into the sky. The disciples opened their mouths, in surprise. They were not sure if it was possible that warriors above the 7th level were fighting. Could it be the 8th level? Surely not the 9th. A drop of sweat ran down Yang's face. He thought that his father was a 7th level of true power, and this aura was somewhere a level higher. Like in the territory of the Cloud Country, is there really anyone else at the 9th level of true might? Besides Elder Shaman on the battlefield, Yu Wang looked at his hand covered in fire and said to his opponent that he truly deserved to be called the warrior of the 9th level of true might, and he wanted to ask, with his strength, if he were to engage all of the Shaman members, would he be able to kill them? Yu looked at him and thought that he was definitely at the 8th level of true might, and yet his strength was not his equal. Even better, it was practically impossible for a child from a poor family to rise so quickly in just a few years, so there was only one thing left. Spiritual roots. It was better not to conflict with such people. If a warrior of spiritual, the sacred land of Jingwu would evaporate in an instant. Then kneeling, he reached out his hand to his fan and stood up. Revealing it, he said that he would dissolve the marriage, but asked the Dashi venerables to publicly apologize and pay compensation. The protagonist smiled and said that this was a wise decision that would benefit everyone. At the very least, they would no longer have to fight. The elder added that it was said that heroes were always young men. He would hold a banquet tonight and invited all the martial arts students who would be participating in the exam to join him. The protagonist stepped aside and agreed that as long as the young masters did not go against him, he would not mind enjoying the luxury of the feudal family. Yu the elder said that he would wait for him in his residence. He thought that if he could unite with the Qing family, it would be a great contribution to the future of the Shaman family. Sometime later, at the Shiman feudal lord's residence, the family members stood near the door, watching the elder approach. They exclaimed, "Father has returned." The elder silently walked forward. Zen, peeking out from behind his glasses, asked his father, could he teach their Wang a few lessons in behavior? But the father did not answer. Continuing to walk forward, the elder, coming closer, asked, "Sir, is something wrong?" You turned around and told them to listen carefully. From now on, this human feudal lords will never be enemies of the Qing family for many centuries to come. This must be included in the prescription of their ancestors and remain there forever at this time. The protagonist, walking down the street, thought he finally managed to see the true power of a mighty warrior of the 9th level of true power. It's a pity that he does not know where he stands among all the warriors of the 9th level. The 9th level of true power has its advantages. Although the power of the sun has reached its maximum, its strength depends on the moment of use. Therefore, he needs to train the skill. Suddenly, a little girl approached him and asked, shyly, "Is this him?" Yuang, holding the small board in her hand, she said that someone told her to give it to him. When he took the item, she ran away. On the board was written, Pine Fragrance Restaurant, Earth Room Tong Yao. He wondered how did she know where he was after a while at the Pine Fragrance Restaurant. Tong Yao, sitting at the table, looked at Wang approaching and said, "There he is." He asked why she was here alone. Where was her sister? She replied that her sister had a rather difficult character. He said that he believed that she knew about this meeting. Then why didn't he leave? Clenching her fist, she said that she was afraid that the young master would have to make some effort to secretly help her. Without leaving a trace, he replied, that given the rules of the exam, he had no idea how to do that if Mrs. Tong knew something. Why didn't she share it with him? She lowered her gaze thoughtfully and said that all the rules were strictly confidential before the exam began, but the information she was able to obtain was 100% reliable. There were about 500 people from the BW Kingdom who had signed up for the exam all. 500 students would be divided into 50 teams each, with 50 people. Each team would be numbered, ensuring that all students from different provinces were fairly divided and also eliminating the possibility of cheating by teaming up with other participants earlier. The protagonist thoughtfully placed his fingers on his chin and asked 50 teams what was the chance that he and her sister would be on the same team, so if they were separated, he wouldn't be able to help her. Right? She looked at him sheepishly and told him not to worry about it. She would make sure that they were on the same team. The rewards for this exam were quite good, however. She had no idea what the young master's goals were. He smiled and said, the rewards, he wanted them all. She said that given his strength, it was obvious that he was aiming for victory at the forefront. She would never stand in his way when the numbers and teams were assigned. She would contact him for further instructions, he asked. But wouldn't they be sent to the exam site immediately after the assignment? She replied that she had a way around this procedure and he should just trust her. He thought that all of this was happening in the strictest confidence and the system was working flawlessly. And if Tom Yen had such a way, then her family must be quite extraordinary. The next day, the protagonist walked outside. Qin Yen and Yang were already standing at the entrance, urging him on. After a while, they arrived at the gate of the Redwood Royal City. Woan looked ahead and spoke as expected of a royal city with a dignified manner and a majestic atmosphere. A guard stood in front of them and asked where they were from. Martial arts students Xing stepped forward and said that they were from Cloud City. The guard warned that they should control their horses in the city and not let them roam freely if the city guard caught them. Punishment would be inevitable regardless of their status. The protagonist replied that they understood everything and the guard turned sideways and said that they could enter as he walked forward. Xing looked at him and told him not to be so withdrawn. He should act confidently. No one would object to his desire to laugh and chat, and everyone should pay attention to the information boards. Everything they needed to know about the exam would appear there when they entered. They saw many other students. One of them approached Xing and said that there were a lot of people here and all the information must be there. He offered to take a look, thinking about it. Xing walked forward and told the students to get out of the way. In response, they indignantly shouted, "Who are they? Why would they give to them?" But when they saw who was in front of them, the students dispersed, shouting, "These are the feudal lords of Shiman." Wang looked ahead and thought with a smile, "Everything is convenient here too. It seems like wherever they go, it will be easier the next moment." Xing widened his eyes in surprise as he looked at the board and exclaimed, "This is too unusual, quite motivating." He then returned and the students asked him to tell them what he saw. Xing turned to the protagonist with a smile and asked why he didn't go look. He folded his arms and said that he was waiting for him with news and he should just share it with everyone. Xing then climbed onto the box and shouted for everyone to listen to him. The emperors issued a decree no matter which of the 4 royal territories won first place, all the families participating in the exam will receive 1,000 acres of fertile land. Those who can get into the top 10 will receive 3,000 acres, and each of the top 3 will receive 5,000 acres of land and an additional 10,000 gold. After that, he laughed with his arms outstretched. The happy participants asked, "What will happen to the first place? Surely the number 1 will not be deprived of any special rewards." Xing raised his index finger and said with a smile that the first place will give 10,000 acres of land and 30,000 gold. The family status will increase by 1 level, and the winner himself will receive the title of Marquis. One of the students clenched his fist and happily said, "Since his family status can increase by 1 level, then if he takes first place, they will be able to become feudal lords." Xing told him to pay attention. These are the rewards for the team that wins the competition of the 4 royal territories in this exam. There are also rewards for individual students. Regardless of status, background, and who he is, if he manages to become number 1 among everyone, all the rewards for first place for the team will be doubled for him. Their family will grow to one of the royal families. The students were amazed. Royal, this ordinary exam for martial arts students promises a reward that will allow you to become a king in the history of the Byway Kingdom. Such an event only happens once every hundreds of years, and it is truly an amazing event. This time, the rewards are truly generous. The protagonist, looking away, thought about the fact that the winner will be able to connect with the spiritual roots. What a reward, according to Tong Yao. This exam is of great value to the Baiwa kingdom, as it can raise the level of the country. Therefore, it is no wonder that the royal territory spare no effort or expense to hold it. The students began to mutter among themselves, unable to understand what would happen if the number one on the team was the same person who won first place in a separate competition. A double winner, he would become a king and his father would become a marquis. One of the students pointed out that this was not very good. If he won the first two places, his father would still be a king and himself would become a minister. Did he really want to take away the experience of first place? Soon more than 600 martial arts students had gathered in the Imperial Square, the largest martial arts arena in the royal city of Redwood. The representative of the Holy Land, Jing Wu, addressed the students and shouted so. They are all nobles from respected provinces. He understood that each of them had already read the bulletin board. Each of them will have a bright future anyway. Since these awards are quite true, as for how bright the future will be, it depends only on them. He then mentioned some details, asking the students to listen carefully to avoid asking again. There were currently 500 martial arts students from the BWE Kingdom gathered here, and each of them would receive a serial number. Wang looked at him and thought that it was definitely as Tongo said. After that, the representative of the Holy Land, Jingwu, said with a smile, "For everyone to pack up and set off, this expedition was designed to prevent the students from going alone. The representative of the Holy Land would not allow them to make their own plans." The examination site was more than a couple thousand miles away from the Redwood Royal City. It was a 3-day, difficult journey. 1 day to go, 1 night to sleep, 1 day to go, and so on. In front of them were a great many tall mountains and hill ridges, with the wind rushing back and forth. The waves crashing against each other created a mystical atmosphere. Finally, the martial arts students from the 4 royal lands arrived at the site. This time the teams were made up of people from different royal lands, so it would not be surprising if someone started a fight. The mighty war warriors of the sacred land had to be on guard. The people standing on the mountain were blowing their horns. The students standing at the bottom of the cliff looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "Horns, who's there?" Then the famous warriors came out onto the cliff. The students looked at them with their mouths open in surprise. Amazed by their strong aura, June smiled, folded his arms across his chest, and addressed the students, saying that the area of the mountain under the beautiful sky would be their test area. He announced the rules of the competition. They had 50 teams each with 50 people. They would be dressed in clothes with their team number. Each group would be numbered from 1 to 50. Each team would be assigned to their own test area. 50 jade tiles with the same number as theirs would be randomly placed on the test areas. Their task was to get these tiles and earn points. Each tile had a different number of points. If they managed to get a tile with the same number as theirs, they would get 30 points if they get a tile with a number whose last digit is the same as theirs. Then 5 points. The rest of the tiles are equal to 1 point. Xing remarked that this was very interesting. The jade tile that may have no value to you will become the highest reward for the other participants. In this way, you are cultivating together with everyone, which is quite intriguing. The protagonist wondered if his number would be the same as Tiao's sister's. If so, it would not be easy to take her tile from someone else. June then announced that the exam was not limited to just the test zones. Those who reached a certain level will be able to step over to the other team's zone and fight them. There is no limit to the transition, and if they have enough strength, they can go to other zones, even if they have already scored 50 points, one of the students exclaimed in surprise. A cross-zone exam his colleague picked up, and in the other zones there will also be tiles from 1 to 50. His comrade also expressed his surprise. How many points can one earn? Wang thought about it. It seemed like Tong Yao was already aware of these cross-zone rules. Once he stepped into his zone, it would be much more difficult for him to keep an eye on her sister. June, holding his hand out in front of him, announced that the exam would last for a whole month. Participants could use any methods to collect as many jade tiles as possible. Now all the students had to split into groups and enter one after another to get their robes. Then they would be sent to their test zones. The worker who entered the cave told the protagonist to hold the robe and follow him. He then walked through the portal, and when they arrived at another location, he announced that this was his test zone. Each team has 50 miles of earth to return to the cross arena. You need to come here. But to do this, he had to score at least 50 points, otherwise he would be disqualified. The worker returned to the portal and told Wang that he should put on his robe and go down. When the horn sounded, the exam would officially begin as he passed through the portal. He added that little sister Tong was registered as number 9. Wang was surprised. Was the information really being transmitted through people from the Zhen Wu sacred land? What kind of family was the Wutong? The sound of the horn announced the start of the exam. The protagonist sitting on a tree branch exclaimed. Finally, his number was 6 from the very beginning of the exam. He was like a tiger prowling through the tropical forests and the surrounding area, carefully observing the smallest details. And, of course, using his incredible abilities, he found many jade tiles left in the so-called dead ends. After a while, he sat down on a tree branch, leaning his back against the trunk and holding a jade tile in his hands. Said that after a whole day of searching, he had only found 5 of the 5 tiles. At least one was number 26, which would give him 5 points. The rest were worth 1, giving him 9 points. It seemed that searching for jade tiles throughout the 50-meter area would take longer than he thought he had. To find the tile with his number, otherwise he would have to search for many in other areas. At this time, one of the participants was making his way through the trees. Seeing the tile in his hand, he exclaimed. Finally, he had found at least one. He had to hide it somewhere. The next moment, another participant came up behind him and HD him on the neck, shouting, "Here it is." He then picked up the J tile and, looking at it, said that only idiots would look for this in the fields and mountains. At this moment, another student jumped down from a tree branch. The protagonist watched the scene and noticed that it was quite lively. Then he heard a female voice shouting. Enough, he began to pay closer attention to what was happening. Tong Yen, standing in front of the students, exclaimed, 3 of them decided to attack one if they had the guts. They should do the same to her. Wang, standing up, thought that this was the 9th Tong Yao's sister at this time on the ground. One of the participants grinned, put his hands on his hips, and defiantly said that they would never offend anyone. But did she forget what His Holiness said? Any methods are allowed. He scratched his chin and added, Anyway, little brat, she better obediently give them her tile in. General, she looks great. Maybe they should have some fun with her first. His comrade laughed and supported this plan. They rushed forward, shouting to attack together. Tom Yen quickly parried the blow and turned around to see another opponent, but at that moment the protagonist attacked one of them. One of the students turned around and exclaimed indignantly, "Who is this?" Then they ran towards the protagonist, shouting, "How dare he kill him!" After a while, Wang sat on their corpses, which were piled on top of each other, looking at the tiles in his hands. He said 3 people, 3 tiles and all, pretty useless to him too. Bad. Tong Yen walked up to him and folded her hands, thanking him for his help. He said, "No problem, he just came for the tiles," but then he asked if she happened to have a number. 6 or a number ending in 6. She looked at him suspiciously and he told her not to worry. He wasn't going to rob her, he was just offering to trade. She asked why he was helping her. He leaned his hands on his legs and replied that her jade TI wasn't particularly valuable to him. Besides, she was from the royal city of Redwood and their goals didn't overlap at all, so they could, so to speak, operate to get the team reward. This time the reward was for a specific group, right? She apologized and said that she had been a bit rude to him, but she really doesn't have the jade tile he wants. The next moment he threw her a tile and said that it was a couple of tiles that weren't particularly valuable to him, so she could keep them, she could think of them as his gift to her. And he said that if she found the tile with the number 6, she should give it to him. Catching the tiles! Tong Yen exclaimed in surprise. The 9th and the 39th. Then she looked ahead and shouted, "I'm sorry, but the protagonist had already left there," and she wondered how did he know that she was from the royal city of Redwood. The 3rd day. Wang, deftly jumping from branch to branch, went deeper into the forest. Stopping at one of them, he put his hand on his side and looking ahead said, "It's already the 3rd day and the tiles are getting harder and harder to find, and the other students seem to have all hidden." Then he looked down and saw a student sitting near the roots of a tree, carefully throwing leaves in different directions. The protagonist jumped down, ending up behind him. He put his fingers on his chin and asked, "Is he looking for tiles?" The student turned around and screamed in fear, and then shouted, "He is number 6! He hasn't found his tile yet!" Wang asked. He seems to know something about it," the student said. "That it all depends on whether he has the tile he needs?" The protagonist looked at the handful of tiles in his hand and asked number 5. "Yes, he has a couple here." The student mouth opened in surprise and exclaimed, "He has so many jade tiles and numbers. 5 and 15 are among them." "Brother, his number is right here," he offered to exchange in response, he asked. "But where is his tile?" "He said that he is not very strong, so he would not dare to carry it with him. The tile is in a safe place, but he swears he has number 6. He put his hand on his chest and asked if he would come with him. Wang thought that this student was not as simple as he seemed at first glance, but if he really had his number, then it was worth trying his luck. Then he told the student to show the way. He told him to follow him. It was not far. After a while, they walked into another part of the forest, and the student walking ahead said that they were almost there in the same place. There were several more participants sitting on the trees above looking down. The student thought, what was he thinking? Following him, he looks like a lucky guy, but he is just a fool, Wang thought. What a stupid monkey! Then the student turned around and said that they had reached the destination. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, asked curiously, "And where is this jade tile?" The student, grinning, replied that the jade tile is already here with that. He spread his arms out too. The sides and shouted loudly forward at that moment. Other students jumped down from the trees, rushing to the scene. Meanwhile, Tong Yen, who was running forward at full speed, mentally repeated there are only 20 points left to move to another zone. She will prove to her family that a woman can also stand up. For herself, she must do it. She looked to the side in surprise and exclaimed, "Really stopping on a nearby tree branch?" She asked in confusion. The sixth, looking down, she said, 1 against 8. He can't win. One of the students, turning to another, noticed that she had brought some newcomer with her again. Another, putting his hand on his hip, guessed that he probably doesn't even have any tiles. He looks like a scared chicken. His comrade agreed with him, reminding him that they hadn't found a single tile on the previous students. They should have paid attention to this young man. He was so scared that he seemed unable to move. The student mentioned earlier noted that this young man was not only scared, but also stupid. He followed him without asking any questions, just like that. However, he was quite lucky he found about 10 like him. The other students, their mouths open in surprise, with undisguised pleading in their eyes, asked, 10! Him, one of them scratching his chin and looking at the protagonist, said so many 25th according to their alliance. This time he can choose 3 tiles for himself first the next moment. Tong Yen jumped into the center. The student stared at her in surprise, and she, standing next to the protagonist, announced that she would help him. The protagonist thought that this girl was very loyal and correct, and also knew how to pay her debts. He would have helped her even without her sister's request. He said that he understood her, but everything would end very soon. The 11th student laughed and said that this corpse was too confident one assistant wouldn't save him. They had already killed more than a dozen people here. No matter how strong this student was, he wouldn't be able to, and the power of their. 8 Wang smiled and said, he said that he had already killed a dozen students, so he should have plenty of tiles. Tian looked around in surprise, and the students ran forward, shouting that they would kill them and take their tiles. The protagonist put his hands in front of him and used the full power of the sun. The candle of God, a huge explosion occurred, raising dust, smoke, and air, and in the next moment they were standing surrounded by corpses. Then the protagonist turned around and said, "Well, that's it. Let's get out of here." Tong Yen looked after him in surprise and thought, killed 8 people with just 1 BL. Hello, is this really normal for an ordinary student? He looked at the tile in his hands and said, the 9 tiles he got from them were perfect for him, but after adding up the ones he had, he was still 10 points short of moving on to the next zone tile. Number 6, where is it? Tong Yen called out to him and thought how good it was that they had no reason to be at odds after that. She handed him the tile and said as agreed, "This is his tile with the number 6. He happily grabbed the tile, giving his own in return, and exclaimed, "Number 6, these tiles are hers," she asked in confusion. Huh. Wang looked at the tile in his hands and thought with satisfaction. He finally got enough points. If he could win the royal title, he was sure his father and sister would be delighted. Tong Yen, clutching the tiles to her chest, noticed that there were too many. The protagonist, looking to the side, shouted at her to put it away because other participants were approaching. Soon 2 students ran out to meet them. He noted 8 and 11. Why were they so panicked? The female student was shouting, warning them that participants from other zones had arrived. Her comrade looked at her indignantly and exclaimed, "Hey, what is she doing? She needs to leave them. They need to run." Wang, hearing their conversation, noted in surprise participants from other zones. Unexpectedly, but it seems that this is why there are real monsters participating in this exam. They completed their zone in only 3 days. He then said that they would go and see what was going on. The female student turned around in surprise and exclaimed, "Are they going to challenge them? This man is very strong. He has already killed many students in their zone." The protagonist smirked and guessed this man must have a lot of jade tiles. The female student's comrade looked at her and said that it was time for him to leave. At this moment, a student jumped on their backs and grabbed the girl by the hair, asking to destroy, decided to leave without seeing a single jade tile. She desperately answered. No, she really did not have any jade tiles, and she did not find the 9th one that he needed. She asked him to let her go, throwing them aside. He killed them with one blow and said disdainfully, "Useless pieces." Next moment, the protagonist called him. The student turned around with a smirk and noticed another person who was not afraid to die. "Oh, the 9th one." Tom Yen looked at him with annoyance, and the protagonist said that it seemed like she was his target. As long as he was here, she had nothing to worry about. The student looked at them and asked, did he dare to interfere with him? "Boy, if you do not have the tile you need, then he will just die in vain." Wang looked at him with confidence and said no matter whether he has it or not, he will not leave this area. Does he think that killing everyone just for fun is a good idea? He frowned and asked, isn't he afraid of him, or is he just trying to calm himself down? Then he folded his arms and said, he's just a martial arts student, so he shouldn't be strong. He can say that he has the tie he needs, but he's afraid that he won't even see it. He just won't live to see it. He's not like them. Kids, his strength is close to the 9th level of power, and all those in the zone can't even pick a branch from a tree. The protagonist smirked and asked how many jade tiles he had. The student swung his fist, concentrating his energy in it, and shouted that he would ask the devil in hell. Wang calmly held his hand out in front of him and blocked his attack. The student clenched his teeth in irritation and exclaimed, blocked with one hand. How is that possible? The protagonist smirked and said that now he should allow me to ask, does he carry jade tiles with him? The next moment he forcefully threw the enemy away. Tong Yan's eyes widened in surprise. She thought that he was able to defeat a warrior of the 9th level of power. Just how strong was he? The student, pressing his hand to his chest, clenched his teeth and exclaimed that this was impossible. This is just an exam for martial arts students. There can be no one stronger than him here. The protagonist looked at him and asked, was the blow too weak? The student rose to his feet and exclaimed that he would take first place with his incredible strength. He killed almost half of all the students in his zone and became the first to cross over to another. He spread his arms out to the sides, creating an aura around himself in which many daggers were concentrated. He said that he was now going to show him the horror of his murderous family. Did he notice them? Those hidden weapons will soon pierce him. A few moments later, the student's SP, pierced by many daggers, lay on a tree, and the protagonist sighed and closed his eyes, saying it's done. Then turning to Tong Yan, he suggested going, and the tiles were divided. She followed him and said that this guy is not bad. He collected so many jade tiles in just a couple of days, and with good manners, Wang at this time sat down closer to the tiles and, taking a few in his hands, said, but first they will take all the numbers they need and the rest they will divide by level. She indignantly shouted, no, she just appeared out of nowhere and did nothing. Then he pushed off the ground and, jumping up, shouted for her to take it and see you soon after him. She shouted, young master. Her name is Tong Yan, and he, flying forward, he shouted that his name is Qing Wang. She continued to stand there confused, repeating his name, and wondered if this was really the one. The protagonist at this time jumped onto the rock to the worker who was standing at the portal and said that he wanted to go to another zone. Then he handed the tills to him, and he said that he had 76 points in total he could pass, and they would take him to the next area. When the protagonist walked inside, the worker looked after him in surprise and thought, 2 under number 16, it seems that the student who transferred here is no longer a tenant. We need to report this to the 4 honorable warriors at this time in the mountain sky. Camp. The worker, addressing the great warriors, said that he brought news from the 3rd exam zone. A new defector had appeared. He had jade tiles with him that did not belong to his zone. June looked at him and said, so the first student who was able to transfer to another's own died at his hand. The worker confirmed his words and said that this number 13 had a dozen tiles with him, but number 6 from the 3rd zone only had 1/6 June took a sip of his drink and with a grin said, "That this guy is not so simple at this time." The protagonist had already moved to another zone. The worker of this zone said that the rules of the exam remain the same. He will be able to move to another zone as soon as he gets 50 points he can go. The terrain is still 50 mil. He recommends that he familiarize himself first standing on a nearby cliff number 36 of Zone 12, who has the first level of true power. Hu Chong was watching them, watching the protagonist move away, he said finally. "At least someone from another Z." After a while, Wang stopped and putting his hand on his side said that he no longer needs to worry about Sister Tongyen so he can speed up. Then he turned his gaze to the side died and said, "Enough hiding, he must come out." Yan came out of hiding and said, was able to find him so quickly he realized that his strength was not enough to find more than 4 J tiles in 3 days. This was only the beginning of his journey to other zones. It is easy to hide in this area, but it is also easy to get lost. As long as he takes tiles from strangers, he has nothing to worry about. But to be honest, he did not expect to meet the stranger here whose number he needed. So much he told him to leave the tiles and then he will stay alive, otherwise he will have to die. The protagonist who was behind him made a choice. He decided to leave taking the tile. The student turned around in surprise and the protagonist putting out his hand released the pulse of energy from which he flew to the side. Then he approached the student and said, "That now he asks, and he answers you." Chong, looking at him, thought that he did not even have time to react. He thought that his strength was enough to deal with any student. He did not expect to have to bow down to someone. Wang looked down at him and asked how many tiles he had and what their numbers were. The student thought that their strength was not equal and he could not win. Then he extended his hand with the tiles and said that there were 4 of them. The protagonist snatched it from his hands and said, "What is set number 6 and 16, a total of 25 points plus his 76 points. That's enough to set off again the best. Numbers in this zone have already run out. Only the 20-point zone is left. He doesn't have that much time to look for them." "Why?" Chong asked in confusion. "Won't he kill him?" The protagonist turned to him and said that he helped him so much. Why would he kill him? He asked if he wasn't afraid that he would take revenge or destroy his progress throughout the exam. The protagonist smirked and asked, "Does he think he has enough strength? He'll only take these jade tiles. The end of the exam is far away and the tiles are still not all collected, so he has a chance." After a while, the worker standing at the portal exclaimed in surprise, "Another request to go. Did he just go in?" The protagonist extended his hand and said, "Luck, it's all luck. He has nothing to do with it." After a while, the worker ran to the great warriors and shouted that guy number 6 from Zone 3 had crossed over again. One of the great warriors shouted in surprise, "What, again?" "But it had only been about half an hour. Just luck," June said. That was incredible. If they all decided to participate in this exam at once, even they would need some time to get the tiles. She said that he was a demon, a sinner, great warrior. He must check this student. She was terribly interested. He told her not to worry. There were still plenty of days left in the exam. They would have time by Zone 23. Yuang realized a few things in each zone. You always need to hunt for a student whose number matches his. On the 3rd day in the new zone, he caught the student with number 6 and got 8 more tiles on the way to him. Thus, 50 points were successfully scored in this zone at the end of passing the 3rd zone. Another request to move on, and after all, only 6 days had passed since the beginning of the exam. After some time, one of the great warriors said in surprise, "What speed? If he continues like this, then by the end of the exam, he will have crossed about a dozen zones." Then she blew smoke from her pipe and said, to be honest, if she had been there taking that test, her speed would not have been any faster than his. June said that the most interesting thing is that although this child killed some students, he spared those who did not kill anyone, students who only enjoy killing. He is ahead in everything, and at such a young age, he demonstrates the behavior of a great master. On the 9th day of the exam, Wang went to the 4th zone day, 19, 5th zone, shadow, 30th, 16th zone. June, frowning, said that the old man will definitely be happy their BIW kingdom unexpectedly received such a genius. 3 loud whistles rang out across the 50 examination areas in the mountains, signaling the end of the examination. The participants returned one after another, holding their jade tablets in their hands in the team battle between the 4 royal territories. The Blue Moon Kingdom and the Holy Land Kingdom stood out, and there was a team and an individual among them who took first place. The emissary began to announce the results, saying Redwood Kingdom, Dashi Yen, 86 points, Redwood Kingdom. Jiang Qin, 42 points, Redwood Kingdom. Yun Qingyan, 1. Point I. Qingyan, shedding tears, desperately exclaimed that she had disgraced the entire Long province. In the entire month, she had only managed to obtain one jade tablet, which was equivalent to a measly 1 point. If she wasn't afraid of her father's scolding, she would have left this place many times already. Then, clenching her fist and frowning, she said, "Okay, it's just a bad grade, right?" If she could leave here alive, it meant she didn't lose. Young, who was standing next to her, noticed that her reasoning was correct. He had heard that more than half of the participants died in this exam. Shinan looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, "But why is it so cruel?" She counted everyone who came out of her zone, and there were only about 5 or 6 people missing. If you look at it like that, it looks like they're still doing okay. Then the student attention was drawn to Xing, who was walking forward. One of the students exclaimed, "Wow, young master, he's really something. 140 points and about 3 zone crossings. He must have surpassed everyone," the emissary said. "Redwood Kingdom, Leinong Yan, 120 points. Xing glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and thought a child from a noble family in Xingu province, but such high scores, the students turned their attention to another participant, exclaiming, "Young Master Chong, he's here ye!" Chong, holding a handkerchief with tiles in his hands, walked forward, and the student said that he was the youngest noble in the royal city of Redwood and the youngest son of the king himself. He was gifted with talent from birth, far surpassing most of his peers before the exam began. Everyone was only talking about his victory. Xing glanced at him and said, "I wonder what their noble did this time." Chong them through the tiles on the table, and the emissary announced, "Redwood Kingdom he." Chong, 236 points, the student, his mouth open in surprise, exclaimed as expected of the little prince, "For transitions between zones." His companion remarked that this was amazing, and now this result belongs to the Redwood Kingdom, who are already the best among the 4 territories, says Lingfo of the Purple Flame Kingdom. A true power level. One appeared in the square. He smirked and asked, "Did you want a crown with only 200 points? Then he walked forward and said, "Jan, he felt like his strength was incomparable. I never thought that this was all he could do. It looks like he got first place in the exam." Joan looked at him and thought, if he hadn't met that guy, his points would have been much higher. Lifo threw his tiles on the table and exclaimed, "Come on, she should count his points." The emissary was surprised and announced, "Purple Flame Kingdom Songling phone 330 points." One of the participants clenched his fists and exclaimed in surprise. 6 zone intersections. His companion exclaimed with a smile, "Purple Flame Kingdom is really impressive, about 100 points more than the Redwood Kingdom." He added that the first place among both teams and individuals should belong to the Purple Flame Kingdom. However, Joe objected that this was not the case and named another winner. The student thoughtfully put her fingers to her chin and asked someone else, "No way, all the young nobles from the 4 kingdoms are already here," another student asked in confusion. "Is there really someone stronger than them?" Lion folded his arms and turned to the emissary. "All the students who were still alive should have arrived by now, right?" She replied that enough time had passed, and she believed that all the participants were already here. Chen exclaimed, "By the way, where is their friend? He didn't die there, right?" Yan looked at her and asked, "Does she really think this is possible?" Then Lion stepped forward and spread his arms out to the sides and shouted, "Stop waiting, we need to announce the results. We need to tell everyone who came in number 1 in this exam." At this moment, the protagonist emerged from the portal. China Yen turned to the portal and clenched her fists, shouting happily, "Someone is coming." Linfen angry asked, "So who is it? A lost bird?" Wang stepped forward and dumped all his tiles on the table, causing the emery to gape in. Surprised, she thought, what kind of nonsense is this? He was dragging all this along with him. However, the protagonist folded his arms and asked how much he earned. She shouted, 130 points, that's first place for a human, and the group with the most points is the Redwood Kingdom. Wang won first place in the martial arts EX exam. The students looked at him in amazement and shouted 1,000 points. "That's already a lot. Who the hell is this?" Wang Qian clenched her fist and said happily, "Wang, good job." Xing smiled, clenching his fists, and added, "He was a good boy. He earned a good reputation for their kingdom." Tonian smiled and thought it seemed like he wouldn't need her tablets. Linen frowned, looked ahead, and asked, "Wang from the Redwood Kingdom." He then asked his subordinate to find the family this young man came from. The subordinate agreed with his decision. At this time, the great warriors came out to the students. One of them announced that it was time to sum up the results. The top 10 winning teams would receive corresponding rewards. The top 10. Individual participants would also be rewarded. All rewards would be delivered within a month. The exam was judged strictly but fairly. If any of the students are unhappy with their results and want to take revenge, they can rest assured that the sacred land of Jingwu will never forgive them. The winners will remain, and those who did not qualify will be returned to their land, one of the students exclaimed. So those who could not qualify will simply leave this place. Even after long days of traveling, they will not get anything. His comrades said enough already. He should be grateful that at least he survived. Chinan clicked her tongue in admiration and said that she would have to go home. However, her team is from Lujiang province. She takes it upon herself to tell this wonderful news to all the locals. Do they have anything to say at the end? The protagonist smiled and wished her a safe journey. Yang agreed with him and wished her a safe journey. Then she headed for the exit and said that she was leaving as a parting gift. She wished him good luck looking back. She thought that perhaps after this exam, the difference in their strength would only increase. She believed that they would never be on the same level again. June announced that they would distribute all the students who passed the exam according to their territories. They would immediately head to the sacred martial arts mountain to show off their might to the holy warriors. The students had already started to exclaim, "Holy warriors, what an honor!" Many nobles wish to meet the holy warriors, but they have failed. Even if the emperor wanted to meet, he would have to choose his words and find a good day. The protagonist looked ahead and thought, what level of power are these holy warriors? The sacred martial arts mountain is a majestic structure that rises 13,000 meters, piercing the sky, and is shrouded in mist. The imperial capital of the BWA kingdom, built in the mountains and located behind the sacred mountain, only emphasized the status of the city and the authority of the royal family. In less than one day, 120 students arrived. Here, Hua, smiling and spreading his arms out to the sides, addressed the guys and said that they would be staying in the imperial capital temporarily. They were allowed to stay in any, and they wanted as long as they had their exam data in hand. All expenses and food had already been paid for. One of the students asked how long they would be staying here. When would they finally be able to meet the holy warriors? The representative of the sacred land replied that they could not just call on the holy warriors, they had to wait for a call from the sacred mountain of martial arts. At this time, Xing, approaching the protagonist, suggested that they take a walk around the imperial capital since he had been here before. However, Wang, walking forward, refused, saying, "No need, young Master Simon, he prefers to walk alone." The next moment, Tong Yen ran up to him with a smile on her face and said, "Young Master Qing." He looked at her and smiled back and said, "Miss Tong." She offered to invite him to dinner, and he happily accepted. Since he was hungry, they agreed to go to the best restaurant in the capital. She said that he could just call her Tong Yen. He said that she could call him by his name, too. Xing, watching them, clenched his fist in anger. He thought, doesn't he like walking alone at the Phoenix Residence restaurant? An employee of the establishment? Turning to the other guests, asked with a grin, "Well, gentlemen, aren't these girls beautiful?" Fei, holding the girls on either side of him, agreed with a smile and asked to send them to his residence that evening. The man next to him put his arm around the girl's shoulder and asked, "Will he be able to stand after this, Master Fei?" He laughed loudly in response, and they clinked their glasses at that moment. Plaintive voices were heard from the street, begging for help. Fei turned to the worker with irritation and asked what the noise was outside. The worker replied that some insolent women from the village were whining outside the restaurant, saying that they had been treated unfairly. The guest indignantly shouted at him to send them away. As they were getting on his nerves, the worker said that they were doing just that. He asked him to continue. The restaurant workers came out into the street. One of them, turning to the girls, shouted that if they wanted compensation for the damage and filed a complaint, then they should go to the administration of the imperial capital and not disgrace themselves here in front of them. Several passers-by were watching what was happening. One of them folded his arms across his chest and said that in his opinion, kneeling was useless. They did not care about ordinary people. His comrade agreed with him and said that to them, they were all outcasts. At this moment, Linshin came out. He called the General Manager Le, who turned around in surprise and exclaimed. Junior Prince Linshin stepped forward and shouted, "So what's going on here?" The manager turned around and said, "Those peasants are kneeling here, demanding revenge for the injustice. They don't want to leave." At all, one of the girls came closer to him and grabbed his pant leg. She was asking for help. Linshin, gritting his teeth in irritation, hit the girl in the stomach, causing her to fly to the side. After that, he turned around and said that he didn't have time to listen to their nonsense. The woman said with tears in her eyes, "Young master, they have no choice and no one to turn to. They heard that all the royals were gathering in this restaurant and they came here to ask him for help. He looked at them with anger in his eyes and hit them again and then shouted that they should not even dare to touch him. Then turning to the workers, he asked, do they need a special invitation? They should have chased them away already. The workers armed with sticks went forward and said yes, but suddenly they flew back, hitting the walls of the establishment. The girls looked at what was happening in surprise, and Lennon looked at the students who came with irritation. He thought the boy, who stole his first place? What luck, well, he will definitely not leave here alive. One of the girls turned to the protagonist and asked, is he a good person? She asked for his help. Taking her hand, he said that she needs to get up first, getting to her feet. She told him that they were ordinary residents of Redwood. Over the past few years, the daughters of many families have gone missing, and this continues. They came to report this to the administration, but they did not answer. They no longer had a choice. So they came to the imperial capital. Juan widened his eyes in surprise and indignantly asked daughters. Missing how many families were affected, the woman looked down and said too many. They even went to the nobles in person, but they were chased away every time they said that they were only spoiling their mood. The protagonist looked to the side and thought, when so many people disappeared for no reason, how could the management so calmly turn a blind eye and just have fun? Then Lennon shouted, hey, excellent student. He thinks that just because he won first place, he can brag about it wherever he wants. Does he even know who owns this restaurant? Tong Yan looked at him and said that the Phoenix Abode restaurant was chosen as the best by Shen herself, the emperor's favorite concubine. The management of the restaurant is carried out by all of concubine Zhen's relatives. To be more precise, the boss of the restaurant is the uncle of the emperor himself. All in all, this restaurant can even be called royal. The student shouted that this little one is well informed, so what are you scared now? He has to kneel down and pray for mercy, then maybe he will let him go. Yuan looked at him seriously and asked, he was just curious how many other nobles were behind this place. Lai Fong then shouted at the guards to carry him out. He would take responsibility. All the workers jumped at him, but the protagonist easily blocked their attacks. Throwing them back, one of them crashed into the wall and kicked the signboard. The protagonist caught the signboard with one hand and asked him to tell him, now how is he going to take responsibility for this? The student face was covered in sweat, he said. In Surprise the Fifth, they are all at the 5th level of true power. What the hell? Wang swung the signboard. The people present looked at him in surprise. One of them exclaimed, what is he doing? Tong Yan shouted, this signboard is proof of the emperor's strength. He can't break it. But he threw the signboard forward without hesitation, which landed on the 2nd floor of the building, hitting the guests present, causing the building to split into 2. He said that he didn't care what kind of royal family they were. He only cared about the voice of reason. The residents, mesmerized by what was happening, watched the fight with their mouths open. One of them, unable to contain his emotions, exclaimed that this man was so reckless. The man added that although he was a good fighter, his impulsiveness sometimes went beyond reason. Even if he didn't die, now his life in the Babui kingdom would be in danger. Tan Yen put her hand on her chest and thought, this is bad. Something needs to be done urgently. Lai Fu, unable to contain his curiosity, asked Kid, does he even understand what he's done? Wang, looking at him, replied, didn't he say that this signboard was something important? How could he use it to kill random people? He just wanted to test it. The student shouted at the archers on the roof of the establishment to be ready to attack. One of the residents urged him to run because it was said that these archers were once the imperial guards of the royal family. Only warriors of at least the 8th level of true power could defeat them. The man was outraged that they would use them against an ordinary youth. The student ordered the archers to shoot, and many arrows rushed towards the protagonist. However, he concentrated energy in his hand with a few movements. He blocked all the arrows, catching one of them. He asked, is this all they can do? Lai Fo swung his weapon, shouted, who does he think he is? He should be stopped at this time. Chang 11, turning to Zhen, said Her Highness, he hopes that she cares about his business in the Baya Kingdom. She, sitting opposite him, looked at the interlocutor and said that he should not worry, elder brother. If necessary, she will give you more information than he can even imagine. At this moment, an excited worker ran up to them and shouted, "Mr. Song, something bad has happened." Changji took a sip of his drink and closed his eyes, asking what's going on. Can he see that he is talking to Miss X? And the worker said that the restaurant was surrounded by some people and the young prince was fighting with a young man. Many people were hurt. Chang 11 squeezed his glass so hard that it broke and exclaimed what the worker said, that the restaurant sign was destroyed by a young man. Gritting his teeth, he asked what else in front of the restaurant. Wang was holding his opponent by the neck, and right in front of him, a sword was stuck in the ground. Changji landed next to the sword and the ground beneath him cracked. One of the people present exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Song himself, this young man seemed to have made him very angry, and he himself came out. He can't stand people like that. The guy said that the young man was probably very strong. Could he possibly match the master's strength? His companion regretfully pointed out that he was talking nonsense after all. The master was not just a relative of the emperor. He had the strength of kings. In fact, he was the ruler of the capital of the BWE kingdom. Only His Majesty the Emperor and the highest nobles of the Jingwu sacred land could insult him. Chang 11 concentrated his energy around himself and asked, was he the one who destroyed the signboard and his restaurant? He had. To say his name, suddenly he realized who he couldn't argue with. Then he would admit his defeat. He then frowned and added that otherwise he would have to blame himself for being born. The protagonist asked, was he the one running this restaurant? Then he shouldn't care who he was. Throwing the student aside, he declared that there were too many extravagant nobles in this restaurant who didn't care about ordinary people, so he would destroy it. The restaurant owner irritably remarked that the younger generation was already going beyond all bounds, and this young man seemed to not yet realize what he was doing. Well, he had already passed his own sentence. At this moment, Hua was rapidly approaching them. Turning to Mr. Song, he said with a smile that he would like to advise him to stop. The onlookers exclaimed in horror, what was going on? Lua from the Holy Land of Xingwu was here. What was so special about this young man, Chang 11? Demanded that the representative of the Holy Land not say that he was the one to blame for all this madness. Kufa, closing his eyes, said that he had nothing to do with it. He asked to end it and hand over the boy. How did he like this idea? Mr. Song frowned and replied that under normal circumstances he would do so. However, this guy was threatening his restaurant. He knew what this sign meant, right? How could he let him take him away so easily? Kufa, frowning, asked. Was he sure he wouldn't regret this? The owner of the restaurant, overcome with anger, swung his sword and exclaimed, did he think words scared him? He must be joking. He then threw his sword wrapped in energy into the air and shouted that he wanted nothing more than to wipe this boy off the face of the earth. The representative of the Holy Land asked in confusion, is this idiot planning to raze everything here to the ground? I'm not sure if anything can withstand his sword strike. Tongyan excitedly asked the guards to save him. Hufa said that Chang 11 had already reached the 9th level of true power and the youth would not be able to deflect the blow. Then his face changed and he looked at the protagonist in surprise. Changji held out his sword in front of him and shouted for him to die with these outcasts. He used a technique called the Holy Sword Strugod. The people present watched in horror and Hufa shouted that he had gone crazy. Turning to Tong Yen, he told her to stand behind him. The protagonist at this time concentrated energy in his hands and used a technique called Heaven and Earth. 2 worlds for forces of the universe. 8 trigrams, the power of the sun, tearing apart the boundary of worlds. He then released a powerful ball of energy that collided with the tip of the sword. Chang 11 exclaimed indignantly, how is this possible? The representative of the Holy Land opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, blocked. One concentrated magical energy in his hand and said that he was too careless with people's lives. He warned that he would bury him with his restaurant. Then he resolutely ran forward. The restaurant owner thought, damn, how could this child block his strikes? Then he shouted that he must try this sword. He extended the weapon in front of him, but the protagonist's fist missed the weapon, piercing his chest, causing blood to gush out of his mouth. The people present exclaimed in surprise what Mr. Song was killed, Hua, with his mouth open. In surprise, asked Miss Tong, who is this person? The building was destroyed and on the rubble lay the body of the restaurant owner. At this moment, one of the great warriors landed on the roof nearby and said that unfortunately he was too late. At this time, a servant from the Shiman family asked Xing where did that smoke come from. Wasn't There, a restaurant called the Phoenix Abode Xing looked at him in surprise and said, "That can't be it. Did someone dare to make a mess there?" After a while, the protagonist stood in front of the destroyed Phoenix Abode restaurant. Faye was trembling with fear and said to Changji, "He's coming towards them. He had to do something about him." Chang shouted that he had to shut up. It was just a small misunderstanding. He stood up and said, covering his body in red energy, that he was able to bring him to this state. Chang 11 lunged towards the protagonist and shouted that he had to kill him now, otherwise he wouldn't be. Able to live in peace, Chen suddenly appeared between them and blocked Chang Shi's strike with his hand. Fo was very scared when a weapon was thrust into the ground between his legs. The people shouted in surprise. Didn't all this start with the complaints of ordinary residents? Where did such an important person come from? He was the third of the 4 great warriors. The old man said that it was a great honor to meet him here. Fong said with a smile as he bowed that he had come to save them. Chen said that the battle was over, and then he turned to the protagonist and said that he should follow him, the holy warrior. Wishes to meet him? Yuan became nervous and thought that this great warrior was at the 9th level of true might like Chang. However, he did not sense his presence even close by. Could there be any side branches before the 9th level? Chang 11 asked worriedly. Turning to the great warrior, is he confident in his decision? But what about the punishment for the culprit of this incident? He must look around. What did this guy do, and what did this guy dare to do to the people of the state? He lowered his gaze and said that he cannot just leave the royal family in disgrace. After all, this building belongs to Shen Tian. Turned around and asked with a stern look, did he understand him correctly? That Chang 11 wanted to disturb the holy warrior. Chang 11 looked at him with fear and then turned away, and he said that he agreed to end today's incident and he would forget about it. The people shouted joyfully that this restaurant was finally destroyed. They deserved it. They forbade them from entering it. Hua said that luck was on their side, and the great warrior intervened in time. If it had not happened, he was afraid that further developments would lead to upheavals in the Bubui Kingdom tie-in. Said, turning to the protagonist, that it was time for them to set out. The ordinary people said, bowing in respect at the protagonist's feet that they had met. Many different people on their way, but only he noticed them. They were asking him for help. The protagonist said that they needed to get up. They should not worry. He would personally make sure that their problem was solved. Yuang said to Tongyan that he asked her to take care of these old people for now until he returned. Tongyan smiled and said that, of course she didn't mind helping him. He could go to the holy warrior without any worries. The protagonist looked at the people and said with a smile that they should wait for him to return. Biwang and Tian then said, set off while the people watched them go. After a while at the holy warrior mountain, the 4th great warrior said with a smile, addressing the protagonist as a brother, that he had finally come. The woman then hugged him from behind and said that she didn't expect such a handsome guy to be the winner of the exam. She was really sorry that she was already too old for him. June said to her that she should stop acting like this. He would go with him to the holy warrior. He would leave the restaurant. Incident to her, after all, this was a matter involving the royal family. They needed to settle this quickly to maintain the stability of the kingdom. The 4th of the great warriors whispered in the protagonist's ear that he should go. Tian then said that he did not expect her to have such a crush. The woman smiled and asked if he was jealous. After a while, the protagonist crossed his arms and said, calling him bald, that he was very surprised that he was one of the great warriors. Does this mean that he is also at the 9th level of true power? June laughed and said that he understood everything. Think correctly, is there something bothering him? Yu Wang said that as far as he knew, he had fought several times with opponents whose strength was equal to the 9th true power, and he was able to feel their energy. Strength unlike him, for example. Are there really differences between warriors at the 9th level? The old man looked at him and said that he guessed correctly. Once someone reaches the 9th level of true power, every inch of that person's skin, internal organs and bones reach the pinnacle of power in this world. However, this only applies to the physical body. At the 9th level, he will at least be able to sense things in the spirit world. This means that at the 9th level, everything begins to unfold. What level will he reach if he can break through true power? The protagonist asked. Following the old man, it must be the level of spiritual power. Jun said that was right, but does he know where spiritual power comes from? It is Taoism, which describes the entire structure of the world, mighty warriors who can understand even one of the 10,000 concepts have reached a completely different level of power. Wang asked, has he managed to understand the old man said that he has only managed to do so as far as he can. From true power to spiritual power lies a difficult path one must break through the passage. Without going into details, he is already above the 9th level of true power, but he is still stuck in an insurmountable passage to great power. Therefore, we can say that his strength is currently at the 9th level, and in order to break through this passage, he must achieve perfection at the 9th level of true power. The protagonist thought that this insurmountable passage was also in his previous life. When a person entered Ascension, it was also said that he must pass some passage. He regrets that he never tried to break through. There, after some time at the main entrance of the Holy Warrior's Palace, Jun said that he should go there. He understands that he has many doubts in his heart. Perhaps the Holy Warrior can dispel them. Wang looked at the doors and thought, what kind of power does the Holy Warrior have? And then he opened the doors where the Holy Warrior was meditating inside, from whom dark energy emanated. The protagonist looked in surprise at the huge creature that was below him. Choing Ling the Bawa. Holy Warrior appeared next to the protagonist and said, addressing him by name, that he was 18 years old. He had wiped out the entire Su family using only his own strength. He had won over the Shimen feudal lords, and he had won first place in the martial arts exam in the entire history of BWA. No one at that age had achieved such results. Wang looked at the BWA Holy Warrior in surprise and shouted, was he hallucinating? Could this girl really be a holy warrior? Qingling hit him on the head with her fists, and then she said that he shouldn't be so surprised. This was just the aftermath of her diminished strength. The BWA Holy Warrior threw him a scroll with a map and said that this was a map of the Beiwa Kingdom that she had personally made. It didn't matter whether the land was controlled by the royal family or the other 4 territories. The place marked with a circle would be his domain. The protagonist looked at the map and thought that his Qing family had reached the maximum position of a rich family throughout history after becoming a royal family. He needed to be careful if he was greedy in terms of territory. It would bring many enemies. With Dlin City, it turned out that the territories of 2 more kingdoms were taken. Qinglin crossed her arms and asked, looking at him, is the number of these territories not enough for him? Wu Shuang smiled and said that this was enough for him. The Holy Warrior from Bua said that he should know that among the 4 royal families, each one owns 8 counties based on their merits, and this is the maximum. However, he can have at least 16 counties for his merits. She recognizes him as worthy. He is not filled with pride and arrogance, not even greed and pliability. He has a humanity that is not found even in those who have lived for a couple of decades afterwards. She took the map from the protagonist Qingling, threw the map to the great warrior, and said to June that he should take this to the emperor of the Heath family, and he should report that the matter of the thieves must be settled within 10 days. All the rewards received for the examination must be delivered within that time. She turned away and said that regarding the construction of the royal wall, it would begin when the Q family provided them with the blueprint. The imperial family would cover all the expenses. June crossed his hands behind his back and said that he would do what she asked. The BWA Holy Warrior said to the protagonist that they had sorted out their worldly affairs. He should follow her after a while, not far from the palace. On the mountain, Qinglin levitated a little above the ground next to the protagonist and asked if he knew how long she had been on this Holy Warrior mountain. Wang looked at her and asked how long she had been here. The BWA Holy Warrior said that she had been here for 120 years. Qinglin stopped a tree leaf with her finger and said that for 120 years she had hoped every day that one day a cult would appear on this mountain whom she would recognize, accept, and train. The protagonist thought as he watched her that she really was a holy warrior, although he still had the feeling that she was just a child playing here. Wang asked if it was because her requirements were too high that she couldn't find a disciple for so long. The Buya Holy Warrior turned around and said as she looked at him that the so-called children of the gods from this world had come to her. In the end, they just stood there, trembling in fear like chickens. She needed a warrior who could enter the spirit world. The protagonist asked if it was possible that no one except her had been able to enter the spirit world for hundreds of years. Qing thought about it and said that the Bee Kingdom had the lowest level of cultivation on the entire continent. There was simply not enough energy to cultivate here, and it was also quite difficult to develop spiritual roots within oneself. However, in other places on the continent, there were people who had been able to enter the spirit world. He might not have these innate spiritual roots, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be able to enter the spirit world. The necessary connections were formed by people with mere cultivation potential. Even more often than by people with innate spiritual roots, he is very talented and powerful, and she believes that his entry into the spirit world is only a matter of time, although his judgment that he does not have innate spiritual roots does not mean anything. The Bavue Saint Warrior said that she was ashamed to admit it, but in the BWE kingdom, no one knows how to test for innate spiritual roots. His last point of arrival is the mother country, the protagonist said to her, that he heard that the results of this exam would directly affect the ranking and status of the Beiwa kingdom. Is this really how? It is decided, Qinglin said, looking at the horizon, that it is exactly like that. There are dozens of countries under the leadership of the Great Luo Empire. Before the exam, the Great Luo Empire promised the best ones, an increase of 2 levels of national subordination. If they can obtain this reward, they will rise to the highest level of national subordination. Previously, the BIW kingdom could not claim such a thing. However, with him appearing, she believes that they will be able to pass this exam. She activated her powers and said that this was of course just her guess. Now they should talk about the aspects of spiritual power. Qingling struck out in front of her, using her powers, and she said that at the level of true power, what he relies on is qi, even at the final stages, and he can only injure opponents with the power of the physical body, and spiritual power takes its power from nature and uses the body as a conduit to amplify techniques. As a result, it releases tens, hundreds, or even thousands of times more power. The stronger his body is, physically, the more natural power it can use, and the stronger his strikes will be. Simply having such power is one thing, but getting benefit from it is another. Matter entirely both. Powers must mutually replace each other for maximum benefit. The initial stage takes only 10% of natural power. The middle stage takes 20%. The high stage takes 30%. The ideal stage takes 50% of natural power, and one can freely dispose of this energy. A powerful spiritual power warrior would only need a finger to kill a true power level 9. Fighter, the BW Saint Warrior, used her spiritual power to destroy a small mountain in the sky, and she said that spiritual energy could break the boundaries between heaven and this world, make a hole in the ground, and split the entire globe. That was the power of spiritual power, Wang thought as he looked at her in surprise. He couldn't feel her energy, even when she did that in the air. This was the powerful cultivation level that Senshin described from his past life, and then he asked her what level was she at. Now Qinglan's expression changed and said that she was at the initial stage. Now she could only use 10% of her natural power. It was quite average, but she was still grateful for it from what she knew about the Great Wu country. Their Great Saint Warrior was slightly weaker than her and could use less natural power than her. However, he has some pretty good books on spiritual power techniques. So this holy warrior from the Wu country is superior to her in combat skills. There have always been some small differences between the BWE kingdom and the Great Wu country. Both countries are highly regarded in this exam. They want to use it as an opportunity to promote their country. The Blah. Holy warrior looked at him and asked, calling him by name, if he understood why she was telling him all this. Qinglin pointed her index finger at him and said with a serious look at him that for him to become her successor, he would have to take the place of the BWE Holy Warrior and protect the BWE kingdom. After a while, the protagonist walked down the street and thought that he could become the Holy Warrior's disciple and take her place on the mountain. The Holy Warrior really has great authority. The entire kingdom relies on him. If he agrees, he will have power and honor that is even greater than that of the Emperor of the BWE kingdom himself. However, he likes the freedom and ease of learning martial arts more than the so-called power over the world. If he loses his freedom, there will be even more obstacles in his path to martial arts. Although he doesn't really want to do it, but the BIW kingdom is in danger, so he has to do it suddenly. Tong Yan ran up to him, shouting his name in a panic as she caught up with him. Wang turned around and asked in surprise, calling her by name. "What's wrong?" Tong Yan said in a frightened voice, nervous that something terrible had happened. The protagonist looked at her in shock and asked, "Did something happen to the elderly residents?" Yen said that it wasn't, so he should calm down. First, his sister has gone missing sometime later in the Shiman family's manor. Lianan and Ming were lying unconscious and beaten in the main hall. Wang asked with a gloomy expression. Turning to the head of the Shiman family, "How did this happen? You said that he had nothing to do with it. They were already in this state when he came here. It would be better to let Tongo tell them about it." Tongo said to the protagonist that he shouldn't worry, their lives were not in danger. Anger, but they were quite seriously injured and would be unconscious for a while before this incident. His father told her how it was. His exam results had reached the Redwood Kingdom a couple of days ago. Ning brought this good news and rushed to Donlin City as quickly as possible to tell his father and sister after that. His family wanted to meet him in the Redwood Kingdom, but suddenly on the way they were surrounded by 8 people. His father and Ming fought them fiercely, but in the end, they were defeated and left with serious injuries, and his sister was kidnapped. She said, addressing him by name, that her sister had said that he had started a fight in the imperial capital over some old men whose daughters had gone missing. They also came from the Redwood Kingdom. Something had to be done about this. Urgently. Wang's expression changed, and he thought that he should have guessed earlier. Why hadn't he thought of the fact that the incident was similar? Could it really be that demon that had haunted his sister in the past? Suddenly, Ming woke up and called the protagonist by name. Tong Yao shouted, "How is he feeling?" The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Ming raised his hand and said that this piece of clothing was the only evidence he had managed to carry away. Tongo said in surprise that this was silver silk. This was a great luxury that only the royal families could enjoy. Wang's expression changed, and he asked if she could tell which royal family this piece of clothing belonged to. Tono said that she had a rather humble connection with the royal family, so she was not confident in her conclusions. Chen chuckled and said that he knew where the silk came from, but he was afraid that this information might upset him. The protagonist looked at him and said that he should tell him what he knew. You asked in shock, did he really know about it? Then he should quickly tell everything he knew. Chen said that this silk is from the Redwood King family. Wang looked forward angrily and clenched his fists in anger. Sometime later in the Redwood Palace, the Redwood King's second son said to his father that everyone was behind bars. The Redwood King asked how much they were missing to reach 360. The Redwood King's second son said with a smirk that over the years they had only been able to reach the value of 268. He believed that they would be able to complete it in 3 or 4 years. The Redwood King's face darkened and asked, so in 3 or 4 years it was quite difficult for them to find young maidens born in the year of the rabbit in the second solar month between and 7 in the evening. He should tell his elder brother to wait humbly. After all, he had already become Jian's disciple, so sooner or later he would be able to reach the level of the insurmountable passage. The Redwood King's second son said that he understood everything and would take care of it right away during this exam. The third brother unexpectedly missed out on first place. He asked if it was possible that the royal families were deliberately suppressing them to prevent their kingdom from rising above the imperial capital. King Redwood asked, dissatisfied, could the royal families really do such a thing? Even the emperor could not affect the land, and the royal families would be even less able to do anything. However, he heard rumors that recently in the imperial capital, an ordinary student dared to oppose the emperor's uncle and destroyed the signboard that belonged to Concubine Shen's restaurant. This incident clearly affected Concubine Shen, but the emperor did nothing. King Redwood's second son asked in surprise, but why didn't the emperor do anything? King Redwood said that the sacred land of Xingwu stood up for this student, and this student's name was Du Wang. He had no idea where this demon came from. However, he managed to earn 1,200 points on his own. He is not sure, but it is possible that the Jingwu sacred land was deliberately created to suppress the 4 royal families. The second son of King Redwood asked, why would they suppress us? They have not done anything to the Jangwu's sacred land. So why would they do this? King Redwood asked. Displeased then. How could an ordinary child of the aristocracy gain such strength after all? Their emperor is too weak. If this child goes to them, then nothing good can happen to them. The second son of King Redwood said that regarding the Qing family among the girls they captured, there was the daughter of the head of this family. Should they interrogate her? King Redwood said that it was a good idea and he would personally interrogate her. Tomorrow, the second son of King Redwood said that naturally he agreed with his father's decision. After a while outside the palace, Tongo said to the protagonist that this was the Redwood Palace. Wang asked, would she really go there with him? This is an authoritative royal family, the head of an entire territory, who does not even think about caring for their people, and on the contrary, only harms them, and they dared to kidnap his sister. This time, Tong Yao became nervous and said, calling him by name, that he should not be so careless. King Redwood has elite warriors. She heard that at least 3 warriors out of their dozen are at the 8th level of true power. There are also 4 elders at the 9th level of true power. King Redwood is at the peak of the 9th level of true power, and he almost managed to pass the impassable passage. She worriedly said that he had just been promoted to king. This still needs to be approved. Why? Doesn't he go to the Holy Warrior to discuss this kidnapping situation? If the Holy Warrior intervenes, King Redwood will definitely release the kidnapped people. The protagonist said that training and family status can be obtained through labor, but this does not apply to family members the journey to. The Holy Warrior would take 2 days, which was too long. He couldn't lose his family member, even if there were mountains of daggers and seas of fire. If they were his enemies, he would crush them, he said, calling her by name. That he was grateful for her help with that, he bid her farewell. Wang leaped over the palace wall with sharp jerks and entered the territory silently. Then he hit on the roof and thought that Tong Ya was right if he acted rashly. Not only would he not be able to save his sister, but he himself would also be in danger. Therefore, he had better explore the area first. He noticed a group of people and thought, "Here they are." The second son of the Redwood King asked, "Are they finished yet?" The mercenaries said, calling him young master, that they had done everything as he asked. However, they were unable to deal with the old woman. She was somehow protected by the sacred land of Zhongwu, therefore they did not know. Where to start the sacred land of Jingwu was greatly disturbed, but they managed to escape the second son of King Redwood. Said that it was not that important. They would have another chance. The sacred land of Jingwu would not protect it forever. But they must remember that if they were discovered, they would lose their lives. He looked at them menacingly and said that they could leave now and they should use the same route they came here. The mercenaries said, turning their backs to him, that they understood everything and were already leaving. The second prince of the Redwood Kingdom chuckled and using his abilities stabbed the mercenaries in the back. The protagonist was surprised and thought that this guy looked rather weak. He did not expect him to be so ruthless. The mercenaries shouted that they had been working for him for 20 years and now he would just kill them like that. They begged him to let them go the calm. Redwood King II's son dealt the decisive blow to the mercenaries. Then he said that he had no other choice. The Jingwu's sacred land had already discovered them, however. Only a dead man could keep his identity a secret, right? Yuang asked. Isn't he the Redwood King? Second son. The Redwood Kingdom, second. Prince was surprised and asked who is here. The protagonist used his ability to release a fireball at the enemy and then suddenly appeared next to him and delivered a powerful punch. The Redwood King's second son smashed his body through several buildings, causing a ruckus. Suddenly, 4 elders who served the Redwood royal family came out from the buildings, and they were all at the 9th level of true might. They shouted, "Who dared to disturb their peace?" Wan covered his body with qi and looked at them with a shining eye while holding the Redwood King's second son's neck with his hand. One of the elders looked on in horror and then shouted, "They have an intruder! They must stop him!" At this time, a servant burst into King Redwood's chambers and shouted that they were in trouble. Someone had invaded them. The second prince had been taken hostage. King Redwood looked at them in horror and asked how this could have happened. They must immediately call the 4 elders for help. The servant looked at King Redwood in fear and said that they were already there, but for the safety of the second young master, they were in no hurry to take any action. King Redwood asked irritably how someone dared to invade his palace. He should die! Where he stood, and then he ran out of his chambers in anger. After a while, the protagonist held King Redwood's second son by the neck with his hand and shouted to King Redwood if he wanted to take his son back, then they must leave here. King Redwood suddenly appeared nearby, and the ground beneath him trembled. A dark power emanated from him, and he looked at the suffering face of his second son. "King!" Red shouted in anger as he raised his hand to strike. "How dare he hurt his son!" He would kill him. Wang parried his attack, and at the place where they struck the ground began to crumble from the powerful clash of their energy powers. The 4 elders asked, surprised how was this possible? This guy was able to stop King Redwood's fist. The protagonist thought that an expert of the impassable passage was quite extraordinary. This strike was much stronger than that of the Westgate Lords. Wang glared at him and asked, "He is king!" Redwood, right? He was very reckless. Doesn't he want to keep his son alive? King Redwood said that maybe he does want to, but if he thinks that he can manipulate him by holding one of his sons in his hands, then he is very much mistaken. The protagonist smiled and thought, was she wrong? And he remembered what Tongo said, that as far as she knew, King Redwood treasured his sons very much, especially the second son. Despite his young age, he is quite strong and smart, not to mention his ruthless character. and the second prince is quite talented in martial arts. Everyone in the Redwood Palace is counting on him. Wang looked menacingly at King Redwood and said while squeezing the throat of King Redwood's second son, "Then they will now see how little he cares about his son's life. He wants to know how King Redwood will feel if he cuts off his son's life." King Redwood became nervous and wondered if he could see right through him. Originally had a plan to immediately deal with him and save his son, but he didn't expect that this guy's strength would be higher than his. So he was in trouble, and it wouldn't be easy. He glared at the protagonist and asked if he could just say what he wanted, he would think about it then. Wang said that he had one question to ask. Wasn't he the one behind the disappearance of many girls from the Redwood Kingdom in recent years? King Redwood asked if that was the case, then what did it matter to him? It was his people who lived in the Redwood family's territory. They belonged to him. Completely kidnapping a few people, wasn't it? The same as catching dogs. Why was he so worked up about it? The main character's face changed and he asked. So for him, it's just dog catching. And then he squeezed the throat of King Redwood's second son harder and said to him that he was holding his son hostage, which meant that he could hand him over like a pathetic dog in an instant. How did he feel about this situation? King Redwood shouted that he had to stop. What did he want? Wang said that he had to let the people go. He had to let go of all the girls he was holding captive. Otherwise, he would have to prepare to see his son off. King Redwood glared at him angrily and said with a shining eye that it was impossible the girls they had captured had long since left this place. They were no longer alive, and he couldn't do anything about it. Anyway, the protagonist became angry and glared at him angrily, and then he said, while his eye was shining, that he was already very tired of this. It was necessary for him to bring him to them, otherwise he should choose another successor. King Redwood thought that this guy was very fast, like a ghost. Even the four elders couldn't do that if he really wanted to kill his son. And just leave here. Then he might as well do it. He turned around and said with fury in his eyes that he understood he had to follow him after some time in the dungeon of the Redwood Palace. King Redwood said, turning to the guards, that they should let them all out. The guards from the dungeon confirmed that they understood the order, and then the guards shouted, opening the cages and turning to the girls, that they should all go to the exit. The girls asked in fear, where will they take them? Shh, thought. How are her father and Ming? They suffered because of her. The protagonist looked at his sister and thought that she is here, and that is. Great King Redwood walked up to the protagonist and said that everyone is in place. He has done his part. Now it is his turn. Yu Wang said, holding King Redwood's second son with his hand, that he should not worry if these girls get home safely. Then in about half a month, he will have his son back, and he will be able to put him on the throne. The four elders shouted indignantly. Only in half a month, he is clearly asking for trouble. He must release their second young master immediately. King Redwood's expression changed and said that he agreed to his conditions. He would wait for half a month, but if he did not get his son back, then no matter how high-ranking his family was, he swears that they will become poor and bloodless. The protagonist said that he would wait for this, and then he turned around and shouted to the girls that King Redwood had kidnapped them, but he was letting them go. However, freedom does not come easy to anyone. If they want to survive and see their parents, then they must follow him. Shio looked at her brother and thought, looking surprised, is this really Wang? And then she said, walking out of the prison, are they really saved? The girls asked, can they really go home? The protagonist looked menacingly at King Redwood and said that now they do not need to tolerate his presence here any longer. However, they must pray that nothing bad happens in this half a month. If anyone from their palace dares to cause trouble, the host's life will be in a little danger. Wang dragged the second son of King Redwood with his hand and said to the girls that they should go. The four elders asked King Redwood, would he really let him go so easily? King Redwood said that his son's life was at stake. Therefore, they should not make rash decisions. Then he asked, describing the protagonist's sister, where was she from? The four elders said that this girl was from Lujam province, from the CH family who lived in Donlin City. King Redwood thought about it and asked, could it really be Wang? After a while, at the exit of Redwood Palace, the protagonist looked at the palace and thought that so far everything was fine. They did not send anyone here. Apparently they were safe now. Shio ran to the protagonist, shouting his name. She asked, with tears in her eyes, how did he find her here? She thought that she would never be able to see him again. How are father and me? Wang said with a smile that she doesn't have to worry. Father and Ming are fine. They are safe and their lives are not in Danger Shio looked at him happily and asked, "Is that true?" The protagonist asked, "Has he ever lied to his sister?" Then he looked at her seriously and asked, "Among those who kidnapped her, was there a demon who was chasing her?" She lowered her gaze and said that it was true. Wang said to his sister that he will not allow that terrible king to touch her again. Tong Yao called the protagonist by name and said in surprise that he actually saved them. Did King Redwood really kidnap so many people? The protagonist said to Tong Yao that she came just in time. He wanted to ask her for a favor. Tong Yao said that she would be happy to fulfill his request. Wang shouted to the girls that their families were currently in the imperial capital under the protection of the sacred land of Jingu. Tongo agreed to take them to them, the girl said, calling him Lord, that they were grateful to him. How could they repay him for this? The protagonist said. That he did not need it. He only fulfilled the promise he made to their families. Tong Yao said that he could rely on her and he should return with his sister. His coronation ceremony would begin. Soon, Wang took out a bundle of documents and said that there was still unfinished business he wanted to ask her. For help in finding the items on this list, he was willing to pay double for everything the next day. The kings of the four kingdoms gathered in the imperial court. The emperor's servant shouted that an order from the emperor had arrived. King Redwood said that he was ready to listen to this order. The emperor's servant said that by order of the heavens, the emperor will issue an order based on the results of this examination. After a while, King Redwood shouted in surprise, "Did he hear everything correctly? He should hand over the Green Tree State and South Cloud State to the new king." The emperor's servant said that it was exactly like that. Now he should take this order. The kings from the other kingdom said that they wish for a long life for their emperor. May he live for another 10,000 years. King Redwood thought with his head down, his third son had a great chance to become the best of the best, if not four. The dark horse that appeared out of nowhere, because of which he remained only third, the 360 young maidens that his eldest son wanted to gather after so many years almost received, but he was forced to let them go. His second son was taken and taken hostage. He got angry and said that the EQ family of Donglin was to blame for everything. When his second son was out of danger, he would be an idiot if he did not destroy this family. After some time in the Redwood Palace, one of the four elders said to King Redwood that things were not so simple with this Qing family. Wang had won this exam and had already become famous on the Holy Warrior Mountain, and throughout the BWA kingdom it would be disadvantageous for them to attack them openly. King Redwood said that he must immediately go to the Dalu Empire. He must report everything to his eldest son and ask Jin for help when a holy warrior from another kingdom enters the field. Even the Bobadie holy warrior will not be able to resist them. Then the emperor of the BWE kingdom announced to the whole country that on July 18th, Wang of the Qing family was proclaimed the new king. Donan City Green Tree State and South Cloud State will become his territories, and he will call them the Holy Kingdom after some time in the Holy Kingdom. The protagonist asked his father, is he satisfied with their new possessions? Lin Shan said that the choice was very good no matter how many there were. How could the other kings not envy them? The protagonist's father smiled and said that just a couple of years ago he could not have imagined that the Qing family would be able to reach the rank of the royal family, and it was all thanks to him. Wang said that he could assume that aristocrats from all over the country would come to congratulate them, including King Redwood giving up his lands. In this case is a way to show respect to the holy warrior. He would not dare to disobey the order, but now their family will become the main enemy for King Redwood. Now he will not be able to do whatever he wants because of the holy warrior. Lin Shan asked, looking at the protagonist. What kind of evil deeds does King Redwood think he can do? After all, they are now equal in status to him. Thinks he should accept the offer of the holy warrior from BWA. After all, he will become her successor. The protagonist's father looked at his hand and said that even King Redwood will not be able to object to this, and by becoming the new holy warrior, he will be able to gain power over the entire country and enjoy its benefits. The protagonist said that if he agrees to become a holy warrior, then regardless of his desire, his fate will be connected to this mountain. He has a feeling that by occupying the Holy Warrior Mountain, he will not be able to protect the Byway Kingdom. He thought that he should go to the mother country. For 3 months, his goal was to reach the level of the insurmountable passage. Linan said that he would support his son's decision, no matter what difficulties awaited them ahead. Wang clenched his fist and thought, covering his hand with chi, that he did not know what kind of plots King Redwood might front of the 4 royal families. Powerful warriors and the current prince, having passed on the title of Marquis Lin Shan, became the king, and the protagonist's sister received the title Princess Donglin. Wang received the title Royal King. Now they can enjoy all the benefits of the royal family after a... While the protagonist went to the square where people were waiting, Wang shouted that his family became the rulers of this land, here and after referred to as the Holy Kingdom. His family swears that any resident, regardless of their status, will be protected in this kingdom after the ceremony was over. Wang began to make many plans to maintain and train an army, develop a defense system, and other plans to improve his kingdom. The Qing and Dashi families were well aware of the relationship between Xiao and Ming, so they wanted to take their relationship to a new level. Hung was excellent at assessing situations and defending his position and following the rules of the Qiqu family. He helped them after the protagonist finished with the plans. It was time to check the usefulness of his subordinates. Despite everything, there were only two things spinning in his mind: the Great Sang Mountain and training. Wang sat in the lotus position and meditated, circulating his qi around himself. Then he asked how he should understand the essence of natural power: the movement of the stars and the moon, the growth of flowers and trees, thunder and lightning, snow, rain, wind, and frost. All this is natural power, so how should he conduct it through himself? Now he does not have much time to train, but he is grateful that he was able to raise his skill to level 9. Anyway, he must have now recovered 100% of the strength from his past life. This means that he can practice those techniques that he could not do before the protagonist used his ability, and said that the incarnate sword is an incredibly powerful technique that contains the power of 6 levels. But the conditions for using this technique are very unpleasant. The most famous ancient great master from his past life only practiced one technique, and a low-ranking one at that: the Sword of the Abyss. Wan used the technique and destroyed a mountain with the slashes of his weapon. The protagonist said that it was scientifically proven that this technique only contained the power of 5 levels. However, if one achieves spiritual power, there would be many more. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared in the crevice. Wang came closer and said in surprise that it was a hole and there was a bright light coming from there. It was as if it was luring him in. Then he should go and see. The protagonist jumped down and landed near a statue in the darkness. Suddenly, the light in the room came on, which greatly surprised the protagonist. Wang looked at the statue and thought that it looked like an underground palace. However, who was this statue erected in honor of? And it seemed that light was coming from this statue. There could be traps here. He should not let his guard down. The protagonist took one step in thought, looking at him in shock. What was going on? He couldn't lift his left leg, as if someone had grabbed it, but there was nothing there. Then a continuous stream of red energy began to emanate from the statue surrounding the protagonist. Wang shouted, "Why is this happening? There is simply incredible power flowing from there." He thought, sitting in the lotus position, that this energy is so oppressive, but it doesn't seem to come from someone's malice. So he will try to absorb this energy. The strange energy does not ask permission from the owner and just comes straight at him like an uninvited guest. This energy flow has already passed through all the important points in his body. Now it should fill his arteries, organs, and skin. This energy flow is still continuing to accumulate in his body, but it has already penetrated his soul. Does it really want to take over his mind and nerves? He thinks this is a rather funny baptismal rite, as if he is possessed performing a ritual. After a while, the protagonist opened his eyes and said, covered in red energy, that he felt like he was reborn, like a phoenix. From the ashes, he looked at the statue and said that all the light had left. Could it be that this statue had given him all the power? Suddenly, the statue crumbled into small stones, and then the underground palace began to collapse. The protagonist shouted that this was not good. Everything here was starting to collapse. He jumped high, finding himself on the surface again, and said, looking at the hole, that everything collapsed just when he was about to start exploring this place, as if they were waiting for him on purpose. However, what kind of power did he receive? He must go back after some time in the palace of the Holy Kingdom. Vian Shan laughed and said that this was wonderful. Next month, on the 8th, they will hold a wedding. He turned around and said, addressing the protagonist, that he came back just in time. Lin Shan walked up to him and said that they were discussing when they would hold his sister's wedding. The protagonist smiled and said that it would be as convenient as they could. Yuan walked up to Ming and said that he should follow him. He had something for him. After a while, the protagonist said, holding a book in his hand, that when he was last on the Holy Warrior Mountain, he received 3 martial arts. He read them and came to the conclusion that one of the techniques suited him just right. It was a true technique that contained elements of Taoism and Buddhism. He was sure that it would help him in his training. Ming shouted in surprise that this was the Stan Yawu technique, a martial art that only belonged to a holy warrior anyone could only dream of. This Wang handed him the book and said that he was now the son-in-law of the royal Qing family and the prince of the Holy Kingdom. The technique in this book could rightfully be his. In addition, his martial arts were based on a delicate, restrained, and free style, so this technique suited him well. The protagonist thought that because of his training he would not be able to stay at home for long, and his sister did not know martial arts. However, if Ming protected her, he could not worry about anything. Ming picked up the technique book and looked at it. Curiously, after some time in the Great Lu Empire on John Mountain Jean, the head of the sect said that it turns out that the great King Redwood cannot deal with some ordinary guy. The old son of King Redwood said that she understood everything correctly. This child is under the protection of the holy warrior in the BWE kingdom, so his arrogance is obvious. He was able to interfere with her plans. This is a big mistake for her sect. The first prince of the Redwood Kingdom thought that he had studied the character of his teacher and how she hated those who dared to ruin the reputation of the sect. Jean called her subordinate by name. Liuji said that he was here. Jean said that he should go and check. Wuji chuckled and said, covering his body with Shi energy, that he would carry out the master's order in this world. There is a Star Path Palace where 5 masters sit after a while in the Star Path Palace, the 3rd Star Path. Master smiled and said to the other masters that she had not taken anyone as a disciple for so many years. She hopes they won't mind if she takes Wang as her disciple. Linging Qi, the 5th master of the Star Trek, said that everyone knows that she simply loves to torture her disciples and that they all eventually died at her hand. Such a treasure should go to her. The headmaster of the Star Trek shouted that they must stop if his achievements are already known to everyone. Then the heads of many other empires will definitely want his head first. They must make sure that the other empires do not need him. Before the 2nd exam, they still need to send someone to put things in order and to prevent internal conflicts, which means he will not become their disciple then. The head of the Star Trek turned to L and said that he must immediately go to the Bay W Kingdom and bring Wang to the Star Trek Palace. If the other empires put a reward on his head, then their palace will double the price for it, Lu. The emissary number 6 said that he will carry out the will of the headmaster. After some time on the Great Sun Mountain, the protagonist moves rapidly along the mountain slopes, making high jumps. His landing is accompanied by a powerful blow, from which the stones under his feet Sheikh Wang said that it seems that this mountain hides many secrets. He regrets that the underground palace collapsed immediately. He did not even have time to see everything there. Suddenly the earth shook and a monster appeared from under the ground. The protagonist became nervous and shouted in shock that this was impossible. He thought, looking at the monster, that this snake did not look like a creation of their world. It emanates the same atmosphere as the statue. From the underground palace, it seems that it has been absorbing power there for many years. The monster saw the protagonist and attacked him with furious anger. Wang quickly responded to the danger, and using his unique technique aimed the weapon right at the head of the monster. The protagonist said that the sword technique of Yangshang could not harm this monster, but this is the perfect timing. Wang surrounded his body with energy flames and said that he was about to test his newfound power. The monster pounced furiously on the protagonist, who had a stern look. Suddenly, a red pillar of chai appeared out of nowhere and pierced the monster's head, depriving it of its strength. Wang thought that this was the 5th level of the incarnate sword. Could this be the technique of the incarnate sword? But why could he suddenly use the technique of the incarnate sword after all? Rumors said that only after achieving spiritual power can one begin to practice the technique of the incarnate sword. The protagonist looked at his hands and said that this was an indescribable power that had never been seen before. Could this be the spiritual power that the holy warrior from Baya spoke of, what he could not achieve in his past life? He was suddenly able to obtain in this life. He sat in the lotus position and said, as he began to meditate, that this was simply magnificent. But his sister's wedding was coming up, and anything could happen. He had to train hard sometime. Later in Donglan City, Wei stood on the city wall and said that this city was quite good. He then asked when King Redwood wanted him to start his work. King Redwood said that tomorrow was Princess Steen's wedding, and it was the most suitable time after all. He was the face of the Redwood Kingdom. So if anything happened, He would have a hard time explaining the situation. He hoped that Wuji would not hand him over. Wuji laughed and said with a grin that it would be a pleasant wedding. There would be so many people there he could kill as much as he wanted. He then smiled and said to King Redwood that he didn't have to worry about it. He would follow him. He must remember to bring a delicious gift to the wedding. Sometime later at the holy warrior mountain of the Bubui kingdom, Qingling floated in the lotus position, meditating and controlling her dark chi. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise and thought that this was a provocative spirit power energy. An elite spirit power warrior had come to them, and he clearly had no good intentions. Could it be that a holy warrior from the Great Weo had come here to provoke them? She needed to find out where this holy warrior was. Now Ling shouted that he was currently in Donan City. She wondered if this holy warrior was targeting Wang. The exam had already ended. If something went wrong, the Bei Kingdom would be in big trouble. It would not be so bad for them if they lost the opportunity to raise their country's subordination level. It would be much worse if they were unable to respond to the aggression of other countries. This would threaten trouble for the entire BIW kingdom in the future. She had to stop this holy warrior the next day. August 8th, the wedding ceremony of Xiao and Ming began in Donglan City. The people in the city happily said that today was a special day. They must not be late for the wedding ceremony. Then people had already gathered at the entrance where the wedding of the Qing and Dashi families was taking place. The head of the Qian family said with a smile that he was glad that they did not fight with the Qing family in the past. The head of the Yun family said that he heard rumors that the Niu family who forcibly wanted to marry Princess Donan was driven out of the city. The head of the Chen family said that they deserved it. The head of the Dashi family asked, so didn't they also want to forcibly marry their daughters to the Marquis of Q? Suddenly King Redwood appeared and shouted that he congratulated Princess Donlin. He smiled and said that he came here without an invitation, and he apologized to King Qing for this. The protagonist approached him and said with a smile that he was grateful for him coming to the ceremony. However, how was his son? He hoped that he was okay. King Redwood gritted his teeth in anger and said that his son was fine. Mari Qing had a sensitive heart. Li Nan called his son and said that King Redwood had brought so many people with him, and this did not bode well for them. Yuang said to his father that he did not need to worry about this. King Redwood would not dare to cause trouble here. June happily shouted that the wedding ceremony was about to begin. They should greet the bride and groom. Xiao and Ming entered the hall, dressed in formal attire. The people greeted them with joyful cries, full of sincere joy and delight. King Redwood chuckled and thought that they should enjoy themselves while they can. During the celebration, an assassin suddenly came for the entire Qing family. What would they do in such a situation? Suddenly, Wuji burst into loud laughter and shouted that this was an incredible event. The Qing family's happy wedding and their funeral. June was worried and thought that he had not noticed this guy. He must be a spiritual power warrior. Only a holy warrior would be able to deal with him. He then shouted, "Who is he? How dare he come to the Qing family's palace and cause trouble here?" Wuji said that he did not deserve to know his name. He said with a dark smile that today he would only kill people from the Qing family. The rest, if they wanted to live, they must run away from here. Otherwise, they will join the Qing family. The protagonist's father looked at the assassin with a sullen expression. June covered his body with supernatural energy and shouted indignantly that this is the BWE kingdom. If he was going to cause trouble for them, then he should be aware of where he was. Right now, Wuji charged forward and shouted, calling him an old man, that it seemed like he was the strongest here. Then he would start with him. Qingling suddenly appeared and successfully parried Wuji's attacks, though. What? Saint Warrior asked where this young man came from. Wuji chuckled and thought that he had certainly heard from his master that the holy warrior from the BW kingdom was already quite old and her skills had become useless, but he didn't expect this. He then took out a token and asked the Bayues Saint Warrior if she recognized this. This was the token of SE leader Jin. Qingling frowned and asked, why would a small royal family from Beiwa want an elite warrior from the Ji sect? Why did they send him here? She values Wang's talents and hopes that they will do her a favor and forgive him no matter what. He did, Wuji said with a smile, that it was impossible he was here to eliminate the entire Qing family under the orders of his master. She didn't want his master to come here in person, did she? Qingling thought that she was acquainted with sex leader Ji. Even her disciple was not inferior to the strength of a holy warrior, let alone sect leader Jin herself. However, she was the holy warrior of this kingdom. If she retreated, the fighting spirit and therefore the entire strength of the Bei Kingdom would perish, and what her spiritual power cultivation was based on would be broken. The holy warrior of BWA activated her abilities and said to him that if he thought that he could do whatever he wanted here just because of a measly token from Jin, then he was overestimated the influence of his sect in the Great Lu Kingdom. It is not Jin who decides who lives and who dies. She does not care who his teacher is, if he insists, then a battle between them is inevitable. Wuji sneered and said that things would be a little more difficult than he planned. He thought that although her strength had diminished, she was still a warrior of spiritual power, which meant that the battle would be evenly matched and someone would suffer greatly. Wei jumped back and said that even though such an important person invited him to fight, he was forced to refuse. He had no choice but to write a letter to his sect master so that she could personally greet them. Wei looked at them with an unkind gaze and said with a smirk on his face that when the time came, they should show what they were willing to do to protect the family. Qingling was worried and thought that if Gian came here, they would definitely get into trouble should she ask for help from the mother country. The protagonist shouted, "Why was there such a fuss about this token?" Although he didn't care if this thing was so useful and he came here so confident, then why was he running away from them? In fear, his G insect was about as strong as him. Wang turned around and said to King Redwood that he had done a good job. He had relied on the blade of the G insect to slaughter his entire family. He had thought out his plan quite well. King Redwood was angry and asked why he dared to say such nonsense. Did he have any evidence? The protagonist smiled and said to Wu Ji that it couldn't be helped. He had no courage. Could the entire G insect really be made up of cowards like him? Wu Ji sneered and said that he knew how to provoke people. Qingling looked at King Redwood and asked, "Is this situation his fault?" King Redwood shouted, looking at them with annoyance, even if that was the case. So what? The Qing family is just a new royal family that dared to steal his son and take away so much territory. The protagonist glared menacingly at King Redwood and said that according to the laws of his family's ancestors, anyone who dared to attack the Qing family would be dealt with severe revenge, so he should not blame him. King Redwood said with a dark smile that he must pay attention to the current situation of his family. He can't even defend himself, but how he boasts. He then shouted at Wu Ji that he doesn't need to listen to their nonsense. If necessary, he will take care of the rest himself. Wu Ji smiled and thought that while the Redwood King's warriors were fighting the Qing family's people, he would have a chance to deal with the Babui Saint warrior. He then put his hand on the hilt of his weapon and said to the Babui Great Warrior that this place was rather cramped and not very suitable for a battle between spiritual power. Warriors, why don't they move to another place? Qinglin looked around and thought that the Redwood King had at least 5 true power level 9 warriors and a few more at level 8, while the Qing family only had 3 true power level 9 warriors. If Wu Ji took her away, the Redwood King would definitely seize the opportunity to deal with them. The protagonist chuckled before swiftly rushing forward and slipping between the Redwood King's warriors, leaving behind a trail of purple smoke. The Redwood King shouted, "Is that poisonous gas?" They should all hold their breath. Immediately, King Redwood's men screamed in terror as they disappeared into the purple smoke. Wang thought it was useless. This poison was made up of 7 insects and plants. There were about 18 samples mixed into this poison, one of the top 3 in the ancient martial arts from his past life. Even just standing in this fog would kill them. He still didn't know much about the poisons in this world, so he was grateful to Tong Yao for the information she gave him. Tong Yao looked at King Redwood's dying men with concern and said that this was an extremely powerful poison. King Redwood fell to the ground and shouted at the protagonist that he was a real scum. The protagonist said that he shouldn't move that way. He would die much more slowly. Wang activated his ability and asked, wasn't he planning on fighting? He should say his name. Wang had no principle of killing nameless idiots. Wu looked at him and said that he had spiritual power. Jun said in surprise that Wan had exactly the same breath as the West Saint warrior and Wu Ji. Qingling looked at the protagonist in surprise and thought that this was the breath of spiritual power. When did he achieve such strength? The protagonist was enveloped in red energy, and he said that now they had to determine which of them was the real laughingstock. Would he dare to fight against him? Would you? thought, where, in such a pitiful kingdom, did a young warrior with spiritual power come from? If he did not kill him, now he would become a big problem in the future. Then he grabbed his weapon with his hand and shouted with a smile, introducing himself as accepting his challenge and would definitely kill him. Yuang said too. The blessed Saint Warrior that this battle was a continuation of his disagreement with King Redwood. It did not concern Jingwu's sacred land at all. No matter whether he wins or loses, he asks her not to interfere in this battle. Qinglin looked at him in surprise and said that she will not interfere. But he should know. No matter the outcome of this battle, she will protect his Qing family to the end. The protagonist then went with Wu Ji away from the city to fight at this time. The holy warrior from BWA said to June that she was leaving this place under his protection. She should go and keep an eye on them. You said, addressing the protagonist's father, that he shouldn't worry about his son. He's already quite a strong fighter. When was the last time he lost to someone of his level? He smiled and thought that it was good that he did not become enemies with Webuan. Otherwise, he would have already been in the grave. After a while, a battle unfolded in the mountains between the protagonists and Wuji. The sounds of blows shook the rocks, and it seemed like the mountains were about to collapse. Wuji chuckled and said as he stabbed the blade into the ground that was quite painful. It had been so long since he had been injured, but it seemed like he had only recently learned what spiritual power was. If he were to fight someone who had been studying these techniques for many years, he would definitely die. It was hard for him to say what would happen to him in the future, but he knew one thing for sure: no matter how his fate turned out, he would pass away. Wang appeared next to him, causing the ground beneath his feet to shake. He calmly asked, calling him by name. He claimed to have been at this level for many years, but that was all he could do. In that case, this day next year would be his funeral. The protagonist smiled and said that, by the way, this was his first time fighting someone at the level of spiritual power, so he had no right to die quickly. Wuji chuckled and said that it was not a bad option. Let it be so. He will also prolong his death as much as possible. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the battlefield and Wuji burst out laughing loudly. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought, is he trying to confuse him? His 5 senses and 6 touches can see much more than normal vision. Can he sense the enemy behind him? Wait, that's not it at all, he suddenly shouted as he punched in front of him, saying that he was attacking Ing from the front. Wuji blocked his punch and thought, how is this possible? Even a warrior with a mid-level spiritual power can't deal with his fog so easily. Surely something should work against him. He gripped his weapon tighter with his hands and said that he had exceeded his expectations. Perhaps he could even have some fun. However, he will fight seriously. Now, Wang thought as he looked behind him, there was a strong energy coming from there. Lightning should be shooting out from the fog. After a while, the battle was in full swing, and the holy warrior from Beiwa watched the fight between Wang and Wuji. Qinglin thought that the thunder technique of the Ji Asti insect had combined with the fog, making it possible to kill anyone without being noticed. Even she couldn't stand up to such a skill. She didn't expect that the head of the Ji sect would teach his disciple this technique. The situation was extremely unfavorable at this moment. Wuji unleashed several quick slashes with his sword at the protagonist, but he managed to successfully dodge them. Then W. Shuang suddenly blocked the enemy's blade with his hand and said with gritted teeth that since he picked up the sword, he had become a completely different person. His speed was simply unbelievable. However, his strength had not changed. If he couldn't do anything with his hands, then he would be even more unable to do anything with the sword. We smiled and said that he shouldn't be so impudent. This was just the beginning. The longer he holds this sword, the more power he will have. The protagonist was surprised and thought that his enemy was really getting stronger. Wuji chuckled and asked, what is his opinion now? Wang clenched his jaw and said with a smile, while his eyes flashed blue, that no one could lay a finger on him for so long. It seems that he can relax this time since his opponent has warmed up. It is time to start fighting him seriously. We looked at him with annoyance and shouted as he rushed at him that he is an arrogant piece of trash. The protagonist used his skill, Incarnation Sword, which blocked the attack. Wuji furiously shouted as he used the skill, Thunderous Heavenly Palm, that he should try to withstand the full power of this technique. The protagonist, who had a crazy smile on his face, successfully repelled the opponent's attacks, and he himself struck back at the opponent using his weapon. Wuji gritted his teeth and shouted, this is a curse! Wang sneered and dealt a the ground filling with red energy that made everything tremble. Qingling looked at the outcome of the battle with astonishment in her eyes and thought, is this really the power of someone who has just recently achieved spiritual power? It seems that the Bee Kingdom can no longer restrain this dragon in the form of Wang. The protagonist stood with a bloody sword and said that he was indeed incredibly strong. He even still had the strength to stand, and he was not dead yet, but he was shaking all over in pain. We breathed heavily and said, calling him by name, that if he killed him, sex leader Gian would not let it go. So easily not only his family, but the entire BW Kingdom would be mired in suffering. Wang said that even if his master killed the entire Tianan continent, it did not mean that he had to beg him. If sect leader Jean doesn't show up here in person, he'll find her himself and kill everyone in her sect. Wu Ji shouted in despair to the Bois Saint Marshal, saying that she knew better than anyone what kind of woman Jin was. She had to hurry up and stop Wang. Otherwise, she wouldn't blame him for not warning her about this. Xing thought that he was right about that. If the top disciple died in the Bayou Kingdom, Jean would definitely cause them a lot of trouble. There would be bloodshed on an unprecedented scale. The protagonist ignored the BWA Saint Marshal and said, as he delivered the finishing blow with his sword, that he had already said that the current situation was between them alone. He then said to the BWA Saint Marshal that he apologized for not listening to her, and killing Wuji Qinglin said that he was now a spiritual power warrior, so he could decide for himself what he should do. There was no need for her to tell him what to do anymore. She could only give him advice so that he could look at the situation from a different perspective. Wuji had a lot of good things with him. They all belonged to him. Now there was an unwritten rule between spiritual power, warriors after a battle. If one side died, the loser's things belonged to the winner. He had no use for his techniques. They were inferior to his own. However, these techniques could be exchanged for the ones he needed. Therefore, he should keep them to himself. And this pill recipe was very rare, and it could cleanse the spinal cord and pores in his body and even improve his body. It should help him accumulate up to 20% of his natural might. This was an important step to advance from the initial to the intermediate level. However, alchemical formulas and ingredients were very difficult to find afterwards. She asked, calling him by name, if she could ask him to copy this scripture. Yu Wang smiled and said, while handing over the recipe and the pill that she didn't have, to be so polite, and he didn't mind. Qinglin used her powers and thought that he was just a newbie at this level who didn't understand certain things. If this recipe fell into the hands of other elite warriors, they would most likely only be willing to exchange it over their dead bodies. Suddenly, the representatives of the Holy Lake Empire shouted from the top of the cliff that he really was a peerless warrior. Donglin City was truly a wonderful place. With peerless people, Qinglin was wary and said that these were 3 warriors at the initial level of spiritual might. Could they be Wu Ji's assistants? The protagonist calmly said that they must have been watching the battle from the sidelines. The representatives of the Holy Lake Empire appeared next to them and said, while introducing themselves, that they should calm down. They came here to convey an invitation to Wang. The protagonist asked, in surprise, the Holy Lake Empire is inviting him. The Holy Lake Empire said that it was a little embarrassing for them that such a young warrior was from a small royal family. If he was willing to come to the Holy Lake Empire, he could forget about his status as a king, because it would not be a problem for them to grant him power over a subordinate country, and that country would become his personal territory, and the billions of people living there would be his subordinates. He would also receive all the resources of that territory. He could obtain everything that he could not have in the Babui Kingdom. If he agreed to join the Holy Lake Empire, he would be able to reach unprecedented heights and develop his strength to a level never seen before. Qingling thought that the Holy Lake Empire had always maintained a hostile relationship with the Great Lu Empire. Both sides had fought countless times over territory and resources, and they dared to come here so easily. Wang said that he wanted to learn more about their traditions when one of them died. How much space would it take to bury them? It didn't matter to him how big their territory was in the Holy Lake Empire and the country they had promised him. What mattered was how much they meant to him. He had only heard that when someone died, only the bones would be put in the grave. His family had lived in Donnan City for many generations, meaning that they belonged to this land. The Holy Lake Empire said that this meant that it was pointless for them to continue to negotiate with him, and they were upset about it. Lu suddenly appeared and said that the Holy Lake Empire had made a rather generous offer for Wang. But had they forgotten which empire this Donlin city belonged to? How dare they come here with such intentions they shouldn't expect to be able to leave here so easily? The Holy Lake Empire said that this was already a problem for them. Since he was here, they would better not bother them anymore and just leave this place. El looked menacingly at the departing representatives of the Sacred Lake Empire. Then he appeared next to the protagonist and Qinglin and said that, to tell the truth, heroes are made when they are young. Wang not only has overwhelming power, but also a clear head on his shoulders. And he will not fall for the tricks of these rich people. Suddenly, El's emissary destroyed the representatives of the Sacred Lake Empire in one move, and he calmly said, standing in front of the protagonist and shingling with blood on his hands, that he had forgotten his manners. He came from the Star Road Palace as an ambassador. He has an invitation from 5 great masters from the Star Road Palace who wish to meet him. The protagonist asked, "Which Star Road Palace are you talking about?" Qinglin said, addressing the protagonist by name. That the Star Road Palace is quite an authoritative organization in the Great Luo Empire, and it is also the place where the final exam is held. His achievements are very good, so much so that even the S Lake Empire is interested in him. El said that she is right about that. The 5 palace masters want to meet the new genius. Wang said that he is afraid that he will not be able to bear the status of a genius. In addition, the GCT has just arrived, so he can't just leave. El said that he should just follow him to the Star Road Palace. The 5 masters will take care of his problem. The Gene sect is a mid-level organization, so there will not be a problem. Qin said that he should follow the emissary of the palace as long as the Star Road Palace is on their side. The Gene sect will not dare to go against them. The protagonist said that if the holy warrior from Bubue says so, then he will follow him to the Star Road Palace. After some time, the protagonist notified everyone in Donlin City that he was going with Emery L to the Star Path Palace. As soon as the protagonist notified everyone he went with Emery Lu to the Star Path Palace King, Redwood was in collusion with foreign enemies for this. His entire family was captured and taken to the imperial capital for execution. After some time, the second heir to King Redwood was lying unconscious in the dungeon of the Qing Palace, covered in wounds. After some time, El said that 5 masters of the palace wanted to accept him as their disciple, and he even had the right to choose a master to join. The protagonist thought, do they want to teach him? This is a great opportunity. If he has a teacher, however, the Star Path Palace is quite an authoritative organization, and he is afraid that his personal training will have to be greatly reduced. Tang Zhongqi, the second master of the Star Path Palace, appeared in front of them and said to Lu that he has already returned. The people nearby asked, casting sidelong glances at them, "Is this not the second master of the Star Path Palace, and who is this next to him?" Emissary Lu personally came with him, and the second master personally came out to meet him. "He is like a commoner from a subordinate country." Zhongyi smiled and asked, turning to El and handed him a book. "Is this really him? This is the technique he asked for. Now he must introduce him well to," Wang Lu said, introducing the second master of the Star Path Palace, that he is a great warrior of the Great Luo Empire. His strength is not weaker than that of the head of the Star Path Palace. Wang said to Zhongyi that it is a great honor for him to meet him. Zhongyi smiled broadly and said with his arms crossed, "He has good manners. He should become his disciple." El said to the protagonist that if he became the disciple of the second Palace Master, then new horizons would open up for him, and he would be able to fully enjoy life in the Great Luo Empire. Many people could only dream of such an opportunity, day and night, but in the end they died without achieving anything. The protagonist thought that the second Palace Master's strength was far superior to his own, so he did not mind him becoming his disciple. The only issue was that he would lose his freedom in the path of cultivation. Zhongyi said with a smile that he should not rush to answer. He had enough time to make a decision. In addition, he could freely voice his demands and wishes. Wang said that as soon as he met him, he could already feel the depth of his knowledge of the cultivator world. However, he only sought freedom in his training. If someone were to hold him back, he would not be able to focus on his development, and his training would become very difficult. Joni smiled and said that he could clearly see that this guy's success was not a fluke. That's great as long as he was his teacher. He could promise to give him the freedom that was so important to him. He would be able to continue his training after he had the status of his disciple. He would teach him, and then he would inherit his will. How did he like this offer? The protagonist thought that he had expected the people from the Star Path Palace to be incredibly arrogant and pushy because of the situation with the Geninict. It would be good for him to have the support of someone famous, Wang said. bowing his respects to the second master of the Star Path Palace. That he agreed to become his disciple, he hoped to learn a lot from his master. Jungi said with a smile that he was glad that he had agreed, but for now it was unofficial. Once they returned, he would hold a grand ceremony to celebrate him being his disciple. At the same time, he would have a chance to meet other disciples of the Star Path Palace. Suddenly, Lu said to the second master of the Star Path Palace that they should solve one problem as soon as possible. Then Zhongyi chuckled and said that they would visit the G sect, and he should talk to them about not offending people after a while in the G sect. The head of the G insect meditated in the lotus position and said that she had been practicing the technique the Tinine Palm for many years. It was a very cruel technique and absorbed too much blood during the training. She needed a steady flow of blood from the young maiden, born in the second month of the sun, to ensure that her blood would not be spoiled as long as her cultivation was going well. She did not have to be afraid of the Star Path Palace. Jean said to the Prince of the Redwood King that his family had failed him this time, so he must bring her twice as many young maidens as usual. She then said with a smile that his brother should be back soon. Suddenly, Jungi shouted out, using his powers, that Sea Leader Gin should come out immediately. Sea Leader Gin said in a frightened voice that she recognized that voice. Could it be that it was the second master of the Star Path Palace? She then said that her sect had always treated the Star Path Palace with great respect, and their sect was never late with the annual donation. She just didn't understand how they could have angered him. Why did he personally come to them? Zhongyi crossed his arms and said with a menacing look that he didn't have time to talk to her. Wang was his disciple. Wuji had died in a duel with him. He then smirked and asked if she had any complaints about this. Jean said with an unkind glint in her eyes that she had no complaints. After a while, Elle said to the second master of the Star Path Palace that Gian was not too honest with him because she was afraid of his strength song. She said that this was not unusual, but he still did not kill her. Then he asked, turning to the protagonist, did he understand why he did not kill her? Wang said that perhaps the master had his own plans for her. Zhongyi said that at the moment the Great Luo Empire seems to be the best, but in fact, everything is a little more complicated. A couple of 100 years ago, the situation with talents in the empire became quite terrible. With each generation, the number of geniuses greatly decreased in the Great Lu Empire. The collapse of the empire began precisely with the reduction in the number of talents, and although there are 10,000 disciples in the Star Path Palace, however, the strength and decline of the sect do not depend solely on the number of people. The key point is the potential of the new generation. Sometimes the appearance of an excellent warrior in a sect can greatly raise its status just by the strength of that person. Although sect leader Ji may be cruel and merciless in the Great Lu Empire, her strength is considered a talent if he were to destroy her entire sect. It would definitely cause trouble for the other houses in the empire. Therefore, she would not dare to act rashly for a while. The second master of the Star Path Palace gritted his teeth and said with a smile to the protagonist that he had enough strength and potential to defeat her and decide what to do with her next. The protagonist said that he, as his disciple, would do his best. Wang thought with a gloomy look that as long as the G insect existed, the crisis in the Bubyi kingdom would not end. He had to become stronger. Joni grabbed the protagonist's shoulder with his hand and said with a laugh that it was time for them to go to the Star Path Palace to greet the other masters. They should tell them how he managed to persuade him to become a disciple after a while. In the main hall of the Star Path Palace, Lu crossed his hands behind his back and said that the second master went inside first, perhaps to find a place for him as a chief disciple. The protagonist asked, after looking at him, "Who are the chief disciples?" "The emissary of the Star Path." Palace said that they are the ones who are treated specially among the other disciples. There are about 10,000 disciples in the Star Path Palace who are only allowed to train on the branch of the Righteous Mountain. Advanced disciples are allowed to train near the Righteous Mountain, and only the chief disciples are allowed to go to the top of the Righteous Mountain, where the accumulation of spiritual power is considered the highest in the Great Luo Empire. Training at the top of the mountain gives double the results with minimal effort, no matter whether he is an ordinary disciple or an advanced one. As long as he shows success in the annual assessment, he has a chance to become a chief disciple. After a while, the second master of the Star Path Palace said to the head of the Star Path Palace that he wanted to know his opinion about finally finding an excellent disciple if he refused to grant a place for his disciple among the Top disciples. He would have to argue with this decision. The third master of the star path. Palace smiled and said to Jongi that she was sorry, but their star path palace had become the best of all the sects due to ironclad rules. They could not make any exceptions if they granted others would want to as well. And this could even cause a rebellion in the sect. Lei, the fifth master of the star path. Palace said that she completely agreed with the third master's opinion. She could not accept such a reward in honor of the appearance of a disciple by the second master. If they agreed to this, everyone in the sect would immediately go crazy, because of which the current harmony that was currently maintained in the palace could be destroyed. Tianxin, the fourth master of the Star Path Palace, said to Jongi that giving the winner of the examination from a subordinate country a place among the advanced disciples was already a good privilege. For him, what kind of strength could a mere guy from a subordinate country have? Levin got angry and said that they were all just jealous of him. Here, they didn't want him to become better than them. He agreed with their decision, but then they should wait for the annual evaluation, and when his disciple crushed their top disciples, they shouldn't complain about it. Then the head of the Star Path Palace said to Joni that they should let the disciple of the second master start at least from an advanced place. Now he can call his disciple here. Then the protagonist said, introducing himself, that it was a great honor for him to meet all the masters of the palace, the head of the Star Path. Palace said to Wang that from now on he became an advanced disciple of the Star Path. Palace, he must remember three main things. He must not betray his master, he must not kill other disciples, and he is also forbidden to collude with enemies. Lai Wang said respectfully that he will remember and will never dare to disobey him. The Star Path Palace Master said that he had become the champion of the Great Luo Empire in this exam. Therefore, the BWE Kingdom would raise its rank to the highest subordinate country, and his family would receive the status of the rulers of BWA. He would also receive the status of a respected disciple of the Great Luo and the King of BWA. After a while outside the house, Xoni said to the protagonist that he had performed well in front of everyone today. This was now his personal territory. Despite the current situation, even he was not allowed to do whatever he wanted without permission. In the Star Path Palace, usually only the chief disciples were given a personal territory in each hall, the second master of the Star Path. Palace said with a smile that an exception had been made for him, although he regretted that the other masters did not allow him to be the chief disciple. Because of this, he would not be able to train on the mountaintop. Wang said that he was grateful to his master. If he had immediately become the chief disciple, many in the sect would not have accepted it when his time comes. No one will stop him from advancing in the sect. Jongi smiled and said with his arms crossed that he still had 4 months until the annual assessment. He would not teach him any new techniques. However, instead, he would help him understand the secrets of his body, experience natural power, and absorb this energy. Then he handed over a book and said that this technique was the 6th knowledge of qi absorption, which spoke about absorbing and using natural power. This is quite a good thing for someone who has just risen to spiritual power. He can use this technique as a hint, but he should not repeat everything word for word. The protagonist took the book and said that any technique is just a lived experience of its author. Each person has their own training path, habits, and talents. Joni laughed and said with a smile that this was to be expected from his disciple. He is much smarter than all his past disciples. The second master of the Star Path. Palace turned around and said that they could end their conversation here. Now that he was an advanced IPL, he could use his paths and go train near the righteous mountain. However, he must not forget to be careful. There were spiritual beasts there. The entrance was right on the square, and he must remember one thing. All the disciples in the Star Path Palace always compete with each other after a while at the teleportation point to the righteous mountain. The protagonist looked around and said that since sacred treasures were stored here, it was no wonder that everyone wanted to take them for themselves. The Star Path. Palace forbade killing ordinary disciples, but everyone still valued and feared the strongest. He must remember that he should never seek to die. Wang thought that there were quite a lot of people here, which is why he had to stand in line. If he remembered the master's words correctly, the teleportation point would automatically recognize his P and send him to the appropriate place. The blue glow is a teleport for ordinary disciples. The disciples surrounded the protagonist and asked, "Is he a new disciple? He looks like a weak person. He is not a martial arts disciple, right? It is a shame for them to be in the same sect with him who came from the common people. He is definitely just an ordinary disciple. They will have to teach him a lesson when he teleports. Suddenly, Ma, the senior disciple, shouted, grabbing the protagonist's shoulder, that he would go first and he should go to the end of the line. The protagonist's face changed and said, "What if he does not listen to him?" Ma asked with irritation. "Does he even know who is standing in front of him? How dare some newbie talk to him like that? This is his last chance to improve." Yuang looked at him and said that it does not matter to him who he is. He must stand in line. Ma got angry and said that he will teach him how to behave with seniors. The disciples shouted that the newbie has gone crazy, senior. Ma is completely unthinkable, and he is a high-level disciple who has recently reached the initial level of spiritual power. This newbie is now in big trouble. They wanted to teach him a lesson, but now they even feel a little sorry for this newbie then. Yang Fo, an ordinary disciple, walked up and said to Ma that they were all disciples of the Star Path Palace here, and this one was just a newbie. He shouldn't bother him. Ma's expression changed, and he looked at the disciple and asked, "Who is he anyway? And why does he dare to tell him what to do? He is a high-level disciple, not some trash like him." Ma then punched the disciple in the face and shouted that he should get out of here. The disciple said to Foam, who received a punch in the face, that he doesn't spare anyone at all. He should stay away from him, otherwise he will hit him again. M glared at the disciples and asked, "Is there anyone who wants to stop him?" Wang asked with a gloomy look. "Does he think he is all-powerful?" Ma said, using his ability, that his place is with the trash and he should prepare himself to be sent there, and he should have no doubt that his body will be beaten half to death, but he will definitely not die. The protagonist used his ability and said as he appeared in front of Phone that he has a good stance, but to his regret, he is just a smug idiot, much worse than the beginner-level spiritual power warrior he met before. Yuang asked Fong if he was okay. Fong held his hand over his wound and said that he thanked him, but he was fine. Ma charged and shouted that he was showing off too much for a newbie. How dare trash like him evaluate his strength? He curses this newbie. The protagonist used his ability and destroyed his opponent's arm. Ma looked in surprise and thought, "What's wrong? He has such a powerful energy." Wang then struck the senior disciple and Ma was sent flying. The disciples gathered around the senior disciple and asked, "Was it just an illusion?" Senior disciple Emma was actually hit. Could it be that this new disciple is also at the level of spiritual power, but they do not feel the breath of spiritual power from him? The protagonist thought that he had just entered. Here he should make less noise in the sect. Wang said that he destroyed his hands so that he would have a reminder of today. Ma got angry and asked how dare Annie tell him what to do. He should eliminate him here and now. Yun Rusu, an advanced disciple, said to Ma that he should stop. It was his own fault for going out of turn and beating up others. Moreover, he is not this disciple rival. The protagonist asked, "Who is he?" Rusu smiled and said, introducing himself, that his worries are unnecessary. He is a disciple of the fourth master of the Starpath Palace, he said, calling him the second master's disciple, that if he hadn't held back his blow, then all that would be left of the senior disciple Ma would have been a cold body. The disciples asked in surprise, was he really the second master's disciple? They heard that Joni had taken someone as his disciple. Could it really be this newbie? Rusus said that they should stop there. They shouldn't hinder the other disciples from going to the mountain, or did he have a different opinion on this matter? The protagonist crossed his arms and said that he didn't mind ending it here. He turned around and thought as he looked at Rusu. This man was a complicated person. The news of him becoming a disciple hadn't been announced yet, but he already had this information. He didn't have to worry about it now. He should think about his cultivation first. The disciples exclaimed in surprise when a purple glow appeared around the protagonist. They weren't imagining it. Could he really be an advanced disciple? They had never heard of someone becoming an advanced disciple right away when they first joined the sect. Rusus Ned and looked at the protagonist with an unkind look as he used teleportation to disappear after a while at the foot of the Righteous Mountain. The protagonist looked around and said, "This is the place at the Righteous Mountain. It's quite unusual here. This must be the Righteous Mountain surrounded by powerful streams of spiritual chai." It seemed to be the best place in the entire Starpath Palace. Once he passed the annual assessment, he would become a top disciple and he could train there. However, even here there was a lot of Chai energy. No wonder there were so many strong warriors of spiritual power in the Star Path Palace. He thought that, however, the palace under the Great Sang Mountain was much better. There must be something mysterious behind that strange, bright light. Now it was time to practice the technique. The sixth meaning of absorbing Qi that he had received from his master a month later, Rusu used his ability and said through the spiritual bird finding. The protagonist that he had finally found him at this time, Yuang sat in the lotus position and thought that spiritual power was divided into initial, middle, supreme, and ideal spiritual power within each of the 4 levels. There were many small ones. This allows you to sort all the spiritual warriors and compare them from weak to strong. Yuang used his ability and said with a smile that the righteous mountain and the technique, the 6 knowledge of Qi absorption, are simply incredible. After a month of cultivation, not only did he strengthen his spiritual power, but he was also able to raise the technique. Incarnate Sword to an incredible level. The technique, the power of the sun, apparently has also become stronger then. He asked, tormented by curiosity. How are things at home now? The martial arts students should be retraining. Have they been able to prepare to the required level? However, with the teachers and the holy warrior from BWE, there should be no problem. Unexpectedly, a spiritual bird attacked the protagonist, who dodged the attack at the last moment. Wang glared at the spiritual bird threateningly and said that although his teacher warned him about the spiritual beasts that live on the righteous mountain, but this bird is acting too big. The fire skyhawk under Ru's control pounced on the protagonist at this time. Ma said to Rusu that he had a remarkable ability that allowed him to control spirit beasts. It would hardly surprise anyone if someone died from a spirit beast here. But this control technique was not like any of the ones they were given in the Starpath Palace. Where did he get this technique from? Rusu concentrated on using the ability and said that it was not important now. And then he chuckled and said that he was the second master's disciple, which meant he should have many good things. With him, he thought that even more so. He was also a strong warrior of spirit power that used physical strength and techniques of his level with it. He would be able to quickly increase his strength. He had already caught several warriors of the initial level of spirit power, so he would catch another one and rise too. The middle level of spirit power. After a while, the protagonist dodged the attack of the spirit bird and thought that this spirit beast not only could use natural power, but this bird was also very fast, and it seemed that he had become the target of this spirit beast. His teacher mentioned that if you defeat the spirit beast, you can get sacred treasures. Yuang prepared to strike and said that he wanted to see what treasures this spirit beast had. The protagonist used black flame and dealt critical damage to the spirit beast. Rusu gritted his teeth and shouted that this was his spirit beast. It was impossible that it was so strong. The protagon said that if this creature had come a month ago, he would hardly have been able to deal with this creature. He then used his ability and shouted, killing the spirit beast, that, however, he now has enough strength. Ma shouted, seeing Rusu coughing up blood. What's wrong? Wang took the pill from the bird's body and said in surprise, this is a primordial spiritual power pill. Spiritual Qi is starting to disperse in the pill. Perhaps special tools are needed to store it. However, he does not need this pill, so he will just watch it dispersed beautifully in his hand. He turned around and said that now, there is one more thing left, Ma asked in shock. How did this happen? Raosu shouted that they should run away quickly. The protagonist suddenly appeared next to them and asked, turning to Rusu, is he in a hurry? Rusu gritted his teeth and said that this is a curse. He then activated his ability and said that he is not afraid of him. Wang smiled and asked, defeating his enemy in one move and taking the bag from his waist. Is this bag capable of collecting spiritual Qi? He must see what is inside. It seems that he used a secret book on controlling spiritual beasts, and there is also a spiritual beast pill here. Not a bad catch at all. The protagonist picked up the token and asked, is this token from a certain gloomy night sect? This advanced disciple is full of secrets. However, to his regret, he can't reveal them because the token and map don't give him much of a clue. Wang turned around and asked who else is here. F became nervous and said it's incredible he was able to deal with him so easily. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked, why is he here? PH shouted, he's asking to be taken to the Nature Manifestation Valley. Wang was surprised and asked what place is he asking to be taken to. F said that he just joined the sect, and probably this place is unknown to him. Before each annual assessment, the disciples of the Star Path Palace often visit the Nature Manifestation Valley. It's a kind of local market. If he has good things that he doesn't need, he can exchange them for better ones in this place if he agreed to accompany him. There he would receive a monetary reward. The protagonist sat down on a rock nearby and asked why he wanted to go there. Phone said that he had a pill recipe that was missing a few ingredients. Once he found them, he could ask the alchemists in the sect to create the pill for him. This was a chance for him to increase his cultivation level. This market was considered a place with fair barter. However, more often than not, someone would simply take someone else's things by force or lure them out. Therefore, it was dangerous for weak disciples like him to appear in such a place. However, if he took him along, no one would dare to deceive him. Wang smiled and said that he had killed 2 people in front of him. Wasn't he afraid of him? Fong said that his instincts told him that he could be trusted. These people were clearly evil, so they deserved their fate. He believed that even the palace master would turn a blind eye to this. The protagonist thought for a moment and said that he was indeed an honest man. If he agreed to give this recipe in exchange, then he could follow him. Fong happily said that he agreed to this condition. Wang smiled and thought that it was still a new level for him. However, if he could reach it, then he could assume that there would be a need for pills in the future, and if he could find the ingredients for the pills dragon and tiger body, then he would help his family advance in cultivation. After a while in the Nature Manifestation Valley, the protagonist thought that this place was at the foot of the righteous mountain peak. Because of the unpredictable nature and beautiful view, this place got its name, Nature Manifestation. Valley Fo said that, according to the rules, advanced disciples are not allowed to climb to the top of the righteous mountain. However, this place is a kind of exception. Suddenly, their way was blocked, and the protagonist asked with his arms crossed, "Who are they?" The people surrounded them and asked with evil grins, "Is this their first time here? They haven't seen them here before. They have to pay them, and then they will protect them here. How do they feel about such a deal? Isn't it profitable?" Wang sighed heavily and said that he didn't have a moment's rest. The people said that they would do the wise thing and agree to their proposal. Otherwise, they apologized in advance for their rudesse. The protagonist turned away from them and said that they were just idiots. The people got angry and asked how dare he call them. That is he really in his right mind? They will teach him a lesson in humility. Yuan used the technique power of the sun and surrounded them with flames. The people screamed that they needed help at this time. Jia Masashi, the main disciple of the 3rd master of the Star Path Palace, said, watching what was happening, that he did not know whose disciple this was, but he was quite a strong warrior. The 5 brothers got it badly this time. Zhou Fu, the main disciple of the 2nd master of the Star Path Palace, said that these 5 brothers always bully the newcomers, so now it's their turn to get what they deserve. Mushi smiled and asked, "Fu, she's not serious, right? This is a small battle between disciples." Wu, the disciple of the head of the Star Path Palace, said that it's time for them to start the annual manifestation festival. After a while, PH nervously said to the protagonist that he was a very good-natured person after all. If it were another disciple of spiritual power, he would have stolen all the treasures until they stopped. The protagonist said that there was no need for him. Since they were ordinary disciples, a normal punishment from him would be enough for them. Now they should see what is here. At this time, the seller shouted, "Does anyone want to buy spiritual stones, 2 green frost stones, the main ingredient for the pill, body construction, exchanged for spiritual power recipes? Does anyone want to exchange? There is an ancestral sword in exchange. Come and take a look." At it, PH smiled and said that he would go negotiate for the 2 green frost stones that he needed. Wang walked up to the seller and asked what he was exchanging the ancestral sword for. The old seller said, with the smile that he was well-versed in, treasures. The purple sun sword was not just a thing. If he were just a sword lover, he would never give it up, but he wants a sword of spiritual power, and this sword will allow him to perform any sword technique. The protagonist thought that this sword was the king of weapons. This one was covered in rust, but it had some special strong energy. The old seller was clearly not an ordinary person, since he could sell such an ordinary but ancient thing. Then Wang smiled and said that this sword was worth it at this time. The man said to the old seller that he was selling trash again. After a while, PH said with a smile that he had managed to get the necessary ingredients for the pill, and he could even share with him. He calculated that these ingredients should be enough to create 5 pills, so he would keep 3 for himself and 2 were left for him. Did he have any objections to this? The protagonist noticed a crowd of people in the distance and said that he had nothing. Against it, I wonder why so many people gathered there. The ARA representative shouted with a smile that they should pay attention to him. The arena battles are about to begin. They have abandoned the old arena, rules they sign up anyone based on the quality of the items each person brings if they are interested. They should sign up here, W. Ang asked. What this is about, F. Said that in addition to simply exchanging items, there is also an annual manifestation festival where the final is a battle in the arena. The judge organizes competitions based on the quality of the items that the participants bring. Items that are approximately the same value are brought up for battle. The rest have the opportunity to win them back. And even more, the arena battles only accept the absolute winner. The rest who cannot pass all the stages are losers, and the more valuable the items, the more fierce the battle. The protagonist smiled and said that this is becoming more and more interesting for him. He also wants to take part in this. Phone shouted to the protagonist that they need to go the other way. The arena representative said that he was slightly mistaken. This is the entrance to the arena, the observation deck at the west gate, you said, placing his hand on the shoulder of the arena representative. Another young warrior has achieved spiritual power, and he congratulates him on this. Has he also come to sign up for the arena? So what is he going to bet on for the fight? Wang thought that his spiritual power is no weaker than sect leader Gin, it seems. That he is about 30 years old, but he has achieved power no less than Jin. This is more than enough for him to know that this is a genius. Then he said, stretching out his hand with this. This is the inner core of a fire spiritual beast. This will be enough, right? You said that if it is an item of spiritual power, then he can participate, and the inner core of a spiritual beast is not often seen, so this is more than enough for him to participate. All items that participate are handed over to Fu for safekeeping. He just has to hand over this core to her. Fu said that he should go ahead and wait for the start when they find 7. More people of his is level. Then the battle will begin. The last one standing will be declared the winner. The things of the losers will be given to this winner. He understands the rules of the arena, right? The protagonist smiled and said that he will wait for the battle. Fu then said that the disciple of the Hai, second master of the Star Path, Palace, has interested her. He does not even know who you is. This amuses her very much, you asked, looking at her, but he also did not recognize their main beauty, Fu, right? Fu said, turning to you, even if he is an advanced disciple, he still should not know about the best among the younger generation. You said that he became like this only because of luck on his side. However, with her talent, perhaps in 20 years she will be able to surpass him. Fu said that he should stop making fun of her. It will be enough for her to make her master proud of her. As for him, he was able to master the spiritual roots, which is already very good after a while in the arena. Chin shouted that the participants in the arena battle should hurry up because it will begin soon. The first round will be between 8 disciples. This time the bets are on the ink of the spiritual beasts of 5 different elements, namely metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. She hopes that everyone understands how unique the inner cores of the spiritual beasts are. The spectators shouted in, surprise is the beginning of the arena, already so exciting. The inner core of the spiritual beast is very rare. If these 5 different elements are combined, the resulting pill will have infinite potential. Whoever creates this pill will be able to reach the intermediate level of spiritual power. Sheen said that to begin with, there will be 4 one-on-one duels, then 2 duel, and finally a final duel between the 2 winners to declare the champion. Chief disciple, you will be monitoring the progress of the battle, so they do not need to worry about anything, and they must remember in the arena they only judge the losers and the winners, not the living and the dead, so they must show their best and not complain if they get too tough an opponent. And with that, she declares the arena battles to begin. At this time, contestant number 8 asked, grinning and turning to the protagonist, was he lost? He could still just give up, or he shouldn't blame him if he died here. Yuang smiled and said, calling him an old man, that he shouldn't get so worked up or he'll die early. Contestant number 8 got angry and shouted, rushing at the protagonist using the Earth Demon Fist technique that he asked for it, he'll finish him off quickly. The protagonist dodged and said, smiling maliciously, that he was too slow. Contestant number 8 asked, in surprise, how did he dodge his attack so easily? Yuan delivered a direct punch to his opponent's stomach, causing contestant number 8 to fly out of the arena and lose consciousness. The spectators shouted in surprise. He won with 1 punch. Who is contestant number 6? Contestant number 8 was quite a strong warrior in spiritual power. The protagonist looked at his fist and asked, wasn't his opponent at the initial level of spiritual power? He was so weak. The arena host shouted that contestant number 6 had won in the second arena. Mushi smiled and said to you that contestant number 6 had done quite well. Fu asked, he was so young, but she wondered where he was. She then looked at you and said that it seemed like the current generation was growing beyond their years. If he was not careful, the younger generation might surpass him. You said that there was truth in her words. The host shouted that the winner of the first arena was contestant number 1. 9. The contestant number 1 in the arena stood proudly with a smile. The audience said with astonished faces that this was what they expected from 9. She destroyed her opponent so quickly, her attacks were too fierce. It seemed that the other contestants in the arena would be in great trouble. The protagonist and Nyan exchanged silent glances. You said, with a smile, that he was interested in these two. If he understood correctly, they would advance to the final battle. Fu said that something told her that contestant number 1 was not a match for contestant number 6. After all, he was unlucky enough to meet one of the palace leaders. Disciples, the battles in the arena were fine, but she was more worried about what could be hiding behind contestant number 6. In the second round, Yu Wang destroyed his opponent faster than lightning and moved on to the final round. During the break, the seat protagonist meditated and thought that he and the contestant number 1 had defeated their opponents quickly and furiously. Apparently, she really had become his opponent. He had to prepare for the next fight. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes and asked, "Who is this?" He said that he didn't need to know who they were. They had a little advice for him in the next round. If he was going to fight any further, he had to lose. If he agreed, they would give him the 2 encores. However, if he refused, his life in the star path palace would be hard. Wang asked who sent them, even if they made his life in the palace difficult. They had to remember his words. He looked at them menacingly and said that they should not stand in the way of what was already his property. He shouted that they had to hold him back. They could not let him leave here. The protagonist ran out of the other doors and headed towards the main hall of the arena, and he thought that he did not want to start a fight with them. It would be much more interesting for him to see what would happen when ordinary disciples found out about these intrigues in the arena. The most important thing for him now was to win and get those inner cores after a while. The spectators discussed the past fights and said that they had been so lucky this year. The first round of the arena was not very exciting. Their trip here is not worth it at all. They are going to bet on the 6th participant. His strength and energy are much stronger than the rest. This 6th participant did not try hard, so they did not get to see a spectacular sight. However, when he fights against the real warrior, they will be in for a real show. Yu Wang ran into the main hall of the arena and thought that it does not matter. These idiots will not dare to attack him here anyway. He shouted, "Is this bastard tired of running? They should beat him up." Ye's henchman said that he should look around. He got angry and said that it does not matter at all. Now they should prepare themselves and not give him a chance to escape from here. The spectators shouted in surprise. Are they also participating in today's festival? How could they miss them? No way, only the participants are allowed to walk there. They should be quieter. The main organizer of the arena is here. Yu glared at Yi and his minions. The protagonist asked, "Are they leaving already? They should play with him some more." Fu laughed and said that Yu was not too surprised by this incident. Yu asked, "Is there anything specific she wants to say?" Fu said that she did not mean anything like that. The host shouted that the break was over. The final round was about to begin. The participants must immediately enter the arena. In this round, they will find out who will become the champion. The winner will receive the promise prizes, the 8 inner cores of the spirit beasts. They must begin the battle. Wang's expression changed and said with a smile that he could not help but mention that this was her biggest mistake to him. There is nothing more valuable than pride. Therefore, the more she threatens him, the more determined he is to fight her, Nine said, taking a fighting stance that she does not know how to respond to him, so she simply curses him. The number 1 participant rushed to attack the protagonist, and he thought that she was quite a strong opponent. It looks like he won't be able to get through this fight without getting bruised. Wang blocked Nine's kick with his hand, and the resulting clash released a burst of qi that destroyed everything around him. The protagonist quickly jumped back, and he thought as she approached him that he had made a mistake in underestimating her. Her strength, agility, and speed were no less than his, the host shouted as the contestants continued to fight. That contestant number 6 was completely pinned down. The spectators happily shouted that contestant number 6 would now be able to show off his full potential against such an opponent. However, contestant number 1 is the Palace Master's disciple. Does number 6 have a chance? Fu said that it seems like the Palace Master's disciples are quite strong warriors at this moment. 9 jumped up and, turning in the air, delivered a kick to the protagonist's stomach. She then said that it seems like this is all he can do. She is disappointed in him. He is the same trash as the previous participants from the past 2 rounds. Wang closed his eyes and asked, has she already determined his strength? The protagonist released spiritual power asked, looking at her. Who told her that he used all his power? Mushi said with a smile. What a strong energy he has. Is he stronger than even you? Fu said with a smile, looking at Yu's annoyed face. Mushi did not see him use his full power. 9 rushed to attack the protagonist, but he deftly dodged her attack and used his skills to damage her. Danton, the chief disciples of various masters, looked at him. In surprise, the audience screamed, did the number 1 participant really lose? The chief disciple was defeated by a newbie. Fong smiled and thought that Wang really did a great job. He managed to win in the arena. 9 asked in disappointment, did this happen again? She does not agree with this. The protagonist said that he was willing to fight her again if she wanted. Now she should go and heal her wounds. Qin shouted that the winner of the arena was number 6. His reward was 8 ink of spiritual beasts. Fu threw a bag to the protagonist and said that this was his reward. Wang caught the bag with his hand and said that he thanked them. Now he would go on his way, Mushi said, looking at the protagonist that he should wait if he doesn't mind, then let him tell me whose disciple he is out of the 5 masters of the Star Path. Palace, the protagonist turned around and said that he was sorry, but he couldn't satisfy his curiosity. He had to consider whose disciple he was, and without his master's permission, he couldn't reveal information about his teacher. He had to bid them farewell. He had his own business. Fu asked, turning to Mushi. Was he deceived? Mushi said that this guy irritated him. He would still find out who his master was no matter what. Fu said in surprise that someone was going to bully a junior disciple. You looked at the protagonist with hatred after a while at the entrance to the arena. Phone said, catching up with the protagonist, that he performed very well. Even 9 could not defeat him. The protagonist said that it was no longer safe for them to stay here, although he did not know where he felt the threat from. He guessed that it was definitely from the senior disciples who were monitoring the order of the festival. Then Wang said that if Fong trusted him, then he should give all his ingredients after the annual assessment was over. He should find him in the Green Cloud Palace. As long as these pills could be created, he would get his share. PH smiled and said that he agreed and left the ingredients with him for safekeeping in the Star Path. Palace Wang told his teacher everything that happened to him in the Nature Manifestation Valley. Zhongyi shouted angrily, how could these freaks allow such a thing? The protagonist asked. Who are they? Zhongyi said that the eldest of them. Yu is studying under the head of the Star Path Palace. They constantly oppress other factions. They even want to take over the entire supply line that is available to the Star Path Palace. However, he managed to escape from them with these 8 cores. This is simply amazing. He was able to collect so many cores and now he wants to create pills from them, Yuang asked with a smile. Could he know which faction in the Star Path Palace is the best at making pills from the inner cores of spiritual beasts? Zhongyi thought about it and said that, at the moment, the best alchemists are the faction led by Shakyamuni Liwa. Among the 8 Shakamunis, only he excels in the art of creating pills. Also, his disciples are also quite good at alchemy. His face changed and said that, however, he has a rather complicated character, so it would be difficult to ask him for help if his disciple hoped that such a famous alchemist would make pills for him. Then he should not expect it too much since they had a shortage of alchemists. Even they, the 5 masters of the Star Path. Palace needed to treat him politely. Joni put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said with a smile that he could go to Leo's abode. He was usually found there if he agreed to help. Then he should consider that he would have the pills soon, and he hoped that the disciple would not refuse to help in the future if he helped his own. Now, did he have any objections to this? The protagonist said that he would naturally help his master in the future. Sometime later at Leo's abode, Wang asked Tong Yen in surprise why was she sweeping here. Tong Yen said that there was nothing wrong with that. Leah had chosen her for the last retake, so she thought that this would be a great opportunity for her to pay her respects to her ancestors. However, she did not expect that she would have to serve her master. He said that for the next 6 months she should sweep his abode. If he was satisfied with her persistence, then she could become an apprentice, or otherwise she would serve for another. Yer, the male lead, said that she shouldn't be upset. He heard that Leo wasn't a calm person, but he was a strong warrior of the Star Road Palace. He must have his own reasons for tormenting her like this. Tong Yin said with her eyes downcast that she hoped so. She then smiled and said that one of the palace masters had taken him as a disciple, and thanks to this, their BIW kingdom was able to raise its status as a subordinate country in this exam. Not counting him, there were only 6 people from their kingdom that the Star Road Palace liked. However, the Great Wu Empire managed to recruit as many as 13 people, so their country's status was also raised. Tong Yan said tensely that one of them showed extraordinary talent. She even heard that he had become the personal disciple of the 3rd master of the Star Road Palace. This is the reason why the disciples from the Great Wu Empire treat the Baiwei Kingdom like this. Wei Wang thought he had guessed this, that if his BWE Kingdom surpassed the Great Wu Empire in status, they would have more opportunities. However, he didn't expect that the Great Wu Empire would also be in the mood for promotion. It seemed that the conflicts between the BWE Kingdom and the Wu Empire would never end. Suddenly, Shakyamuni Liwa, the alchemist of the Star Path, Palace shouted at Tong Yin, saying that if she had time to talk to strangers, she should spend that time sweeping the floors. Tong Yin said with a nervous laugh that her master had a really bad temper. Whenever he failed to concoct pills, he would simply fly into a rage. Wang said that he had come to him specifically for the purpose of concocting a pill. Leah then used his ability to manipulate fire and asked how he could increase the chances of concocting this supreme internal elixir. The protagonist observed his skill and thought that his movements were tied to the use of pure fire element, which consists of 2 different forms. One is I fire and the other is yang fire. This alchemist does not just use the basic elements, but also combines them into a liquid. If he can extract the elements from the technique incarnate sword and create a sea sword from it, his attack power will increase tenfold. Apparently, such power is only available to warriors of the middle level of spiritual power. Leah turned around and shouted angrily, "Why did he come in without permission? He must leave here immediately!" Tong Yan became nervous and said, turning to the master, that he was looking for him to help him make pills for him. Yuang said, introducing himself. That it was a great honor for him to meet a famous alchemist. Asked, "Is he the new disciple of the 2nd master of the Star Path?" Palace, the protagonist, said that it was his teacher who prompted him to approach him. Leo irritably said that since he is his disciple, he can stay. If he wanted him to make pills for him, he would have to pass his test first. Yu Wang firmly said that he was willing to pass his test. Leah frowned and thought that this was another disciple who was pretending to be a great warrior. He didn't want to be pissed off by this disciple. He then said, holding out his hand, that the test was for him to open his soul. See, and then he should send a wave of spiritual power into his palm and concentrate. Would he be able to withstand such a hot fire? The protagonist used his ability and asked, showing his hand in the fire, was he supposed to do something like this? Leah stared at him in surprise and thought that he had such pure young fire at such a young age. He asked, "Is his teacher in Green Cloud Palace now?" After a while, in Green Cloud Palace, Leo was shouted, turning to Zongqi, that he should come to him immediately. Joni looked in horror and thought, why did he come here? Did his disciple offend this alchemist with his request to create a pill, but he can't back down after a while? Zhongqi shouted at Lehua, why did he come to him so late? Did his disciple offend him? Somehow he shouldn't punish him like his master. He would punish his disciple himself. Leah shouted that he was too noisy. He personally came to announce that he wanted his disciple to start learning alchemy with him. The protagonist looked at the alchemy master in surprise. Joni crossed his arms and said that he would have to honor him as his teacher. However, he was against it. Wang said that he had never been interested in alchemy. He preferred martial arts, and he didn't want to be distracted from his training. Levin smiled and asked, does he understand now? His disciple doesn't want to learn alchemy. He apologizes to Liwa, but he can make sure that he doesn't hold his disciple back. Leah said to the protagonist that he should not rush into a decision. How much does he know about the art of alchemy? The protagonist said that he knows nothing about this art. Leah said that alchemy is closely intertwined with martial arts. Isn't this the same form of knowledge since ancient times, the elite warriors who became great masters? How? Many of them knew nothing about alchemy. The higher his level of power, the greater the need for pills becomes. He smiled and said, stroking his beard with his hand, that this young warrior is very good at the element of fire. He definitely has talent, therefore he can easily become a high-class alchemist. Zhongyi said, smiling and turning to Lo, that in fact there are already about 200 disciples in his monastery and he still wants to take away his disciples. Is he just mocking him? Lei was said seriously that alchemy valued quality over quantity. One skilled disciple was worth more than thousands of mediocre ones. If the second master of the Starpath Palace wanted to exchange, he would immediately hand over all his disciples to him for his one disciple. For him, one would be enough. Ixong Chu said that he could only dream of such a thing. Then he said to Wang that Leiho was telling the truth. Many elite warriors had practiced the art of alchemy at least once in their lives. Sooner or later, he too would have to take up this art. And since Leo was an excellent teacher, and he himself offered to teach him, why wouldn't he agree to it? Zheng Qi's expression changed and said that he would simply learn alchemy from him, but he would remain his disciple and he should no longer refuse his disciples' request to create pills for them. Leah said that he did not have to worry about this in the future. His disciples would not have to come to him for help. His disciple learns that the path of alchemy is also very difficult and mysterious, just like cultivation. He then said, turning to the protagonist, that he should follow him. They are returning to his monastery after some time in the monastery. Lo was said that he should show his ingredients. He then said that he has a good set. These beast cores are simply magnificent, and he also has all 5 elements, which is very rare for disciples. The protagonist asked, how many pills can they make from this? Leah said that if he wants ordinary pills, then it will be approximately 30 to 40 pills. But this will be a waste of precious resources. 5 cores can be used to create special pills, the level of which will be tens of times higher than ordinary ones. One such pill will even allow him to increase his power level to the average level. Even for someone like them, it is quite difficult to obtain all 5 pills with different elements. If he had not participated in the arena, he probably would never have been able to obtain so many inner cores, especially of this quality. However, if someone uses the body construction pill and does not have a connection with the spiritual roots, then they will not be able to obtain spiritual power. These ingredients are enough for a golden body construction pill. Now they will begin to create. He must open his soul sea and send a wave of spiritual power into his palm and then send it into the alchemy furnace, and it will mix with the rest inside the furnace and create something new. After a while, Leave was shouted in surprise that he succeeded on the first try. He happily said that he really has talent after all. The golden body construction pill is quite difficult to create, even without much experience. He was able to surpass the Master Lei, used his ability, and said that creating the same pills would be much more difficult at the moment. He cannot do it with his strength. They will only waste the ingredients then, and he shouted that he successfully managed to do it. Yuang said, looking at the pills. They are so bright, he thought that they were right. The art of alchemy was difficult and incomprehensible. How could Leo reach such a level? His father and Ming were currently practicing the exercises he gave them. Therefore he did not have to worry about them reaching the 9th level of true power. This time the effects of the pill would be much more beneficial. Leah asked the protagonist with a smile. How would he feel about him coming here every night and listening to his instructions on alchemy? The protagonist said that he would not refuse such an offer, but he had one question. He wanted to know why he took Tong Yan as an apprentice and entrusted her with sweeping the floors. Leah said with a smile that she was quite talented in alchemy. Sweeping the floors was just a test of her intelligence and endurance. In the future, he should take her with him to listen to his instructions since they had such a good relationship. He would also take care of her training. Wu Swan said with a smile that he turned out to be a nice person. He thanked him for that. Leah said with a satisfied face that he was the first one to say such a thing at this time. Tong Yan asked Jianping in surprise, how could this happen? After a while, the protagonist and Tong Yan ran after Jianping. Tong Yan said to Wang that they were in trouble. The martial arts disciples from the Wuo Empire deliberately caused them trouble. They were proud of their performance, which made them act arrogant, and then Shin couldn't stand it and started a fight with them. However, now he was seriously injured. They said that they wanted to resolve the conflict between the two countries right in the palace. Damn it, if they wanted to complain, they should run and talk to the Hups. Wang asked. Did she know which of the martial arts disciples from the Wu Empire were there? Who were their teachers? Tong Yan said that most of them were learning from the elders. 3 were from Leiwa, and the most outstanding of them was Xiang Fang, who was chosen as the third master of the Star Path Palace from what she heard. Inong is the eldest grandson of Shingon, a holy warrior from the Wu Empire. He trained since a young age to follow in his grandfather's footsteps. Now he is already at the 9th level of true might in the Wu Empire. He was stronger than a million other disciples, but there was only one person in the Wu Empire who was stronger than him. The protagonist said that Xing knew how to fight. He could attack or retreat in time, but seeing his dissatisfaction, the disciples from the Wu Empire rushed into battle without warning. It seemed that this incident would soon escalate to a large-scale level. Tanyan said that 2 days ago she received secret information from her family. It said that the Babui Kingdom and the Wu Empire were about to launch a massive war because of this. The martial arts disciples went from exchanging insults to mass bloodshed. The Wu Empire has already secured the support of many countries. Rumor has it that one of the countries has already entered into an alliance with the Wu Empire to go to war against the Bwe Kingdom together. Now the holy warrior of each country are secretly moving towards the enemy and openly fighting on the battlefield. Wang asked, how does the mother country and the great Luo Empire feel about this? Tunyan said that the mother country has always been indifferent to the war between low-level countries. They even enjoy watching them fight among themselves. They believe that enmity will only make them stronger. The protagonist thought that the rules of this are incredibly cruel. Only the most trained and strongest warrior survives after a while in the Westwind Ravine. The warrior from the Wu Empire said that half an hour has already passed. Why has no one from the Baiwei Kingdom come to help them yet, since their great warrior and phone is here? No one will dare to come to them. Xing laughed and shouted, can he only hide behind his men if he has the courage? He should come and fight him one-on-one. Now he from the Shimon family is not afraid of them. They are just the scum of the Wu Empire, the Wu. Warrior slapped his weapon across his face and shouted while kicking, Xing, how dare he talk to them like that? He will silence him forever. Xin F, the great warrior of the Wu Empire, said that he, the entire Baiwei Kingdom, was completely unworthy of his efforts. Suddenly, the protagonist shouted at the Wu warriors that they should let them go. The Wu warriors asked, who is this anyway? Is he from the Biw Kingdom? He was not among the 6 who passed the exam. Wang said that they dared to harm those who serve the Qing royal family. They will answer for everything they have done here. The Wu warrior laughed and shouted, is he a fool? He only despises him. He will personally deal with him. Then he put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he has no idea who he is dealing with. Is he having trouble counting the warriors? Can he imagine what level of power Inong has the protagonist punched without using his abilities, and said that the first one has already been punished? Who will be next, and thought that this guy was much stronger than the other warriors from the Bwe Kingdom. He heard that the Bwe Kingdom was promoted to a subordinate country because of just one person. He smiled and asked, calling the protagonist by name, is this really the strongest warrior of the Bwe Kingdom? Everything will be decided today. Brats. From the Bwe Kingdom, Yu Wang thought that he really deserved to be called the eldest grandson of Shingon, the holy warrior of the Wu Empire. His energy is not inferior to even the strongest families in the Bawei Kingdom, the protagonist asked, turning to the grandson of the holy warrior of the Wu Empire. Does he want to stop all this? Enon shouted that in the martial arts world, everything is decided by combat. They must fight one-on-one. The loser will leave the Star Path Palace forever. Would he dare to accept his challenge? The grandson of the holy warrior of the Wu Empire thought that if it was to judge the strength of countries, the Bwe Kingdom had never been stronger than the Wu Empire in terms of skill. Their warriors had never surpassed them. In fact, their cultivation and energy replenishment skills were also far inferior to his country. The Wu Empire, even if he had performed well in front of the second master of the Star Path Palace, he had heard that he could not be stronger than him. The warriors of the Wu Empire laughed and said that he would run away. Now he did not have the courage to accept the challenge. The great warrior and foe would easily deal with them all with one blow, as long as their great warrior and PH was with them. The insignificant Baiwei Kingdom would forever bow to the mighty Wu Empire. Xing furiously shouted at the protagonist that he must fight him. All the people of the Bwe Kingdom will be with him in this battle, and after heart and soul, they will always be by his side. Wang smiled and said that he agreed to fight him. He wanted to see how good a warrior he was. For a man who trained under the instructions of the holy warrior of the Wu Empire in Fong, activated his ability, and shouted that he apologized to him, but he did not have time to play with him, so he hoped that he would not die immediately. The warriors of the Wu Empire shouted in surprise that their great warrior in one wanted to use such a strong move on the trash of the BWA kingdom. He must dodge this strong strike. He did not have the strength to withstand this move. In Ong struck the protagonist, Jinping shouted that Wang could not lose so easily. The warriors of the Wu Empire shouted joyfully, laughing that they were all insignificant in front of the power of their great warrior in Ong. They had to quickly escape from here or they would all be wiped out. They didn't expect it to end so quickly, Inong said with disdain, saying he expected more from the exam. Champion, the protagonist, Klai said, surrounded by the chains from the enemy's technique, that this was what he expected from the Wu Empire style. This was just a showy trick, it's just a pity that his cultivation level was too low. He should work on it for another 10 years and then he might be able to touch him. Imon got angry and said that this was simply impossible even if he was a master of spiritual power. How did he manage to remain unscathed? Damn it, how did he do this? Wang asked as he activated his ability. If he killed him in the Star Path Palace, would the holy warrior from the Wu Empire have a heart attack from grief? Enon furiously shouted that he was stronger than millions of disciples in the Wu Empire. He couldn't defeat him so easily. Then the disciple of the third master of the Star Path Palace used the skill Unbreakable Chains of 1,000. Leaves the protagonist blocked the strike and destroyed the chains with his spiritual power. Yan watched in amazement as the fragments of the chains fell to the ground. Wang said that this was a pitiful sight. Then the protagonist used his technique, Incarnate Sword, and delivered a strike that pierced the opponent's armor. Wang looked at him in amazement and said that it turned out that he was wearing protective armor. In any case, his weapon had damaged his chai, so now the opponent is useless. The protagonist surrounded himself with spiritual power and asked who else wanted to challenge him to a fight the foe. Warriors from the Wu Empire shouted as they bowed, begging him to spare them. They will never repeat their mistake again. Wang said that he hoped they would keep their communication. Then the protagonist and his warriors from the Baiwei kingdom set off. After a while, Jinping said to the protagonist that he had really impressed him this time. Even if these disciples were not kicked out of the Star Path Palace, they would hardly be able to pull off something like this in the future. Wang said that he agreed with him. Thanks to this, victory life in the Star Path Palace would be much easier for them. At least these martial arts disciples would not pick fights with them anymore. He turned around and said that they should return to their training. However, it would be better for them to rest and heal their wounds. First, he headed back to the BWE kingdom and bid them farewell. After a while, the guards of the BW kingdom blocked the way through the gate and said that even if they came from the Western Shu kingdom, they should not forget that they were now on the lands of the BW kingdom, and the laws of their kingdom said that riders should move on foot without their mouths to prevent trouble in the city. Therefore, they asked them to dismount their horses. The warrior from the Western Shu kingdom said that they should think carefully about their words. The laws of the Western Shu kingdom tell them that riders should not dismount their horses. He will enter and exit as he wishes. Even the emperor of the BWE kingdom should treat them with all respect and reverence. The younger brother of the emperor of the Western Shu kingdom is negotiating with the emperor of the BWE kingdom. However, if they cannot agree like this, then they will not care about the future of the BWE kingdom. The commander of the guards of the BW kingdom shouted, grabbing his weapon with his hand, that in the imperial capital, as long as the emperor is behind them, they will not allow anyone to do whatever they want, and those who try to force their way through the gate will be killed immediately. A warrior from the Western Chu kingdom used his ability and rushed between the guards at the gate, and he said that some pathetic kingdom dares to insult the Western Chu kingdom. They dared to threaten them with death, and just because of this, they will kill them all dozens of times. It's time for them to move on. Then he noticed the protagonists and said that there are so many scum in the Baya kingdom. If his life is worth anything to him, then he should step aside and not interfere with him. Sometime later in the palace of the emperor of the Badawi kingdom, Mongi, the marquis of the Western Shu kingdom, said that he had already told them all the details of his brother's intentions. They came to the realization that their countries had always had close ties. If the emperor of the Babui kingdom agreed to hand over half of the mines on Lotus Flower Mountain to them, they would definitely reject the Wu Empire's offer. However, if they agreed to hand over all of the mines, the Western Chu kingdom would be able to persuade several subordinate countries to join them. Emperor He of the BWE kingdom said indignantly to Zhongyi, that Lotus Flower Mountain had always belonged to the BWE Kingdom, and would always do so, although it was close to the border of the Western Chu Kingdom. The resources were still transferred to the Purple Flame Royal Territory. They relied entirely on these mines. Losing them would mean a huge loss in income for them. Jai said that he had to remind them that if their subordinate countries reached an agreement and sent troops, he was afraid that their BIW kingdom would disappear. Without a trace, many lives will be lost. The Western CAW Kingdom's holy warrior is also with them right now. He's in a friendly battle with their BWE Kingdom's holy warrior. He wonders how they're doing. The BIW Kingdom's Emperor became angry and shouted at Joni that he would agree to anything for the sake of an agreement, but handing over such valuable assets to another country requires much thought. If he agreed to this right now, he would be disgraced in front of his ancestors in heaven. If he was so willing to cut off part of their kingdom's territory, they should be willing to pay for it. With the blood of their warriors invading BIW Kingdom's territory would cause their blood to flow like a river. They had better leave the hall immediately. Jung-yi said that he thought he was much wiser than he actually was. Once his kingdom was destroyed, it would be too late to beg for their mercy. The Western SW Kingdoms warrior said to 11 that there were complications. 11 then asked how this could happen. Were they all convinced of this? The warrior from the Western Shu Kingdom said that they had not found anything yet. Now the whole city was spreading rumors about it. Jay shouted to the emperor of the BIW Kingdom that they had come a long way from their kingdom to come to them. However, it seemed that their people were not friendly towards them. His people had beaten and kidnapped the people of the Western Shu Kingdom. This was simply ridiculous. He said that it must be a small misunderstanding his people had always treated guests with respect. Even if they did something, it would be done politely. His people had never sought to bully others. Jay turned away and said threateningly that since he was so convinced of this, he would personally go and take his people back. If a battle broke out, they should not blame him for it. The emperor of the BWE Kingdom said to a person in his entourage that he must send orders to the territories of the Wave Empire and the Purple Flame Kingdom. The eastern and western borders must immediately set up defenses and prepare for battle. The rest of the territory must remain on guard. The entire Baiwa Kingdom is put on martial law. After a while, people gathered around the warriors from the Western Chu Kingdom who were hung upside down. The people said that they had heard that these were people from the Western Shu Kingdom who did not come to them with good intentions. The three of them had started a fight at the gate and almost killed all the city guards. However, an elite warrior appeared and defeated them, and then he hung them here as an example to the rest. They deserve to be treated like this. They deserve to be hung for 3 days until their bodies withered. Ji shouted that everyone should immediately disperse and let them pass. He asked, turning to the protagonist. Who is? Dare he? Come out to him. The protagonist said that he should introduce himself first. If he was a nobody, then he should leave here, otherwise he would keep his warriors company. The warrior of the Western Shu Kingdom got angry and shouted, introducing the marquis from his kingdom, that even his emperor should show more respect to him if he did not come out to them. Then everyone here would die without exception. Ji commanded the archers from the Western 2 kingdoms to be ready to shoot, and they immediately pointed their bows towards the protagonist. Waiting for his command, Wen came out to them and asked, turning to 11. So he was the one leading this delegation to the BWE Kingdom. 11 said that he did not care who he served. Since he dared to do this, he would pay for it in full. Not even the emperor of their kingdom could save him, and not even the holy warrior from the BIW Kingdom. The protagonist said that he had to stop talking nonsense. They were in the territory of the BWA Kingdom now, so he couldn't let the warriors from the Western Chu Kingdom do whatever they wanted. Ji shouted, ordering his archers to open fire, that he would regret this. Wang stopped all the arrows using his spiritual power. Ji asked in surprise. He controlled the arrows with spiritual power. How was that possible? The protagonist sent the arrows back, hitting the warriors from the Western Shu Kingdom. The people watching the battle said that they remembered him. This was the same guy who did the deeds at the Phoenix Residence restaurant. They heard that he was a marquis from the Holy Kingdom back then. They would have to watch. This man was very strong, since he could even bring the emperor's uncle to his knees. Junie used his ability and said that he had to do everything himself. This guy had to die for him. Suddenly, the emperor of the BWE Kingdom said to John that he should not forget that they were in the territory of the BWE Kingdom. The people were surprised and said that these were the imperial guards along with their emperor. he said with a gloomy look that since he was so stubborn, he should understand that they would have to answer for everything they did, and they should not say later that he was not warned. Joni smiled and asked, should he be responsible for his actions? This only concerns him, but it does not matter. In the future, when his army from the south comes to them, will he be able? To answer for this, the emperor of the Bubui kingdom said with irritation that he received him with all respect as befits the master of this land. If he doesn't stop threatening his kingdom, then all the people of Bubui will turn against him, even if he joins forces with other countries and they invade them, the Baiki kingdom will defend their home to the last breath. The people shouted angrily that the people of Western Chu Kingdom must leave immediately. They must kill them all. He said to his people that although they are a country of martial arts, they are above all courteous to everyone when two sides have conflicts. Between themselves, they do not kill all of their representatives. They must all disperse. He is unable to resolve the dispute between Marquise and an elite warrior, so they must do it themselves at the same time. They will show the Western Shu Kingdom that there is a place for strong warriors in their kingdom. The Emperor of B Kingdom said to 11 that he has already discussed this with him. From now on, he will not follow him, so he must resolve his own problems. However, if he dare to touch on people, he should not hesitate. He would pay dearly for it. G said that he did not have to worry about it. He would only kill this guy. No one else would be harmed. The protagonist said that in that case, he would not use the power of the impassable passage against him. 11 screamed as he charged. How impudent he was! How dare some guy talk about the impassable passage? He would definitely kill him! Wang skillfully dodged the opponent's attack, and with a swift counterattack knocked his opponent to the ground, Ji thought in horror. As long as the protagonist pinned him down with his foot, he would not be able to move. He thought, watching in surprise as far as he knew. 11 was a master of the impassable passage. This guy's strength was simply terrifying. He defeated him so easily, the protagonist asked if he was the one who said that he would kill him. Jai gritted his teeth and said that the second holy warrior of the Western Chu Kingdom is now on the holy warrior mountain of the BWA Kingdom. He will never forgive what he did to him. Yuang said that it seems that he is just a pawn to them. Then he grabbed the Marquis of the Western Chu Kingdom with his hand and said to he that he leaves everything else to him and he will go to the holy warrior mountain of the BWE Kingdom. He said to his warriors that they must carry out his order. All the old territories of the Redwood King now belong to the Holy Kingdom. They must be handed over immediately. All the nobles, all the families must now unquestioningly obey the Holy Kingdom. All those who disagree are to be killed. He smiled and said that it seems that the Bee Kingdom will be saved after a while on the holy warrior mountain of the Bei Kingdom. Qingling sat on the ground all wounded, and she said that after their battle she was afraid that the Western Chu Kingdom would attack from the south and attack them together with the Wu Empire. The northern and western borders of the BW Kingdom would have a hard time even if she and the second holy warrior from the Western Chu Kingdom injured each other. He would be unstoppable with her injuries. Without the master of the impassable passage, she would only be able to heal in 5 months. June said that someone should take her place as a holy warrior in the future. Qingling said that they have served her for many years, therefore they only need to take one step. If their power has reached the impassable passage, then they still have hope. Suddenly the protagonist appeared in anger and said, turning to the holy warrior from the BWE Kingdom, that he understood everything. She should let him heal her injuries first. Then Chilling thought, this is a golden elixir that is great for healing and cultivation. After consuming it, she would gain a lot of spiritual energy. It seems that Won has become much stronger in less than an hour. Her wounds have almost healed. The protagonist asked Qingling, what is the current situation? The holy warrior from the BWE Kingdom said that the Wu Empire is currently negotiating with the Western Chu Kingdom. Together with Bashu and Great Jin, they want to form an alliance of 4 countries and invade the Beiwa Kingdom. Bashu and Great Jin are high-level subordinate countries that have 2 holy warriors. Among them, the Western Chu Kingdom is stronger, larger, and more talented than the rest in the Great Luo Empire. This kingdom is defended by 3 holy warriors. The first holy warrior is from the Western Chu Kingdom. He reached the impassable pass more than 1,000 years ago, and now his strength is comparable to a warrior of average spiritual power. Wang thought that this meant they needed more masters of the impenetrable passage. This was where the pills Leah had created would come in handy. The protagonist handed out ordinary, impenetrable passage pills to the 4 renowned warriors from the Jing. Wu's sacred land and 1 top impenetrable passage pill to the strongest among them. After a while, Jingling said to the 4 great warriors from the Jing-Wu sacred land that they would need about half a month of training in the Holy Warrior Palace of the Beiwa Kingdom. They would need to merge with the natural might and then reach the level of the impenetrable passage. She then said to Wang that she was going to the border of the Wave Empire's royal territory to defend that land they needed to prevent any surprise attacks from the Wu Empire, and prepare everything else, the protagonist said. That she was still injured, so if she allowed it, he would go there in her place. Qingling said that she was against it. She has another equally important task for him. Sometime later in the palace of the Western Chu Kingdom, the emperor of the Western Chu Kingdom beat his men and shouted that they were scum! How dare they run back to the Western Shu Kingdom so cowardly? They should know that all subordinates must die if their master is disgraced. The people said to the emperor that this man was incredibly strong. They were sure that he was also a master of the impassable passage. The prince was kidnapped by this warrior. They wanted to save him, but they were helpless against him. The emperor of the Western Chu Kingdom shouted that if his brother never returned, he would bury them along with him, every single one of them. Then he said to the holy warrior from the Western Chu Kingdom that his brother was at the peak of the impassable passage, and the holy warrior personally trained him. There was no way he could have been caught in just one move. Is this all that the power of the impassable passage can do? Ichin-ji, the first holy warrior of the Western Chu Kingdom, laughed and said that this was no surprise. The holy warrior of the Bibui Kingdom was equal in strength to the second holy warrior of the Western Chu Kingdom. He had underestimated Qingling. If the holy warrior of the Bibui Kingdom wanted to fight so much, then she would get one. The emperor of the Western Caw King must send a messenger to the Wu Empire. The Western Chu Kingdom agreed to immediately send warriors to capture the Bei Kingdom. The Bibui Emperor issued orders to all the royal territories to prepare for battle. The atmosphere at the borders of the kingdom was becoming tense. The Purple Flame Kingdom was the one who was preparing for battle. The most these days, the wind was whispering to them that hard times were coming. On the 8th of November 300, Zhao's and soldiers were marching from the Western Chu Kingdom to the borders in 3 directions. 50,000 of the strongest soldiers settled 20 ms away from the Pass of Lotus Flower Mountain. After a while, the king of the Purple Flame Kingdom said, while looking at the strategy map, that he had already sent 6 messengers to the imperial capital to ask for reinforcements. He wanted to believe that they would return from the emperor and provide them with support one after another. This battle was not just about the Purple Flame Kingdom. The fate of the entire Bwe Kingdom was at stake. If they allowed the Western Chu Kingdom to break through in the south, they would end up taking over the entire kingdom. He then said with an irritated face that since the situation in the northwest was dire, he did not think the east could be any better. They only had one holy warrior, and she could not be on both fronts at the same time. They could only hope that during the battle the enemy would not deploy a warrior of heavenly might against them. Suddenly, a soldier ran in and shouted that the enemy had appeared on the horizon. The Purple Flame Kingdom! King shouted, "Where did the enemy come from? Isn't the route from here to the past 20 m away? How could they get there so quickly?" The soldier said, "It's not the entire army. There's only one enemy." After a while, the Purple Flame Kingdom. King said, "This warrior has great strength." Chenji floated in the air and said to the Purple Flame, "Kingdom, King," he acknowledged his abilities. Now he must surrender to them and side with the Western Shibabu Kingdom, and then he will not die. The Purple Flame Kingdom! King angrily shouted. He didn't care how strong he was loyal to the Bwe Kingdom, and he would never surrender to them. Then he ordered his troops to attack this Western Chu holy warrior. Chenji closed his eyes and said that their attempts to stop him were too ridiculous. The Western Chu holy warrior broke the army around him. With one move, the Purple Flame Kingdom King asked nervously, "Is this the power of an impassable passage? Their front will not last long since the natural barrier of Lotus Flower Mountain has been destroyed. The path to the south is now clear. If the Western Chu army approaches the city, the capital may not be able to withstand them." Chinji used his ability and said that the place of scum is in hell. The Purple Flame Kingdom. King shouted that they must defend themselves. They must protect this place. The protagonist suddenly appeared and blocked the strike of the Western Chu holy warrior, and then said to everyone's surprised looks that he apologized for. Being late after a while at the northeastern front, the warriors from the BIW kingdom defended the gate with fierce tenacity while the archers rained down arrows on the enemy. The commander of the warriors from the Western Shu kingdom shouted that if they killed one enemy warrior, they would receive hundreds of silver coins. If they managed to kill the general, the reward would be thousands of gold coins, and if they could get rid of the ruler, the reward would be tens of thousands of gold coins. He then shouted to the soldiers from the BWE kingdom that if these scum realized their situation, they should admit defeat and come out of their camp. Otherwise, when they broke through, they would leave no one alive. The archer from the BWA kingdom shouted that he must stop spouting such nonsense as soon as they dared to come closer. They would know their full fury. They would see who would suffer the most. The BIW kingdom. The warriors, clad in armor and armed with bows, unleashed a barrage of arrows on the Western Chu. Warriors who were defending themselves with shields. A soldier from the BW kingdom shouted to the general that they were in trouble. The city gates would not hold out for long if this continued. The general from the BWE kingdom said that he should not panic. It would only ruin the army. Spirit, as long as the BWA holy warrior was with them, they would definitely be able to win at this time. The Western Chu and B holy warriors were fighting in the sky. Qingling said that he still insisted on his own way, but he should know that retribution would soon await him. Xiangnan the Woe. Dynasty Holy Warrior said that he did not understand what she had done, but it seemed that her former strength had been restored. Jingling said that he should stop talking nonsense. They have been fighting with him for many years. It's time for them to decide. Who is the strongest? She thought that it was, all thanks to the pill that Wang gave her. Her stump had almost returned to its former strength. The 4 famous warriors from the sacred land of Jingwu were also able to advance their spiritual roots. With the help of these pills, she could safely send them to fight against the Bashu kingdom and the Great Jin. At this time, there was a battle at the western border, southern border, and Lotus Flower Mountain. After a while, on Lotus Flower Mountain, Qinji asked the protagonist, turning to him, "Who is he? How does he feel about the BWE kingdom?" Wang said, looking at him menacingly, that he should not ask who he is. His kingdom of Western Shu intends to establish a tyranny. Here is, he's sure he wants to fight to the death with him? Qinji said that the Baya kingdom does not distinguish between good and evil. How can he just injure their people and kidnap the emperor's brother? This battle was inevitable. The protagonist said that this was his old habit of earning himself. Glory the Western Shu kingdom was the first to rob them and do whatever evil they wanted. If he had the courage, he should admit it and then turn his army back. Immediately, he respected the venerable age of the Western Chu holy warrior, and he would not pursue him, and he would allow him to live the rest of his life in peace and quiet. Qinji said that he was a fool. He did not know who he was dealing with. Even the BWA holy warrior did not dare to behave so insolently towards him if he wanted to die so much. Then his wish will be granted. He must kneel down. The Western Chu holy warrior used his ability and unleashed spiritual power on the protagonist. Qinji thought, can he resist his spiritual energy? Even if this warrior is young, he must have well-developed spiritual roots. But where did he get so much spiritual chi? He himself cultivated for hundreds of years and is already one step away from reaching the average spiritual power. Even the holy warrior from the BWE kingdom cannot stop him. But this child is able to resist. Wang said that he is worthy of being called the first holy warrior. Qinji said, taking out his weapon, that he recognizes him as a worthy opponent, so he must see his blade. The king of the purple flame kingdom thought that, according to rumors, the first holy warrior from the Western Chu kingdom is armed with a demon beast sword of average spiritual power, and it seems to be true. He just pulled out his weapon, but so much power has already burst out. Will this guy be able to resist this power? The protagonist used his skill incarnate sword. Qinji sneered and said that these were just pathetic tricks. Then he slashed at the protagonist with his skill. Wang thought that this sword had such strong energy, so simply counterattacked his techniques. Apparently, he had to block his attacks. Otherwise, many people would get hurt. Suddenly, Qinji slashed at the protagonist with his weapon, causing him to cough up blood. The Western Chu holy warrior said that his sword could cut through anything. His tricks were just useless things to him, the protagonist asked. Really? Then he abruptly stabbed his enemy in the back and said that his weapon could at least kill this old man. Wang looked at his weapon crumbling in his hands. Surprised Qinji said that he was too naive after 100 years of training he had become one with this. Blade the Western. Chu Holy Warrior turned around and asked, "Why is he silent? Was he scared there was nothing he could do? Of course he could always just run away from here and then watch his kingdom perish." The protagonist expression changed and said that this old man shouldn't think that he only had one sword. Qinji activated his ability and said that he didn't care what he was going to do. It was all useless. The holy warrior from the Western Shu Kingdom slashed his blade at the protagonist. Wang said, using his ability, that he blocked his so-called blade that could cut anything with his bare hands. The protagonist blocked the attacks of the holy warrior from the Western Shu Kingdom. With his hand, the king of the Purple Flame Kingdom shouted as the ground around him was collapsing that they must retreat immediately, they must escape from here right now. Qinji held the blade in his hand and asked the protagonist, "Can he still stand?" Wang chuckled and said, calling him an old man, that he himself looks no better. The holy warrior from the Western Shu Kingdom said that he could not kill him, but he also did not have the strength to defeat him. If they continued their duel, their blood would flow like a river. However, he still had 2 holy warriors on his side, leading an army of 500. Sozin from the Western Chu Kingdom, he in the BW Kingdom would not live to see that day. The protagonist asked if he had a mistaken idea because the old man did not think that he would be defeated in this battle. This is not all that he can do, right? He must show his full skill, Qinji shouted, calling him an idiot, that he should not be so arrogant. He then used his technique, spiritual sacrifice, and said to the protagonist that it was not easy for him to gain such strength at such a young age. But if he thinks that with this power he can blackmail the Western Shu Kingdom and change the fate of his kingdom, then he is very much mistaken. The protagonist used his spiritual power and strengthened his body. An incredible energy attack fell on the protagonist, crushing the surrounding space and leaving behind a crater with residual spiritual energy. The King of the Purple Flame Kingdom asked. In amazement, was there really nothing left of him after such a crushing attack? Qinji looked at the protagonists who appeared from behind the cloud of dust with surprise in his eyes. Wang said that he was a worthy opponent. If he had not been able to strengthen his body, he would have definitely lost. The protagonist smiled and looked at him and said that if he was not mistaken, he would need to use spiritual power to move his sword, and he had used up a lot of spiritual power to strike that blow. What would he do? Now? Qinji shouted that he shouldn't talk as if he had already won. He still had more than enough spiritual power. He wouldn't be able to defeat him so easily with his own strength. The protagonist and the holy warrior from the Western CAW Kingdom clashed, and their spiritual power clashed, generating vortexes of energy. Qinji shouted that as long as he concentrated all his power, he wouldn't be able to touch him. The protagonist used his abilities and crushed the enemy with one powerful blow, and he said that he was just talking nonsense. And then he dealt another powerful blow to the holy warrior from the Western Chu Kingdom. Yuang asked, "Is he still breathing?" Qinji said that his spiritual power is really very strong. He thought that he would not be able to survive this attack. Then he rose from the ground with difficulty and said that since ancient times, heroes were born at an early age. It was the young men who became heroes. The protagonist asked, did he want to continue their fight? The holy warrior from the Western Shu Kingdom said that he would admit his defeat. He would withdraw his troops and would no longer invade the lands of the Babui Kingdom. Wang looked menacingly at the old man and said that he understood very well what he needed. His emperor of Western Chu must personally come to the BW Kingdom, and he must apologize to the people of the Bay Kingdom for 30 years. Every year, the Western Chu Kingdom will pay tribute to the Bay Kingdom, and the amount of tribute will be set by the emperor of the Baya Kingdom. Qinji said that since he lost, he accepts his conditions. Finally, he wants to give him some advice. The best thing for him now is to urgently go to the eastern border. 5 days later at the family palace, a soldier from the Baiwei Kingdom said to Lianan, the evacuation of the citizens to the imperial capital has been completed. About 50,000 elite soldiers have stationed themselves in the city, and the Central Army is already on its way. Lianan said that this is excellent news. They are facing an intense war and they must be prepared to fight to the death. Suddenly, the protagonist's sister came in and spoke to her father. Lianan asked in surprise, why is she here? Didn't he tell her not to come here? Yuang followed his sister, and with a smile on his face, then the protagonist crossed his arms and asked, what is the current situation? The soldier from the BIW kingdom said that the Eastern Front has lost the blue moon. Kingdom has been destroyed, and if the sky kingdom falls, the imperial capital will be in danger. Wang thought for a moment and said that to sum it up, the Blue Moon Kingdom had been destroyed and the Wu Empire's 200,000 strong army was standing at the border ready to attack at any moment, for renowned warriors had arrived from the western and southern borders to hunt down the Wu Empire. This meant that the South and West had already won. But how come it was the Eastern Front that had lost? He remembered. Where was the holy warrior from the BWE Kingdom? Ming said to the protagonist, surprised that she had been tortured to the point of death. After a while, Chining, wounded and chained, was hanging over the enemy wall. The 4 renowned warriors were fighting against the holy warrior from the Wu Empire. Shingan said that this was unexpected to him. So the BW Kingdom really did have 4 spiritual root. Mosai warriors, their holy warrior from the BW Kingdom, had died without ever reaching the pinnacle of her skill. Why don't they join his Wu Empire? He promises to reward each and every one of them. June shouted that he was just trash. That should shut up today. They will fight to the last drop of blood until the heads of all their people fall off their shoulders. Xingnan said that he would like to see what they are capable of. At this time, the 3rd head of the star path was served. He and she watched from the side with some glee. Xingnan thought as he used the pill that they were nothing but inconvenience. He should eat another pill. The holy warrior from the Wu Empire underwent a metamorphosis and his eyes flashed with scarlet fire. The devil of the famous warriors gritted her teeth and thought, what kind of pill was this? It seemed that he had become several times stronger. Shingan rushed to attack the devil of the famous warriors, and he used the technique binding spiritual path. Jun suddenly punched the Wu Empire Saint warrior in the face. Shingan said that he would be stronger than the others, and he was furious. The Wu Empire ST warrior had chained up a group of renowned warriors, and he said that their time had come. It was time for them to go to another world. Jun gritted his teeth and thought that while chained up, spiritual energy was oozing out from those chains, suppressing his strength, and on top of that, he couldn't move the 3rd head of the star path. Palace said that she was bored watching this. Their end was near Inan, said that it was all because of the pills that the main character had given them. The old warriors of the Baiwa Kingdom would be unable to fight back the 3rd head of the star path. Palace said with a smile that it would be fun here now. Suddenly, the protagonist used the technique the incarnate sword and attacked the Wu Empire. Saint warrior Wang looked angrily at the wounded body of the holy warrior from the Baiwei Kingdom. The protagonist said that Qinglin did everything she could and she can rest now and he will sort things out here for now. Jun shouted at the protagonist that he must be careful. The holy warrior from the Wu Empire took an unknown pill which made him several times stronger. Even the holy warrior from the BWE Kingdom could not resist this power. Shingan asked, turning to Wang. Was it he who injured his grandson? This is wonderful. He himself came to the call of his doom. He dared to beat up his grandson, who now needs to spend a lot of time recovering. He dared to deprive him of a bright future. The protagonist grabbed his opponent by the face and forcefully pressed him to the ground. Shinken looked at him in surprise and thought, how can he have such monstrous strength? Woan shouted with a fierce glint in his eyes that he would kill him. He would present his head to the spirit of the holy warrior of the BWE Kingdom as a tribute. Xingnan blocked the protagonist's strike and said that he was indeed stronger than he looked. However, his strength was at the middle level of spiritual power, and he was only at the beginning level of spiritual power. It would be nothing for him to kill him in an instant. They used their abilities to attack. But suddenly Xingnan shouted in surprise that this could not be. How could he defend against his strongest strike? The protagonist said that he was relying in vain on those pills that made him stronger. He would never lose to someone like him. Wang charged and asked with his abilities to Shingen when he killed the holy warrior of the BW Kingdom. Did he even think about how quickly retribution would reach him? Shingan shouted at the 3rd star path. Palace Master asking for her help. He couldn't hold back his onslaught any longer. The 3rd star path. Palace Master said that this was an amazing sight. Inong said in horror that she had to act quickly and save the holy master of the Wu Empire. The protagonist glared at his enemy and said that he wouldn't leave the 3rd star path. Palace Master said, using her powers to address the protagonist that he had. Already won, and the Wu Empire had lost. Maybe it was time for them to end this war. Could he give her such an honor? Wang became angry and asked, looking at her. What if he didn't agree to it? The third star path Palace Master said with a smile that there would be consequences that he couldn't even imagine though. Protagonist expression changed and asked, turning to the holy warrior of the BWE kingdom, her spirit is still here. Right then, he shouted, preparing to deliver the finishing blow that she should watch as he avenged her. The protagonist dealt a crushing blow to the holy warrior of the Wu Empire, the third head of the star path. Palace became angry and released the frightening energy around her body. Suddenly, the second master of the star path. Palace appeared and said to the third master that she should hide her bloodlust. He did not want to fight her. The third master of the star path. Palace changed her expression and arrogantly said to the second master of the star path. Palace that he was also here, his disciple was truly unforgiving. He did not even express his respect for her. Zhongyi said that she should not interfere with the problems of the Wu Empire. They should solve them themselves, their star path. Palace should not interfere in this. Where it was reckless of her to give a pill to the holy warrior of the Wu Empire if she pushes things any further, the natural order of things will be disrupted. Third master of the star path. Palace smiled and said that his words were complete nonsense. He said that since she was the master, she should not interfere, but when he heard his protege Sai plea for help, he immediately rushed over. Wouldn't her protege feel hurt if she stayed away? Moreover, why shouldn't he restrict his protege Janes? She asked, why would he do that? He took him as his disciple and made him promise that he would never restrict his freedom as he didn't betray his master's trust, didn't endanger his ancestors, and remained on the side of the great Luo Empire. As his master, he wouldn't restrict him in any way. Third master of the star path. Palace laughed and said that he was so pious. However, he wasn't afraid of causing internal conflicts in. The sect Zhongyi got angry and said that Wang was his disciple who would inherit his style, and how he dealt with difficulties reflected everything he had said above the third head of the star path. Palace shouted with a serious face that this would not end well. Zhongyi replied with a serious face that the holy warriors were dead. It was the end for both sides of the conflict, and if not, then he would side with the protagonist. They had an annual assessment coming up. Sect followers from all over the country would be fighting each other if Wang couldn't handle it. Then he would have nothing to say, the third head of the star path, Palace said with a calm face that he had made peace well. In that case, they would meet at the annual assessment. However, his protege apparently wasn't going to stop. Zhong Chai, with a serious face, told the protagonist to listen to him. He could sense the spiritual presence of the holy warrior. Maybe they still had a chance to save her? Yu Wang asked if he was sure. Zhongyi replied that his strength was still not enough, but as long as her spiritual presence was still in the air, there was still hope. As his strength increased, he would definitely find a way to save her. For now, he needed to focus on the annual assessment. Once he became the top disciple, he would be able to step onto the main cultivation branch, and then he would be able to train with only half the effort, and if he wanted revenge, he would help him. But only after that would he be kicked out of the star path Palace, and he would not be able to further cultivate the life main style. It was unpleasant to hear such things, but words would not help in resurrecting a holy warrior, the protagonist said with a serious face that he understood. He called out to the third head of the star path Palace and said that on the day of the annual assessment he would crush all of her disciples and become the top disciple. She said with a calm smile that they would watch it. Great Wu withdrew its troops and ceded the disputed land as compensation. A decree was issued in BBUA, and the great warrior became the new holy warrior. Sometime later, Zhongyi used magical energy on Qingling, saying that he had temporarily sealed her body with spiritual power. This would help her awaken her spiritual consciousness in the future, by which time the holy warrior would have a chance to awaken the protagonist. Thought it was even funny that in the end he was still unable to protect the people around him. He must become even stronger. A month later in the Qing Palace, XO asked the protagonist, "Do you think it will be a boy or a girl if a boy let him train him in martial arts?" Wang replied with a smile that he would do so. He hoped that when he returned home next time his nephew or niece would be born. He called out to his father and son-in-law and said that it seemed that their training methods had borne fruit. He has 2 bodybuilding pills. Let them take them during their training. These pills will help strengthen the body. they will be able to reach the 9th level of true power. It will take them 3 to 5 years. Lin Shan replied that he needed these pills more, the danger in the star path. Palace is waiting for him. The protagonist said that he no longer needed these to become stronger. He thought that when they reached the peak of the 9th stage of true power and then took the pill, the Qing family would have 2 more warriors of spiritual power by that time. The heavenly royal land will be invincible sometime later in the star path. Palace, Green Cloud Palace, the Laba Festival. Fu said with a smile, "This year has passed unnoticed. It seems like the last Laba Festival was yesterday, right?" Said with a smile that she was right. The participants of the event, watching them, said that the aura emanating from the 8 main disciples was simply incredible. When will they also become the main disciples? First, they need to become a warrior of heavenly might. Are they ready? For that, Joni suddenly came out and shouted with a smile, "Everyone is already on edge. This is wonderful. The annual assessment is a great chance and test for each of them. So many disciples who have dedicated their entire lives to the teachings to compete for the title of main disciple in order to train on the top of the righteous mountain. The battle of the main disciples of the star path. Palace, the largest competition in which the top 10 will be revealed over the past years. The head of the Star Path Palace has claimed 4 places for himself. The disciples of the other 4 masters occupied 1 place each at best. 2. His goal is to take 3 places out of 10. This time, Fu and W last year, they took 2nd and 6th place. Accordingly, their task is to maintain their places, let the rest do their best. Entering the top 10 is still an impossible task for them. However, let them do their best and not brag unnecessary. Fu asked, "How can they get 3 places?" Zhongyi said with a smile that they were gnawed by. Doubts he understood that today he will introduce them to a new disciple. He thinks some of them heard the latest news. He will be the trump card in his plan by getting 3 places out of 10. Let Wang come here, the disciples. Watching this in the crowd began to ask, what kind of person is he? He looks like some kind of prince. The protagonist came out on the stage and said that he was glad to see his teacher and the rest of the disciples. Fu asked in surprise, "Is it him?" Yuang walked up to the stairs and said that he was very grateful for her care in the arena. She said that she always wondered who he would cling to. She was surprised that they were on the same side. While asked in surprise, has he already participated in fights in the arena? She replied that he had not only fought, but had also defeated the younger sister 9 of the main palace masters. Couple the 8 said it was no wonder that the old man had personally gone to greet him and pick him up before the other masters had taken him as their disciple. The younger one had recently defeated 2 holy warriors of the Wu kingdom, and Western Chuji said with a smile, with such strength it would not be difficult for him to easily pass the exam. That was great. They were all the pillars of his Green Cloud Palace. One of them would become his successor. Let them know that he would not exalt anyone for winning. Everything would depend on their achievements and strength. Now let all the disciples all follow him to the main palace, the disciples of the Star Path. Palace are divided into 3 classes, and the exam is also divided accordingly. There is a promotion and relegation system between the advanced and the main disciples. There will be a chance for 3 places between the advanced and the beginner disciples. There will be a change of 30 places. Fu called out to the protagonist with a smile and said, "Let him try hard. They will be waiting for him from the advanced disciple exam in the main disciple arena." Wang agreed with a smile and said that they will see each other later. One of the main disciples of the 3rd palace master said at a glance, "It is clear that they are a country bumpkin." Mushi said with a smile, "Let him not talk nonsense. After all this, Wang is quite famous. He recently killed a holy warrior. The holy warrior was only at the initial level of spiritual power, but their brother Xiao was at the middle level." Fu asked with a serious face, "Did the 3rd master not teach them manners?" The protagonist called out to them and said, "Let them not scatter in vain. Let them wait until he knocks the spirit out of them in the ranking match." Mushi laughed and said that first they will talk about his advanced promotion exam. You said with a serious face, "They are bloodthirsty. Nothing has even begun, but it already smells like roasting." The palace master's top disciples at this time. On the terrace, Jin asked Qingqi if she had any hopes for her disciples in this exam. She replied with a calm face that at least 5 of the 10 places would presumably be taken by the palace master's disciples. For the remaining 5, they would have to compete with their disciples. Joni asked her with a smile before anything had even started, and she was already distributing the places. Qingqi asked with a serious face, judging from his Tone, did he want to compete with the Masters couple? The third head of the Star Path? Palace asked with a smile. Was he challenging the Master? It was stupid not to be aware of one's own strength. Their disciples are not strong enough to stand up to the disciples of the Palace Master. Let him calm down, isn't she right? About this, the chief master of the Star Path Palace walked up to them and said that they were early. He saw that they were already eager to get started. In that case, they would begin the annual assessment, the territory of the examination for advanced disciples. The Star Path Palace has about tens of thousands of disciples. In addition to the 96 main disciples, there are only 600 advanced disciples. The rest are just beginners. According to the rules, only 3 winners of the examination are allowed to become main disciples. The protagonist thought about how many people there were among the advanced disciples. There were sure to be warriors of heavenly power. It wouldn't be so easy with them. He must complete all stages of the examination to the maximum. Then he wouldn't have to worry about being passed by some weakling. Suddenly, phone called out to him with a smile. Wang asked with a smile, "Is he going to participate in the examination for advanced disciples?" He was just thinking of going to look for him after all. "His are already ready," Fawn said with a smile. "Let him give it to him after the exam because it will not be safe now. He is ashamed to admit, but he is participating only because it is necessary for now. He just hopes that he will take a place no lower than last year. After all, he is only at the 9th level of true power, so he has nothing to brag about." He heard that among the advanced disciples there are about 30. They are warriors of heavenly power. The exam requires at least 600 people, so they had to participate at. Tajongi shouted that each of them personally must come up and take a plate with a number. First 10 people with corresponding numbers. Enter and then in increasing order, Wang said with a smile. Let him not worry and give it his all. The exam consists of 6 stages: strength, agility, combat ability, endurance power level, and the final stage strength tests. The strength of their strike pH hit a special device and scored 50 points. The host said that next up is number 6. Yu Wang, the students watching, said that he was very skinny. They would see how much power was in that small body. The protagonist prepared to strike and attack the target in an instant. The device for calculating power shattered into tiny pieces. The instructor thought in wild surprise that this was impossible. Could an advanced student really have the power to destroy such a colossus? He said that number 6, Yu Wang, had scored the maximum points. Agility would test their agility speed, and the protagonist passed the stage and scored the maximum points again. Combat abilities would test their mastery of weapons, destructive power, and the strength of their blows in battle. Wang, using his sword, scored the maximum points again. Endurance involves entering a spiritual state, which is quite painful. The longer the student is in this state, the more points he gets. The protagonist again scored the maximum points in the test. Subsequently, he passed the power level test, scoring the maximum points again. The disciples watching him set in surprise that the spiritual crystal had cracked. Could it be that the top disciple had wandered into the wrong place by mistake? The instructor shouted that the 5 basic tests had been completed. There was only the final round left, which would be in the afternoon. The third head of the Star Path Palace, watching the protagonist, was interested in what she was thinking. It seemed like he had become much stronger than before. What would she do to him next? Queen Shay told her that the champion of this exam was the 2nd Palace Master's disciple. The last person to get such results was you, the top disciple of the palace Master. 16 years ago, she replied with a smile that it didn't matter how well he did in the advanced disciple exam. If he couldn't enter the top 10 top disciples, all his efforts would be in vain. It wasn't that easy to score the maximum points in the final round of the exam, but even if he did have that kind of power, the palace master might not like it very much. The head walked up to them and asked, "What does she mean? Even though they have created 5 palace masters, they still have to stay together, and there may be some conflicts and troubles among them, but they are nothing more than simple internal strife. While competing with each other, they should promote and support each other. If this person has the strength to withstand you, then he thinks it is all the luck of his star path." "Palace, what does he think of this?" he replied with a serious face. "What the head said seems quite true if people deliberately wanted